Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 16 of the series. Chapter 1203 Divine Soul Black Flame Dragon. 1203 Divine Soul Black Flame Dragon. When Lin Xiu heard this voice, the pupils in his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked around, but found that there was no one other than Bailey Haoling. Are you talking? Lin Xiu looked at it seriously, then looked at the rock, and said seriously, just now, he seemed to hear the rock talking. What's wrong? Bailey Haoling seemed to hear Lin Xiu's words at this time, and said aloud at this time, It's nothing. I just seemed to hear someone calling me. Lin Xiu thought for a while, then said, Someone is calling you. Bailey Haoling was startled, then looked around. There was no one around, and she didn't hear anyone called Lin Xiu. There's no one. Maybe you heard it wrong. Lin Xiu thought for a while, then shook his head. It should be impossible to say that this rock can speak. Want to comprehend the divine soul of the black flame dragon. At this moment, a piercing voice came from the other side. Lin Xiu turned around and saw Fu Taining's figure clearly. Humph. Seeing Fu Taining's arrival, Bailey Haoling snorted. This guy encouraged Lin Xiu to go to the platform previously and wanted to kill Lin Xiu. She still remembered it. This is the divine soul of a powerful god king. The god king who was called the killer god at the time almost sacrificed his life to kill him. Do you think you can comprehend it? As Fu Taining spoke, he looked at Lin Xiu mockingly. His eyes were full of disdain. He didn't let Lin Xiu die on the platform today, which made him very unhappy. Now that he has a chance, he obviously came to mock Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu ignored his words and just looked at the dragon-shaped engraving on the rock. For some reason, Lin Xiu had a special feeling. Plop plop. It was as if his heart was beating at a special frequency. His strength, at this time, felt like it was being tugged and slowly released. Lin Xiu. At this time, Bailey Haoling noticed that a faint golden light emanated from Lin Xiu's body, and his eyes widened. This kid! And Fu Taining was also startled at this time, as if he didn't understand what was going on. What kind of divine soul is that? At this time, some of the city lords on the other side looked at the huge rock where Lin Xiu was standing, and said curiously, This divine soul is the most difficult one to comprehend, and it is almost impossible to comprehend it successfully. Instead of looking at this, might as well. Damn. The warrior beside him opened his eyes wide as he was speaking halfway. He was in disbelief. What did he see? He saw a faint golden light emitting from Lin Xiu's body, and there was also a faint golden light on the huge rock. He's comprehending the divine soul. Lin Xiu closed his eyes at this time, and let the golden rays of light from his body radiate out and converge on the rock. Slowly, the rock seemed to tremble slightly. Clack clack. On the huge rock, there are a lot of cracks. In the next moment, it exploded directly. Boom! With this explosion, those warriors who were still on the other side who wanted to comprehend the soul, looked at Lin Xiu at the same time. This is Chapter 1204 Black Grade. 1204 Black Grade. With the huge rock that exploded, the large dragon that was formed by the black particles suddenly appeared. The rest of the warriors around were shocked. They were so surprised that they froze. How was this even possible? Fu Taining looked at the divine soul of the huge black flame dragon that was in the sky. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He managed to acquire one. Suddenly, the huge divine soul flew into the air and headed for Lin Xiu's body. Fu Taining looked at the scene that was happening before him and a vicious look appeared in his eyes. It wasn't that easy to acquire a divine soul. He screamed loudly internally. Then, he moved and reached out towards Lin Xiu's body. Xiu! When he moved, there was a bright ray that appeared before him. His left hand that was aimed at Lin Xiu's body was forced to stop. Are you trying to get yourself killed? When he took a closer look, it was Bailey Haoling that stood inches away from him. Her eyes were different from how they were usually. It was now bright red in color. It looked frightening. Fu Taining shivered as well. He was afraid of Betrayal. You. Fu Taining took a few steps backwards subconsciously. Then, when he looked at Lin Xiu who was standing behind her, he saw that the spirit of the black dragon had already entered Lin Xiu's body. It's done. Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes that were closed previously. Fu Taining took a good look at Lin Xiu. His eyes were pitch black, but soon it reverted to normal. The dragon mark that was on Lin Xiu's forehead had slowly disappeared as well. You wanted to kill me? Lin Xiu turned and looked at Fu Taining before asking in a cold tone. Although his eyes were shut, he could still guess what happened around him. When he was about to complete the process, Fu Taining wanted to disturb him. HMPH. Fu Taining pulled his arm back and sneered. Then, he turned around and left. When Betrayal saw what happened, she grabbed onto her dagger and rushed forward. Forget it. However, Lin Xiu patted her shoulder and stopped her. Betrayal was stunned. When she was about to say something, she turned aside and noticed that Fu Taining and the rest of the warriors were walking toward them. Fu Taining was Fu Taining's younger brother. If they killed him here, the rest of them would definitely help Fu Taining as well. With her current abilities, she wasn't strong enough to be able to kill all of the warrior gods here on her own. Congratulations, City Lord Lin. Fu Taining stood next to Lin Xiu and congratulated him with a bright smile. Congratulations. The rest of them got close as well and congratulated Lin Xiu. They looked envious of Lin Xiu as well. They didn't think that Lin Xiu would be able to acquire the strongest divine soul here. It has to be noted that this wasn't the first time here for most of the city lords, but they have failed in comprehending their own divine souls. City Lord Lin. I'm sure you don't know anything about spirit power yet. Seeing how Lin Xiu was still calm and wasn't excited at all, he couldn't help but ask. This divine soul is of black grade. Balk grade. Lin Xiu was stunned. Black grade, what does that mean? Lin Xiu didn't have much information about the divine soul. Even with the divine soul that he had acquired earlier, Lin Xiu felt that it was the divine soul who chose him instead. It was a peculiar feeling. City Lord Lin doesn't know anything about these divine souls. Fu Taining seemed surprised. Divine souls are also categorized according to their strength. There are 3 grades in total: red, gold, and black. Gold is most common while red is not found often. As for black, they are extremely rare. Upon mentioning these, he took a good look at Lin Xiu. Fu Taining might not show anything on his face, but he was actually quite surprised. He didn't think that Lin Xiu would be able to acquire such spirits. After all, that was Brother Lin. You're powerful indeed. Ling Yu and Sun Duel let out a bitter smile. It wasn't their first year here. They would always join the meet every year, but until today, they have not acquired their own divine soul. This was because it was something incredibly difficult. The odds for a warrior god to comprehend a divine soul was low. There's still time. This space would only be closed after 24 hours. All of you can stay here and take a look around. Maybe you would be able to acquire some other divine soul too. Fu Taining mentioned it to the other warriors. Usually, a warrior god would only be able to acquire one divine soul. It wasn't that a warrior god couldn't have 2 divine souls, but it was just a rare occurrence. Perhaps in the whole warrior god realm, those who had 2 divine souls could be counted with one hand. Lin Xiu nodded his head. The rest of the crowd gathered around for a short moment before heading their ways. They were only here to congratulate Lin Xiu since he had just acquired such a strong divine soul. His future was bright. Now that they had done what they were supposed to, all of them went back to their respective places and continued looking at the seals, hoping to acquire their own divine soul. Fu Taining looks like someone powerful. Betrayal whispered to Lin Xiu after Fu Taining had left. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Not only was he strong, Lin Xiu also had a peculiar feeling about him. This was because Lin Xiu did not sense any hostility coming from him. This was odd. Doesn't he know about the conflict between Lin Xiu and Fu Taining? You should also look around and see if you can acquire a divine soul too. Lin Xiu shook his head. He no longer wanted to think about it. HMPH, I am your master. Obviously I would be able to do better than you. Betrayal showed a funny face to Lin Xiu. Then, She looked around and stood in front of another huge rock. Lin Xiu smiled. As he stood on the same spot, he felt that there was an energy inside his body that was connecting with his mind. The black dragon mark once again appeared on his head. "Come out here," Lin Xiu muttered softly. With that said, there was a large number of black particles that appeared from Lin Xiu's body. All of them gathered right above Lin Xiu. Then, they slowly formed the shape of a dragon and continued flying around Lin Xiu's body. "This is so small." Lin Xiu's eyes were wide open as he asked unconsciously. Chapter 12 Bailey Hailing's Divine Soul. 1205 Bailey Hailing's Divine Soul. Lin Xiu looked at the black dragon around him, and he suddenly turned speechless. This was because the divine soul of the black dragon wasn't as domineering as it had first appeared in the air. The dragon was only as thick as his arm. The body of the black dragon was formed by small black particles. Plus, it was flying beside Lin Xiu. "It's slowly using my source energy." Lin Xiu could feel that the energy inside his body was being used. In order to sustain this black dragon, he would be using up most of his source energy. The longer he sustained the dragon, the more energy would be used instead. However, Lin Xiu still wasn't clear what this dragon could bring him. He still had no idea how to use it as well. Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. With the control of his mind, the dragon that was beside him slowly disappeared right in front of his eyes. It has only been a short period of time, but the dragon has already used up half of the energy source in his body. This divine soul seemed to be consuming a lot of his energy. This was why Sun Kai did not use his spirit powers while fighting him earlier. Someone else acquired a divine soul. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. There was a bright red glow that appeared amongst them, and all of them were shocked. There were lots of warriors that would be here every year, but there weren't many of them who would acquire divine souls. It was so rare that the total number of them could be counted with one hand. However, this year it was different. They were only here for a short while, and Lin Xiu had already acquired a black-grade divine soul. Now, there was another warrior that acquired a red-grade divine soul. They were all in shock. Howling. When Lin Xiu turned around, he saw two blood-red daggers that were crossed on top of Bailey Hailing's body. It was the divine soul of a pair of daggers. The daggers looked horrifying, and there was a strong murderous aura that came from it. Not only does it not look weird, it seems quite powerful. Lin Xiu muttered to himself. This is impossible. Fu Chanling's hands were clenched together as he growled. Lin Xiu had just acquired the strongest divine soul, and now another red-grade divine soul has been acquired. This was the woman that came with Lin Xiu. Fu Chanling was about to turn crazy. It has to be noted that the divine soul that he got was merely a gold-grade divine soul. Look up where they are from. On the other end, Fu Taining stared at Bailey Hailing as well. Then, he gave his orders to the warrior that was standing next to him. Yes, sir. Interesting. Fu Taining was now getting interested in Lin Xiu and Bailey Hailing. The city lords of Yinling City could both easily acquire their own divine souls. Bailey Hailing's eyes were not closed. Instead, they were wide open. But, both her eyes were now blood-red in color. In this form, all of Bailey Hailing's abilities would be greatly enhanced. This also included her ability to comprehend. Soon, the blood-red daggers turned into a form of energy and entered Bailey Hailing's body through her forehead. There was a mark of a pair of daggers that appeared on her head. Then, Bailey Hailing's eyes turned back to normal as well. Chapter 1206 Memories. 1206 Memories. Isn't that the young girl that was next to the city lord of Lynxian City? Some of the warriors muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with surprise and envy. Both the warriors who came from Lynxian City have been able to acquire their own divine souls. Plus, one of them got the black grade and the other a red grade. All of these weren't divine souls that could be acquired easily. How would it be possible that they weren't jealous? How was it? Lin Xiu was now standing next to Bailey Hailing. It felt odd. When Bailey Hailing returned to her senses, there was a smile on her face. When she saw staring at the rocks earlier, she didn't feel anything initially. However, when both her eyes turned red, her energy could be clearly felt. It was as if the divine souls inside the rock had a special type of detecting skills. Then, she managed to acquire the so-called divine souls. Well, from what happened here, when your eyes turned red, not only would you become stronger, your comprehensive abilities would be more sensitive too. After hearing what Betrayal said, Lin Xiu exclaimed in surprise. This is the ability that I inherited from my ancestors. I am the only one in my family that has it. Betrayal nodded her head with pride. Lin Xiu nodded his head as well. As for the rest of the city lords present, this was a huge blow to them, seeing how there were already 2 people who acquired their divine souls. All of them went to their rocks and were trying their best to get their own spirit power. Let's take a look here. Although Lin Xiu had acquired his divine souls, he still had no idea what the use of it was. Plus, the energy in this region was rich, which gave an opportunity for Lin Xiu to cultivate. Betrayal looked around as well. She found a spot that she liked and sat cross-legged on the floor. Along with the divine soul that she had just acquired, she seemed to have exhausted more of her energy as well. Lin Xiu continued looking at the rocks around him. When he saw the divine souls that were engraved into the walls, Lin Xiu tried communicating with it, but he soon noticed that he could not feel anything. According to what Fu Taining said, there are only a small number of people who managed to acquire 2 divine souls. Lin Xiu muttered to himself, and then shook his head helplessly. Looks like it would be too much for him to be thinking about his divine soul now. He didn't waste much time thinking about it. He sat on the floor with his legs crossed and started activating his cultivation technique. He was trying his best to absorb all the energy in the air around him. At the same time, he had to replenish all the energy that he had exhausted earlier. Big brother. Those 2 managed to acquire their divine souls in such a short period of time. Fu Taining walked towards Fu Taining and stared at Lin Xiu with vicious eyes before complaining about it to his brother. It is indeed. They are quite fast. Fu Taining vaguely commented on it. Big brother. This man took 2 god-level skill cards from us, and he even found his divine soul here. If we can't use him for ourselves, he will become a threat to us. Fu Taining hesitated a little but still decided to tell the truth. With his abilities now, it would be impossible for him to kill Lin Xiu. Only his brother would be able to defeat Lin Xiu. What do you mean by that? Fu Taining remained emotionless. Then, a small smile appeared on his face as he looked at his brother. Seeing how his big brother was reacting to it, he felt a little scared. He was definitely afraid of his big brother. Are you thinking of getting me to kill them? Before Fu Taining said anything, Fu Taining looked at his younger brother and asked the question with a monotonous tone. Fu Tainling's expression changed drastically before he made up his mind. In the end, he clenched his jaw and said, yes. He hated Lin Xiu badly now, and wanted to kill Lin Xiu immediately. Shut up. Before Fu Taining could say anything, Fu Taining's face turned cold and he screamed at his brother. Fu Taining was shocked by how Fu Taining reacted. You shall not speak of this ever again. Fu Taining waved his hands and left. Why not? Fu Taining looked confused. He clenched onto his fist and there were veins popping up from beneath his skin. Fu Taining walked to the other corner, but the look in his eyes had changed. His face was still emotionless. No one seemed to be able to know what was going on in his mind. Time passed, and Lin Xiu felt as if he was sound asleep in the middle of his cultivation. The scene in front of him turned dark and suddenly, everything became bright. Where was he? Lin Xiu was shocked to see how bright everything was around him. Then, he noticed that there was a huge black shadow above his head. The black flame dragon. It was huge, and the look of it was completely different from before. This was a real dragon. You're finally here. The huge black dragon in the air had a huge pair of eyes that were like bells as it stared at Lin Xiu. Are you the one who's talking? Lin Xiu looked at the black flame dragon that was in the air and he was shocked. The dragon looks domineering now. Its entire body was covered with black, shimmering scales. These black scales were like a thick, hard armor. It was impossible for any of them to break through. Are you the one who spoke? I heard it. Lin Xiu continued asking. However, the black flame dragon stared at him, but did not say another word. There were a lot more scenes that flashed across Lin Xiu's mind. Then, His head started hurting badly. Lin Xiu, are you alright? Soon, Lin Xiu heard a familiar voice. As he slowly opened his eyes, he could see clearly the sight ahead of him. Hoo-woo. Seeing how it was Bailey howling, Lin Xiu let out a breath of relief. There were also droplets of sweat that were all over his forehead. Lin Xiu, what happened to you earlier? Bailey howling was curious. I don't know either. Lin Xiu shook his head. He was cultivating a while ago, but he seemed to have suddenly entered a different space. Not only was the black dragon there were also lots of scenes that flashed before his eyes. What was that about? It felt as if a box filled with hidden memories was pushed open. Why are all of them gathering there? Chapter 1207 An Offering. 1207 An Offering. Lin Xiu looked at where everyone was. Then, he noticed that most of the warriors were gathering together at the same spot. What are they looking at? Oh, the space is about to close. Let's go. Some of the warriors from Manhuang City noticed that Lin Xiu and Bailey howling were still here, and told them the reason. Leave, has it been that long? Lin Xiu was stunned. This was because when he entered the odd dream, Lin Xiu thought that it was only for a short period of time. Yes. You sat motionlessly over there. I thought that you were cultivating. Which was why I didn't wake you up. Bailey howling said helplessly. Lin Xiu sat cross-legged on the ground. He didn't know how long time had passed. Plus, he didn't move at all. She only woke him up when she noticed that something wasn't right with him. Let's go. Lin Xiu got up as well. And, as the both of them walked towards the crowd, most of them turned towards Lin Xiu. Congrats. Congratulations. Most of them were congratulating Lin Xiu for his success in acquiring his divine soul. This was because he had received a black-grade divine soul. Lin Xiu has now suddenly become a popular warrior. With such a powerful divine soul, his future would be limitless and bright. It wouldn't hurt to build a friendly relationship with him now. Well, of course. Other than those who wanted to be friends with Lin Xiu, there were also some who looked at Lin Xiu as enemies. For example, the city lord of Tani City was now staring at Lin Xiu with vicious eyes. Lin Xiu was the one who killed Sun Kai that he brought to this city. He wanted to slice Lin Xiu into pieces. The time allowed to see the divine soul's engravings here is over. Please leave in an orderly manner. Otherwise, I would no longer be able to open this space again. Fu Taining announced it to the crowd. He was telling the truth. With his abilities, he would only be able to open the portal twice a year. Once from them to enter and the other one for them to leave. With that said, he stretched out both his arms. Boom! Then, there was a loud explosion that was heard, and suddenly, there was a huge hole before them. Let's go. Fu Taining was the first one to jump through the hole. The rest of the warriors turned around one last time to look at the spirits that were sealed on the wall. Although they were hesitant to leave, they had no other choice but to do so. They would have to wait for another year before this space would be opened again. There were some warriors who tried to hide in this space, but a year later, when they returned, they only found his bones. Ever since then, no one dared to do such things. When Lin Xiu and Bailey howling jumped through the hole, they finally left the space. Who were finally out of that place? Bailey howling took a deep breath as soon as she was out of the space. Although the energy in the air around them was much richer than what was found in Manhuang City, it gave them an uncomfortable feeling. It felt as if there wasn't enough oxygen in the air. The annual meet has come to an end. Everyone is welcome to stay in Manhuang City to visit, and there is a banquet tonight. Please come and have an enjoyable time together. Fu Taining looked around at all of the warriors who followed him out of the space. City Lord Fu, you are being too kind. Thank you. City Lord Fu. The rest of the warriors thanked him respectfully. Then, Fu Taining waved his arms, telling them that they need not be so polite. Right, City Lord Lin. There's some things that I would like to discuss with you. Would you be willing to meet me at my place? After talking to the rest of the warriors around him, Fu Taining turned around and invited Lin Xiu. The warriors around them turned and stared at Lin Xiu as well. After hearing what was asked, Lin Xiu remained calm on the surface, but in fact, he was a little surprised. What did this man want? Don't go. Bailey Hyaoling told Lin Xiu in a soft voice. She felt that Fu Taining was definitely up to no good. After all, his younger brother, Fu Taining, wanted to kill them. As Fu Taining's elder brother, he might not have shown any murderous intentions now. It was still obvious that Fu Taining would stand with his brother. Sure. Lin Xiu smiled before nodding his head. Bailey Hyaoling's eyes were opened wide with shock. Just wait for me. Lin Xiu gently patted Bailey Hyaoling's shoulder. Lin Xiu had a feeling that Fu Taining was different from his brother, Fu Taining. If Fu Taining wanted to kill Lin Xiu, he would have done it just now. It was impossible that Fu Taining would wait until Lin Xiu had acquired a black-grade spirit. This way, please. Fu Taining left, and it was his warriors who led the way for Lin Xiu. City Lord Fu is trying to rope City Lord Lin over to his side. Ling Yu and Sun Yu stood next to Bailey Hyaoling and told her what might be happening next. Rope. Bailey Hyaoling furrowed her brows. The champion of the tournament every year will be offered a position here in Manhuang City. Now that City Lord Lin had acquired such a powerful spirit, it is highly likely that they want him to stay here in Manhuang City. Ling Yu mumbled to himself. Sun Huo nodded his head. It isn't a bad idea to stay here in Manhuang City. At least in the warrior god realm. This is one of the biggest cities. It is definitely better than Lynxian City. He wouldn't agree to it. Bailey Hyaoling rebutted them firmly. With the two warriors leading the way, Lin Xiu arrived at the City Lord Mansion. Have a seat. Fu Taining was seated next to a small tea table. Someone else has already brewed the tea. Fu Taining picked up the kettle and poured some into the cup opposite him. It's good. Lin Xiu did not hesitate. He sat opposite Fu Taining and took a sip of the tea. The sweet aroma of the tea lingered in his mouth. Although Lin Xiu didn't know much about tea, he could still tell that this was a good cup of tea. The tea culture was something that was left behind by Huizia. He didn't think the people here in the warrior god realm would enjoy tea as well. I have already heard of what happened between you and Fu Taining. Fu Taining stopped pouring tea and started the conversation. After hearing what Fu Taining said, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What did he mean by saying these now? Just as Lin Xiu was still trying to guess the other party's intention, the words that Fu Taining said next was something that really confused Lin Xiu. I apologize to you on behalf of him. He has indeed made a mistake, and I have already punished him for it. Chapter 1208 1208 The Odd Fu Taining 1208 The Odd Fu Taining. Wouldn't Fu Taining want to defeat Lin Xiu for his younger brother? The look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed drastically. He no longer understood what Fu Taining was doing now. I shall stop beating around the bush. City Lord Lin, would you be interested to be a part of Manhuang City? Fu Taining stared at Lin Xiu and asked with a solemn look on his face. Be a part of Manhuang City? Lin Xiu was shocked. Then, he narrowed his eyes. That's right. I do think highly of you. If you could join Manhuang City, you would be the vice city lord of this city. Fu Taining stood from his seat and he looked at Lin Xiu with passionate eyes. From his point of view, Lin Xiu has shown him many surprises today. Not only did Lin Xiu kill Sun Kai in the tournament, he even acquired his spirit. Manhuang City is considered one of the biggest city here in the warrior god realm. It would definitely be much better than Lynxian City. If my assumptions are right, you have just been promoted here from another planet. If you stay in Lynxian City, you would not be able to travel around freely for the next few years, but if you become the vice city lord of Manhuang City, you would be allowed to be free. Fu Taining continued his offer to Lin Xiu. The look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed once again. It was undeniable that the words coming from Fu Taining were tempting. This was because the most important reason why Lin Xiu was here was so that he could find Liu Yu. With enough freedom, he would be able to find Liu Yu. Otherwise, without any identification, he would not be allowed into any other cities here. Well, he was only allowed in this city because he was invited. I must apologize. I don't think that I'll be joining you. Just when Fu Taining thought that Lin Xiu would take up his offer, Lin Xiu shook his head. Why not? There were finally some emotion seen on Fu Taining's face, but he soon restored his usual looks. Although you might be a Vice City Lord, you would still be able to have everything that I have. No reason. Lin Xiu smiled and did not say much after. Fu Taining was shocked, but he chuckled instead. Fine. If there's any time in the future that you want to join us, please let me know. This city will always welcome you. Lin Xiu gently nodded his head. He finished his tea and stood up from his seat. Thank you, City Lord Fu. I'm new to Lynxian City and there is a limit to how long I can be out of the city. I would have to return now. Thank you for the tea. It was delicious. Goodbye. With that, Lin Xiu left the room without even turning back once. Fu Taining remained in his seat as he stared at Lin Xiu's back that slowly disappeared. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. Lin Xiu went back to where Bailey Haoling stayed and was ready to return to Lynxian City with Little Bai and Roly. When he pushed his door open, he could see that Roly and Little Bai had finally awakened from their slumber. There seemed to be some changes to them after they had awakened, but it wasn't anything physical. Instead, it was the changes inside. However, before Lin Xiu could think of what was different, both the evolved beast rushed into his arms. Then, they started rubbing themselves on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu chuckled. It was obvious that these two were much stronger than before, as they rushed into his arms. Lin Xiu could clearly feel that the impact was different. They seemed to be much stronger now. Bailey Haoling was surprised as well. However, when she thought of how they had absorbed the beast god Odd Crystal, this result wasn't that surprising after all. Alright, let's go. Lin Xiu smiled. It was as if both Roly and Little Bai could understand what Lin Xiu was saying. They shrunk their bodies to the size of a fist and then sat on Lin Xiu's shoulder, one on each side. Let's go. Bailey Haoling nodded her head as well and decided to leave with Lin Xiu. City Lord Lin, you're leaving already. When Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling were about to leave, they met Ling Yu and Sun Huo. Seeing how Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling had already packed their things, they were both surprised. This was because there was still a dinner at night. I have a limited time to spend here. It's time for me to go back. Lin Xiu smiled. Do visit our cities when you have the time. We will welcome you with open arms. Sun Huo and Ling Yu showed friendly smiles. Of course. We'll meet when we have the chance. After a brief conversation, Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling left. Sun Huo stared at Lin Xiu and sighed. Well, it is indeed maddening to be competing with people like him. This was the first time that Lin Xiu participated in these events. Not only did Lin Xiu killed Sun Kai, he received 2 warrior god skills cards and also a black grade spirit. We'll get ours next year. Ling Yi patted Sun Huo's shoulder and comforted him. It was indeed too complicated and difficult for them to acquire their spirits. They had failed to get theirs this year. But, didn't Fu Taining offer him anything? Sun Huo was still staring at Lin Xiu's figure that had already disappeared as he muttered to himself. Soon, Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling walked out of Manhuang City. After passing that mountain, we should be able to reach Lynxian City with a 2 days journey. Lin Xiu pointed at the mountain in front of him. It's so far. Bailey Haoling pursed her lips. Even if they used levitation, it would still take a long time. Plus, using such skills would be exhausting and they can use it for a long time. Suddenly she thought of something and suggested it to Lin Xiu. Why don't we ride on Little Bai to send us back? Little Bai. After hearing what she said, Lin Xiu was stunned. I don't think that's possible. Why now Little Bai is quite fast when it's in the air. Bailey Haoling quickly added. Chirp chirp. Little Bai could feel that Lin Xiu was looking down on him and started flapping his wings. It rushed into the air after leaving Lin Xiu's shoulders. There was a bright, white ray that was all over his body. Soon, Little Bai's body became several sizes bigger. The bird started screeching in a high pitch. As it flapped its wings, it was stirring up a tornado. Let's go. Bailey Haoling then jumped onto the ice crystal white bird. What are you waiting for? Get up here. Lin Xiu chuckled helplessly and got on the back of Little Bai. Little Bai. Over there. Lin Xiu then pointed the direction for the ice crystal white bird. The bird could clearly understand what Lin Xiu was saying, and it flew in the direction that Lin Xiu pointed out to him. Chapter 1209 An ambush. 1209 An ambush. Little Bai flapped its wings and flew at the fastest speed possible. It's so fast. Lin Xiu looked at the buildings on the ground that were getting smaller, and he was pleasantly surprised. Of course. I always depended on Little Bai whenever we traveled. Bailey Haling laid down on Little Bai's back, and was looking rather relaxed. Although Little Bai's feathers looked like crystals, it was quite comfortable for them to be sitting on it. It was cold at all. In fact, it felt cool. Oh, do you have the travel pass? Lin Xiu laid down as well. Then, he quickly asked Bailey Haling about the travel pass when he thought of it. Travel pass? Bailey Haling was stunned. Then, she sat up, reached into her pocket and pulled out a card with a special mark on it. How did you get it? Lin Xiu got up as well and looked at the card that Bailey Haling held in her hands. He was quite surprised. According to what Mr. Pang had told him earlier, all of the warriors in the warrior god realm would have to stay in one city for more than 3 years. After working for the city for 3 years, they would be given a permanent identity in the warrior god realm and would be able to move freely. Bailey Haling would not have been here for a long time. My ancestors gave it to me. Bailey Haling answered with pride. Is your ancestor from the warrior god realm? Lin Xiu asked as he was getting curious. Although he had witnessed how powerful her ancestors were when they were back on Earth, he didn't think that they would be so powerful. They were able to instantly provide Bailey Haling with an identity. This definitely meant that they were someone with a high status. Right. It was just that he had no idea how long they were. Nope. Bailey Haling shook her head. No. My ancestors seem to be residing on another planet. I don't know specifically where it is. Suddenly, a bright ray appeared before them. Lin Xiu noticed it with his peripheral vision and his pupil shrank. Boom! Then, there was a bright glow that appeared from his body as well. Lin Xiu instantly released his sphere. He immediately blocked all of the impact that came from the bright ray. What was that? Bailey Haling instantly noticed it as well. Boom boom. At the same time, there were lots of white rays that continuously attacked them. Little Bai continued flapping its wings. There was a large cold wind that came along with it as Little Bai was trying to defend them from the bright rays. However, these rays were too powerful and terrifying. Soon, Little Bai's body started shaking. It felt as if Little Bai was in a lot of pain. Little Bai, land here! Lin Xiu screamed out loud. With that, Little Bai's body headed towards the ground. Soon, the huge body landed on the ground below them. The trees around them were all completely ruined by the impact from its landing. Lin Xiu quickly turned around and looked at the sky. The white rays were still coming at them. HMPH. Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with a cold gaze. He sneered as he clapped his hands in the air. Then, all of the white rays coming at them disappeared. When Lin Xiu looked carefully into the sky, he could see that there were many oddly shaped drones in the air. These white rays were shot by these drones. Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts and the black spear was taken out from the expansion space. With the black spear in his hands, he drew an arc in the air. There was a powerful crescent that appeared in the air and it went straight for the drones. Boom boom boom. With the loud explosions that followed one after another, all of the drone exploded. Damn. Bailey Haling's eyes turned red as well and she pulled out her daggers. Seeing how there were more drones that appeared around them, she immediately rushed toward the drones. With her daggers, she immediately destroyed all of the drones that were shooting the horrible and powerful laser beams. I didn't think that you would be able to react so quickly. Suddenly, there was a voice that appeared above them. As they looked up, there was a large number of warriors who were floating in the air. There was also warriors on the ground that surrounded Lin Xiu and Bailey Haling. All of these warriors looked fierce and ready to kill. As Lin Xiu glanced at the warrior, he saw Fu Taining that was amongst them. It's you. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes when he saw who it was. That's right. It is me. Fu Taining looked down at Lin Xiu and his eyes were filled with murderous intentions. He had been wanting to kill Lin Xiu. So, it's this bastard. Bailey Haoling also noticed Fu Taining, who was in the air. Kill him. Fu Taining did not hesitate and gave his orders to his men. With that, all of the warriors that surrounded Lin Ziyu and Bailey Haoling instantly attacked them. Little Bai might have been injured by the powerful laser beams, but the damages done weren't severe. Seeing how there was a large number of warriors attacking Lin Ziyu, it let out a loud cry. Then, there was a cold, frosty breath that came blasting out of its mouth. The warriors who had rushed forward immediately turned into popsicles due to the frosty breath. Roly, who was seated on Lin Ziyu's shoulder, leaped into the air as well. Then, its body started expanding without control. Boom! Roly was like a huge ball that heavily landed on the warriors that had become ice statues. All of them were immediately crushed into pieces. HMPH. Bailey Haoling sneered. Before the warriors had a chance to get close to her, she had already rushed forward with both daggers. At the same time, Lin Ziyu's eyes looked fierce. Fu Taining was here, but Fu Taining wasn't. From this, it was obvious that this was Fu Taining's sole decision. If Fu Taining wanted to kill him, he would have done so earlier. They are here to give us EXP again, Lin Ziyu muttered to himself before thrusting his long spear backwards. Boom! There was a warrior, with a special skill of hiding, who got close to Lin Ziyu. He was about to kill Lin Ziyu when the long spear pierced through his head. Both the evolved beasts were attacking the warriors around them like mad as well. Soon, the warriors that came in a large number were reduced into half. That boy and that little girl aren't ordinary warriors. If this continues, it might not be beneficial to us. At the same time, an elder standing next to Fu Taining furrowed his brows. Chapter 1210 Fu Taining's Revenge. 1210 Fu Taining's Revenge. When the elder saw how Bailey Haoling and Lin Ziyu were able to defeat all of the warriors that they brought along, he had a stern look on his face. Attack them together, Fu Taining commanded in a calm tone. Now, the elder was shocked to hear what Fu Taining was saying. This was because only those on the ground were attacking Lin Ziyu. If the warriors who were in the air started attacking, the rest of the warriors on the ground would be killed as well. Just kill that useless garbage as well. Fu Taining screamed coldly. Be ready to attack. With his commands, all of the warriors who were next to him gathered a huge amount of energy. Then, all of them released that same warrior skills and aimed it onto the ground. The energy that was released from the attack was intense. It felt as if the entire place started shaking. Nuo. The warriors on the ground were still trying to kill Lin Ziyu. When they saw such powerful warrior skills being released from the sky toward them, all of them looked shocked. These men started screaming out loud as well. They didn't know that in the eyes of Fu Taining, they were merely insects. He did not care about them. Kill all of them. Fu Taining raised his arms. Then, there were two strong gold energy beams that were released from his arms. Be careful. Bailey Haoling screamed as well. She didn't think that Fu Taining would disregard the lives of his own men. He had realized such powerful warrior skills toward them. Boom! Then, due to the large impact from the overpowering warrior skill, there was a loud explosion that followed. There was dust everywhere. They should be dead now. The elder standing next to Fu Taining commented after seeing what happened. He activated his detecting skills and he could clearly feel that there were no more lives on the ground. If he was right, all of them had died from the powerful skills that Fu Taining had released earlier. Let's take a look first. Fu Taining answered in a cold tone. From his perspective, Lin Ziyu was a cunning man. He didn't think that Lin Ziyu would die so easily. The elder nodded his head as well. The rest of the warriors standing beside him had their eyes fixed on the scene on the ground as well. Soon, as the dust and smoke that was caused by the huge explosion earlier had disappeared, there was a dark blue flame that headed their way. Fu Taining's pupil shrunk as soon as he saw it coming. Then, he quickly released his sphere. Boom! The dark blue flame instantly landed on his sphere and there was a huge explosion. Damn it! Although Fu Taining had his sphere protecting him, he could still feel the scorching pain that came from the dark blue flame. Even with his sphere, he felt as if his body was melting. If he wasn't careful enough and was hit by these flames, it would be likely that his body would be instantly melted. Boom boom boom. Then, there were countless dark blue flaming birds that came from below them. Fu Taining and the rest of them were shocked. The other warriors quickly released their spheres. There were some that quickly moved aside, trying to dodge the flaming birds. However, what they didn't expect was that these birds could track its target. These flaming birds went straight to their targets. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the flames hitting the warriors whose body was in contact with the dark blue flames instantly turned into toasted black charcoal. The elder next to Fu Taining gasped as well when he saw what happened. It was terrifying, incredibly terrifying. What on earth were these? As for Fu Taining, he stared at the ground. The thick dust finally disappeared and he saw Lin Xiu standing firm on the ground. There was a huge sphere. Inside it was Lin Xiu, Bailey howling, Roly and Little Bai. As long as they stayed inside this sphere, no one would be able to detect any vital signs. Fu Taining screamed in rage. Kill him now. Other than the warriors that had died from being burnt into charcoal by the dark blue flames, there were only 7 warriors left. All of them were warrior gods. They were incredibly powerful. Go on. After hearing the commands from Fu Taining, the elder did not hesitate as well. He pulled out the long sword from his back and went straight to Lin Xiu. The rest of the warriors followed as well. Each of them had a weapon in their hands. They may look different, but were similarly powerful. Lin Xiu, be careful. Bailey howling could obviously feel how powerful these warriors were and her pupils shrunk subconsciously. Her hands that were holding onto her dagger started trembling. It wasn't because she was afraid. It was because she was getting excited. Her eyes slowly turned red as well. As for Lin Xiu, he tightened his grip around the long spear. With the control of his mind, he quickly activated his purification domain so that he could shut down their domain energy. Howling, be careful. Roly, Little Bai, move aside. These warriors were warrior gods and even with Lin Xiu's current abilities, he still had to be cautious. As they got closer, Lin Xiu immediately activated rage. He had to kill them all with one move. They slowly got closer and he slowly reduced the size of his sphere. Then, the long spear started glowing brightly till it could blind others. Heaven-breaking strike. Lin Xiu did not hesitate. Seeing that the 7 warrior gods were getting closer, he released his strongest sage-level warrior skills. The elder, who was the leader of the warrior gods, was shocked and his pupil shrunk uncontrollably. They didn't think that Lin Xiu would instantly use such a powerful skill. All of them quickly reacted and gathered the energy to strengthen their spheres. This was because even if they wanted to hide from it, it was already too late. Boom! With a loud explosion, Lin Xiu's heaven-breaking strike instantly threw all the warriors far away from him. Due to the impact of the attack, there were lots of tear in the space around them. What a powerful skill! Bailey howling was surprised as well to see what had happened. Little Bai, Roly, leave right now. Lin Xiu spoke to both his pets. It would not be that easy for him to kill all these warrior gods. Little Bai and Roly might have improved, but they still wouldn't be a match for these warriors. Chapter 1211 The Odd Divine Soul. 1211 The Odd Divine Soul. Both the evolved beasts were staring at the warriors as if they were warning them. However, after hearing what Lin Xiu said, they ran in the opposite directions after a slight moment of hesitation. Then, they completely disappeared. The rest of the warriors did not go after them since the only people that they wanted to kill were Lin Xiu and Bailey howling. Damn it. The warriors who were hit earlier by Lin Xiu's heaven-breaking strike noticed that there were cracks on their spheres. Howling, I will be killing that old man first. Be careful. Lin Xiu held onto his long spear as his eyes were locked onto the old man. From the information received through the analytic eye, this old man was the strongest amongst them. Once he killed this old man, everything else would be easy. No problem. Bailey howling nodded her head. With the control of her mind, there was a large amount of energy released from her body, and they gathered at both her short daggers. Both the daggers turned blood red. Then, Bailey howling immediately released the spirit power that she had just acquired. There was a red energy that gathered above Bailey Haoling's body, and they were in the shape of two short daggers. Ziu. At the same time, Lin Ziu suddenly disappeared into thin air. The old man's eyes narrowed with shock. Then, he could only move forward with his long sword by instinct. Clang! Lin Ziu suddenly appeared right in front of him, and the long spear collided with the sword that the old man had. There was a huge impact that followed, and the old man's body was thrown into the distance. How did this young boy suddenly get so powerful? The elder's pupil shrunk uncontrollably. Even if Lin Ziu had killed all the other warriors, he still felt that Lin Ziu was just average, but the strength that Lin Ziu was showing right now was so much more powerful than he had expected. Lin Ziu did not give him any chance. He quickly released flashing souls and stood right in front of the old man. With both hands on his long spear, Lin Ziu aimed it at the old man's sphere. Boom! With a loud sound, the sphere that was already covered with cracks instantly exploded. PFFD. As the sphere exploded, the elder suffered from the backlash and a mouthful of blood came flushing out of his mouth. The elder's eyes were filled with fear. How dare you? Seeing how Lin Ziu was continuing to attack him with the long spear, the old man roared and his body was covered with a golden glow. The glow then slowly turned into particles and they formed a golden panther that stood behind the old man. The divine soul of a golden panther. The old man seemed skinny and weak, but as the divine soul appeared, the muscles on the old man's body started expanding. When Lin Ziu's long spear got close to him, the old man moved. As he dodged the attack, he also managed to catch Lin Ziu's spear. The strength that came from the old man felt as if he was able to snatch the long spear away from Lin Ziu. Such strong energy. Lin Ziu's pupils narrowed. This gold divine soul seemed to have given him a major boost in his strength. However, Lin Ziu smiled instead. As he controlled it with his mind, there were a large amount of dark blue flames that were released. All of them completely covered the body of the long spear. Ah! The old man had both his hands on the long spear. When he got burnt by the dark blue flames, he cried out loud due to the pain. He quickly let go of the long spear and took a few steps backwards. Did you think that I don't have a divine soul? Lin Ziu sneered. Then, as he slowly released it, there were large amounts of black particles that were released. Slowly, all these particles gathered together and they formed a small black dragon. Lin Ziu had no idea what's the use of this black dragon, but he didn't care about it now. He would have to attack first. Leave. Seeing how Lin Ziu still wanted to attack him, the old man roared. Then, the divine soul of the black dragon that was next to Lin Ziu seemed to be traveling faster than Lin Ziu himself. The little black dragon aimed for the old man's chest and it immediately pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody hole behind. The old man's eyes were opened wide. He looked at the hole in his chest and he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Lin Ziu was shocked as well. He never thought that his divine soul would have such powerful energy. This old man was a strong warrior god. How was it possible that the dragon pierced through his body so easily? However, Lin Ziu did not waste anything thinking about it. He quickly stood before the old man and swung his long spear. The old man's head was chopped off from his body. Elder Jiang, Fu Taining, who was still levitating in the air, was waiting for Lin Ziu to turn weak, so that he could finish Lin Ziu with only one strike. However, what he saw was the opposite and he was shocked as well. Fu Taining has brought along one of the strongest warrior gods and he ended up getting killed. Lin Ziu did not have the time to check how much EXP he had received from killing the old man. He soon realized that the black dragon that he had released was chasing after the golden panther. What were they doing? Lin Ziu was stunned. It felt as if the divine soul of the black dragon had a thought of its own. But, it's something that was formed by particles. When Lin Ziu looked at it, the black dragon opened its mouth and started biting the golden panther. Soon, the entire panther was torn into pieces and was swallowed by the black dragon. Lin Ziu's eyes were stretched wide open when he saw such a peculiar scene. However, he did not waste anything here and rushed forward. There were still 6 other warriors who were attacking Bailey Haoling. It seemed like they wanted to kill Bailey Haoling first before helping the old man kill Lin Ziu. But, They did not think that Lin Xiu would kill the old man first. Damn it. All 6 warrior gods assumed that they would be able to quickly kill Beili Haoling first, but they didn't expect for her to be just as strong as them. Especially that pair of red eyes. It felt devilish. When they looked into it, their speed would get slow and their reflexes would slow down as well. Even so, with so many warriors attacking her at the same time, Beili Haoling was still wounded. Go to hell. One of the warriors found the opportunity and attacked her from the back. Chapter 1212 The Thread of Fu Taining. 1212 The Thread of Fu Taining. The warrior had a long sword that was glowing brightly in gold. The long sword was moving at an extremely fast speed. So, at this moment, it would be quite impossible for Beili Haoling to be able to block this attack. You're dead. The warrior's eyes were overflowing with murderous intentions. Just when the long sword was about to pierce through Beili Haoling's body from behind, the warrior's head instantly exploded. Lin Xiu suddenly appeared right behind the warrior. The long spear that Lin Xiu had in his arm was thrusted through the man's head. Lin Xiu. Beili Haoling saw what happened from her peripheral vision, and there was a bright smile that appeared on her face. She didn't think that Lin Xiu would be able to kill that old man in such a short period of time. Kill them. Lin Xiu did not stop. He was still moving his long spear as he spoke to Beili Haoling. The warriors who surrounded Beili Haoling were ready to kill her, but when they saw that Lin Xiu had joined them, all of them looked frightened. Go to hell. With Lin Xiu next to her, Beili Haoling felt the pressure removed from her shoulders. She grabbed onto her dagger and started attacking the other warriors like mad. Clang clang clang. With her quick movements, one of the warriors feels intense pressure while defending against her attacks. Each movement was sharp and powerful. Plus, the divine souls had given her a peculiar strength through the daggers. With every dagger swung, it felt as if she could tear through the space around them. Soon, the warrior, who was trying to defend himself against Beili Haoling, was chopped into pieces. Die. Beili Haoling's eyes were red. She crossed her daggers together and killed the warrior. At the same time, Lin Xiu's divine soul, the black flame dragon, was circling itself around the long spear. As Lin Xiu thrusted his spear forward, the black dragon would rush toward their enemies as well. Most of the warriors decided to ignore it and decided to block it with their spears. However, when Lin Xiu's long spear landed on their sphere, the black dragon that would be on it would break through their sphere. Then, before they know it, they would have been pierced in the heart. Boom boom boom. With each small groan, the bodies of the warriors fell to the ground one by one. All of them were killed. Fu Taining was watching everything from the sky above them. His body started trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with disbelief as well. Then, Lin Xiu looked into the sky. Fu Taining noticed the look in Lin Xiu's eyes and his body started shaking. He had to run. This was the only thing that he had in mind. He had to get out of this place as quickly as possible. You're trying to run. Lin Xiu let out a cold laugh. This man had failed to kill them and now he wanted to leave. What a joke. Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts and the black energy from his source mark was released. A large amount of arrays instantly appeared in the air and the entire sky was surrounded by these arrays. Boom! Fu Taining wanted to run away from the scene, but his body hit one of the arrays and he groaned in pain. Damn it! What are these? Seeing how the arrays had formed a wall in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. He pulled out a purple sword from his back and started hacking the arrays. Boom! But, as his sword landed on the arrays, he was pushed a few steps backwards. It was impossible for him to break these. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiu flew into the space that had been formed in the sky by the arrays. When Fu Taining heard Lin Xiu's voice from behind him, he felt even more frightened. From the fights that he saw earlier, Lin Xiu was much stronger than when they first met, especially with the black-grade divine soul that he had just acquired. Lin Xiu was even scarier now. Boom boom boom. He already didn't have much time to think of what was happening. He held onto his long spear and continued hacking the arrays. He wanted to break through this space and leave as soon as possible. But, no matter how hard he tried, the arrays remained stagnant. Damn it. Fu Taining screamed with madness. Then, Lin Xiu went straight to him with the long spear in his arm. You shall die. Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Even if this man was Fu Tianyuan's younger brother, he couldn't care less. This man wanted to kill him, and now that he has brought himself here, this man was just digging his own grave. Just as Lin Xiu was about to pierce Fu Taining with his long spear, he saw a bright golden glow that suddenly appeared from Fu Tainling's body. What was this? Seeing the bright glow that suddenly appeared, Lin Xiu's pupils narrowed uncontrollably. Boom! Lin Xiu let out a soft groan when he felt his long spear and hit something hard. Then, he was pushed far away by the sudden burst of energy that was released. Suddenly, Lin Xiu's body fell into the air and landed heavily on the walls that were formed by the arrays. PFFT. Due to the strong impact, Lin Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiu, Bailey Haoling, who was watching everything from the ground, shouted to see if Lin Xiu was alright. I'm fine. Lin Xiu wiped away the blood that was on his lips. Then, when he looked up, he could see that an oval-shaped glow was found all around Fu Tainling's body. Due to the strike earlier, there were cracks seen all over the oval-shaped glow. Crackling. Then, the entire thing exploded. Lin Xiu, who has good eyesight, could clearly see that the pendant hung over Fu Tianling's neck exploded as well. Could it be that that thing saved his life? What happened? At the same time, Fu Tianyuan, who was busy back in Manhuang City, felt a strong vibration that came from the pendant hung on his neck. This was a pendant that he had built which had the ability to defend against one strong attack. Fu Taining had one each. If one of their pendants activated such a defense, the other party would feel it. It was obvious that Fu Taining was being attacked by someone powerful, and it triggered the defense system from the pendant. You better let me go now, my brother knows where I am. He will be coming over soon with his men and you will be dead within seconds. Fu Taining stared at Lin Xiu with vicious eyes. His back was wet, covered with sweat. If it wasn't because he had this pendant, he would have been killed by Lin Xiu. So what? Lin Xiu sneered. He grabbed onto his long spear and flew straight to Fu Taining. My brother is Fu Tianyuan. If you dare lay hands on me, not only you will suffer, the entire Xianling city will be buried in the grave with me. Chapter 1213 Rollies Special Abilities 1213 Rollies Special Abilities. Fu Taining noticed how badly Lin Xiu wanted to kill him through the look in Lin Xiu's eyes. Even when he was feeling frightened, he still screamed on top of his lungs. It was as if he was trying to use his elder brother, Fu Tianyuan, to threaten Lin Xiu. But, would Lin Xiu be afraid of him? This would be impossible. So, Lin Xiu smirked. Then, with the long spear in his arm, he went straight for Fu Taining. Move! Seeing how Lin Xiu wasn't going to stop, Fu Taining screamed out of fright. He gathered all of the energy in his body onto his palm and immediately sent a slap from where Lin Xiu was coming from. Boom! There were two rays of golden beams that rushed out of Fu Tainling's palms and they were aimed at Lin Xiu. Both these beams were filled with an intense amount of energy, and there was also a toasted smell in the air because of the golden beams that had been released. Movie! Lin Xiu looked at the energy beams. Instead of dodging them, he attacked them with his long spear. As the long spear was swung across the sky, the entire body of the spear turned so bright that it was blinding. Damn it! Seeing how Lin Xiu had not dodged his attack and even tried to block it with his long spear, Fu Taining screamed as loud as he could. Adjudicate! Lin Xiu let out a cold laugh. Then, both the golden beams released were reflected by the long spear that Lin Xiu had in his hands. This was impossible. Fu Taining, who had a hideous look on his face, felt that it was unbelievable as his eyes widened in shock. He didn't think that the energy beams that he had released would be reflected back. Nuo! He screamed in denial. Due to the two golden energy beams that have been released earlier, all of the energy in his body has been exhausted. He didn't even have enough energy to release his sphere. Boom! Then, with a loud explosion that was heard, his body was hit by the golden beams that he had released. There were two huge bloody holes that were found on his body. Fu Taining widened his eyes in shock. This was unbelievable. Then, His body fell straight to the ground. It was such a bad fall that he instantly turned into a meat patty. Goo! Lynx's body was slowly coming back to the ground as well. He had used up too much of his energy when he released the divine souls. Plus, he had also activated rage. With both these combined, the aftermath of it made it incredibly uncomfortable. Lynx laid on the ground while trying to catch his breath. Chirp chirp. Goo goo. Then, Little Bai and Rolly stood next to Lynx. Rolly looked at Lynx. As it expanded its body, there was a bright white glow that came from it. What was this? The light was blinding and Lynx had to narrow his eyes. As the glow landed on Lynx's body, there was a comforting feeling that followed. His body felt warm. The aftermath from rage had disappeared as well. Soon, the warmth slowly disappeared. Lynx opened his eyes and he didn't know what was happening. He could feel that the aftermath from using rage has slowly disappeared. The energy that he had exhausted has also recovered as well. This was so miraculous. Lynx, are you alright? At the same time, Bailey Hailing came from the other side. She looked nervous. I'm fine. Lynx shook his head before getting on his feet. Thank God you're alright. Bailey Hailing let out a breath of relief. Then, she turned towards Little Bai and Rolly with curiosity. When did these two get here? Oh, do you know of the special abilities that Rolly has? Lynx hesitated for a moment before asking Bailey Hailing. Minutes ago, when he was in contact with the bright glow that Rolly released, the aftermath that he felt from rage had completely disappeared. It felt incredible. Special abilities. Bailey Hailing was stunned at first. After thinking about it, she asked, It has a good appetite. Lynx was mind blown. It's true that Rolly has a good appetite. Every time he eats those warriors, his strength would improve as well. Bailey Hailing answered him in a serious tone. He eats warriors. Yeep. Rolly would eat all of the warriors that I have killed. Bailey Hailing stared at Rolly before telling it. Rolly, please clean up the bodies of the warriors. Goo. Rolly seemed to be able to understand what she wanted. It quickly moved its body like a small ball. Then, he immediately appeared next to the warriors that Lynx and Bailey Hailing has killed. Then, its body expanded at a very quick speed. It was now a humongous ball. Goo goo. There was a peculiar sound that came out of it and then, there was a mouth that appeared on its body. Rolly's mouth was like a black hole. The bodies that were left on the ground were all absorbed into Rolly's mouth. Even Fu Taining's body that was like a meat patty. As Rolly was done with absorbing all the bodies of the warrior, it burped. It seemed to be quite satisfied with its meal. Then, Lynx noticed that Rolly's body was giving out a white glow again. It seemed to be evolving. These warriors might have been killed, but their bodies were still filled with energy. As Rolly eats them, it would boost Rolly's energy as well. Chirp chirp. Little Bai's body expanded as well and it started flapping its wings, reminding Lynx and Bailey Hailing that they have to leave the place soon. Rolly, let's go. Lynx screamed at Rolly. Goo. Rolly's huge body leaped into the air when it heard Lynx calling for it. Then, it glowed brightly and reduced its size into a baseball and sat on Lynx's shoulder. Let's go back to Lynxian City. Lynx and Bailey Hailing got onto Little Bai's back. Fly in that direction. Lynx, who was sitting on the back of Little Bai, gave it a direction. Little Bai flapped its wings and flew quickly. Just as Lynx left the scene, there was an opening that appeared in the air. Fu Taining then walked through the opening. His eyes were cold as he looked around. Chapter 1214 Returning to Lynxian City. 1214 Returning to Lynxian City. He could clearly feel that Fu Taining's energy disappeared here. Other than Fu Taining's energy, there were also a lot of energies left behind by the other warriors. Along with how the surrounding has been destroyed, there must have been a huge fight here. However, all of the bodies and blood around have disappeared. Would it be you? As he looked at the burnt marks that were left behind, Fu Taining looked into the sky and no one knew what was going on in his mind. Lynx, who was riding on Little Bai, laid comfortably on its shoulder. With Little Bai flying them, it would only take a day for them to return to Lynxian City. Lin Zhu. Did you find Luo Yu? Bailey Haoling looked around before asking. I haven't. Lin Zhu sighed helplessly. The warrior god realm was much bigger than the nano-planet. Plus, there were 9 different states in this place. The one that Lin Zhu was in now was already incredibly huge. It would be difficult for him to find Luo Yu. However, this isn't going to stop Lin Zhu. If it wasn't because my ancestor threw me here and left, I would have asked for their help. Bailey Haoling felt a little helpless as well. Oh, I heard that for new warrior gods, they would have to be city lords for at least 3 years. That's what they say. Lin Zhu nodded his head. However, Lin Zhu was not going to stay at one place for 3 years. He would have to think of a way to leave so that he could find Luo Yu. Only an idiot would stay at a place for 3 years. Bailey Haoling sneered. Time quickly passed. After traveling for one entire day, they could finally see Lynxian City. As they looked at the city from above, the shape of the city looked like an 8 trigram. Compared to the shabby city that Lin Zhu had seen when he first arrived, Lynxian City had become so much more modern. Who is it? When Little Bai flew into the air above Lynxian City, there were lots of guards that flew into the air with their drones as well. It's me. Lin Zhu then got up from the back to Little Bai. City Lord. These guards knew who Lin Zhu was. When they saw him, they were all shocked. Please forgive us. One of the guards quickly spoke up nervously. They wouldn't have thought that the person that they stopped was the city lord. It's fine. Go on. Lin Zhu waved his arms. Yes, sir. The guards respectfully nodded their heads and left. Well, I didn't think that your guards would be so respectful towards you. Bailey Haoling commented. Ever since Lin Zhu killed all of the people from Tanlin Pavilion, most of the people in Lynxian City looked up to their new city lord. Su. Little Bai flew over to the empty ground in the city lord mansion and slowly landed on the ground. As Lin Zhu and Bailey Haoling got off its back, Little Bai's body glowed brightly. From a huge bird, it changed back into a tiny bird. If it retained its physique as the huge bird, it would be difficult for it to move. City Lord, you're back. When Lin Zhu stepped foot onto the courtyard, there was a familiar voice that rang from behind. It was Mr. Pang. This is my butler, Mr. Pang, a friend of mine. Bailey Haoling. Lin Zhu introduced them to each other. Hello. Mr. Pang greeted Bailey Haoling respectfully. Hi. Bailey Haoling nodded her head in return. As she looked around, the interior design of this house was different from the rest. Lin Zhu had designed it according to the ancient building from Huazia, from someone like Lin Zhu who was from Huazia. These buildings gave him a warm and familiar feeling. Congratulations on the achievements in Manwang City. Mr. Pang smiled as he congratulated Lin Zhu. Oh, you knew about it? Lin Zhu asked subconsciously. There is a live stream of the tournaments in Manwang City. Mr. Pang looked surprised. Oh, really? Lin Zhu felt a little awkward and he didn't know what to say. You must be tired from all the traveling. You'll get them to prepare the dishes. All right. Lin Zhu nodded his head before laying down on one of the chairs. This was comfortable. You have quite a nice place here. Bailey Haoling looked around before complimenting the building. Little Bai and Rolly were playing by the lake in the middle of the courtyard. It is indeed. Lin Zhu was slowly rocking his rocking chair, feeling incredibly pleasant. Oh, do you know how to use double swords? Lin Zhu suddenly thought of something and asked Bailey Haoling about it. Double daggers should be the same as using double swords. Right. Double sword I don't. Bailey Haoling shook her head. That's a shame. Lin Zhu took out one of the God-level warrior skills cards from his expansion space, and he felt a little helpless. It means that this God-level warrior skills card would be useless. Double daggers and double swords may be similar, but they are actually different things. Bailey Haoling added. Is that so? Luo Yu may be using a sword, but it was still different from using double swords. You can bring it to the other cities and see if you can exchange it for anything else. Bailey Haoling suggested. That's a good idea. Lin Zhu nodded his head. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud commotion that came from the gates. It sounded as if someone had forcefully pushed it open. Mr. Pang, my Pang. Lin Zhu had a sharp hearing and he could hear the voice that came from the gates. The man sounded nervous. Looks like something happened. Bailey Hailing sounded a little excited. Let's take a look. Lin Xiu stood up from his rocking chair and walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Hu, what happened? Mr. Pang was giving instructions to the others while preparing a meal for Lin Xiu. When he saw the man rushing into the mansion, Mr. Pang frowned. What happened? When he took a good look, the man that was known as Zhao Hu was covered with injuries. Blood has stained through his clothes as well. They're here again. Zhao Hu sounded frightened. I thought they left. Mr. Pang had a solemn expression on his face after hearing what Zhao Hu said. What's the matter? Lin Xiu walked over. City Lord. When Zhao Hu saw that it was Lin Xiu, he quickly greeted Lin Xiu excitedly and wanted to bow. You're excused. Lin Xiu waved his arm. Bring Zhao Hu inside so that he can be treated. Chapter When looking for trouble. Weapon 215 looking for trouble. Yes. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, the guards brought Zhao Hu inside so that he could be treated. City Lord. Mr. Pang was shocked as well. He didn't think that Lin Xiu would come outside so quickly. Tell me what just happened. Lin Xiu stared at Mr. Pang. From what he heard earlier, it looks like something has happened in the past few days that he was gone from the city. Yes. Mr. Pang did not hesitate. He nodded his head and started telling Lin Xiu what had happened. These days, near the mines. According to Mr. Pang, when Lin Xiu wasn't away from Lynxian City to be in Manhuang City, there are some random warriors who went to the mine, saying that they would like to buy the mines from Lin Xiu. However, all of them were rejected by Mr. Pang. Energy stones mines were something incredibly rare. Plus, they have detected that there were a lot more energy stones at the mine to be explored. These would be the main income for their city. Why would they sell it to others? Although they have already been rejected by Mr. Pang, they were still trying to cause trouble at the mine. They even injured Zhao Hu, who was one of the men responsible for working at the mines. Did you find out where these warriors are from? After hearing Mr. Pang talk about what happened, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. We're not sure. Mr. Pang shook his head. The warrior god realm was a huge place, but the Lynxian city was too small. Plus, they were controlled by Tianlin Pavilion previously and they don't even have an intelligence agency. Let's go. We'll pay them a visit. Lin Xiu didn't waste too much time thinking about it and walked out of the door. I'm coming too. Bailey Hailing quickly volunteered to follow. Rolly and Xiao Bai ran out from the courtyard as well and followed behind Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu has been to the mines to collect these energy stones, he knew his way there. The mines were now different from how it was before. Due to how Lin Xiu had already destroyed the Tianlin Pavilion, Lin Xiu did not force the commoners to forcefully continue collecting energy stones here at the mine. He would offer a job that pays well, and these workers would be in charge of mining these energy stones. A slavery work suddenly turned into one of the best jobs in the city. However, most of the workers who were hired were forced into the center of the mines. They seemed to be arguing about something. Who are you? These mines belong to the Lynxian city. You have injured Zhao Hu. Your city lord will definitely come after you. One of the management workers shouted out in rage. The other warriors who stood beside him looked mad as well. City lord. Even if Lynxian city had a city lord, it would most likely be a useless man. Standing opposite them were another group of warriors that had a set of luxurious weapons. These warriors had a murderous aura, and it was easy to conclude that they weren't nice people. Boss, I've paid a visit to Lynxian City. There aren't any powerful warriors found in the city lord mansion. One of these warriors whispered to their leader. The warrior that led them was a bald man. There was also a scar that stretched across his face. The man looked terrifying. I know. The bald man nodded his head and turned towards the workers who worked at the mines. Wu Shanyu, will be taking over these mines. The bald man informed the workers about it as he stared at them. Impossible. The workers started protesting after hearing what he said. Then, we'll have to kill all of you. Wu Shanyu said with a cold tone. His eyes were cold as well. After spending a few times here, they have confirmed that there wasn't anyone powerful here in Lynxian City. Since there are no powerful warriors here, it meant that there was no owner that claimed the mines here in this city. With Wu Shanyu's commands, all of the warriors standing behind him pulled out their weapons and started killing the workers who were at the mines. The workers who worked at the mines were frightened. They were obviously scared to lose their life. Although they were warriors as well, they were nothing compared to the men that came with Wu Shanyu. Our city lord will be back soon. By then, you at all. One of the workers pointed at Wu Shanyu with his trembling hands and warned them. It looks like you wouldn't be able to wait for him to come home. Wu Shanyu laughed. He held his machete and was about to chop the warrior into two halves. Damn. The man's eyes were wide open. He didn't think that Wu Shanyu would really have the guts to kill them. However, just when he thought that he would be chopped into several pieces by the machete, there was a man that suddenly appeared right in front of them. Boom! Wu Shanyu suddenly felt that his machete was caught by someone's hands. Who are you? Wu Shanyu saw that there was a young man standing opposite him. The young man caught his machete with his bare hands. Who are you? Wu Shanyu was a little terrified as he asked. He subconsciously pulled the machete that Lin Ziyu was holding onto, but no matter how hard he tried, it still didn't work. Boom boom boom. Then, there was a soft groan that came from beside him. There was blood that splattered all over his face. He turned around and noticed that all of his men had been chopped into pieces before they even had the chance to slice the workers at the mines. It was a young girl who had two short daggers in her arms. The young girl had very sharp movement as she swung her daggers. His men were no match for her and all of them died instantly. This was impossible. Seeing what was left of his men, Wu Shanyu started shivering in fear. City Lord. The worker, who thought that he would be chopped into pieces by Wu Shanyu, screamed with joy. This was because he noticed that it was none other than Lin Ziyu who was standing right in front of him. The rest of them also noticed that Lin Ziyu had returned. All of them were finally feeling excited. Due to how Lin Ziyu had just destroyed the Tianlin Pavilion and allowed most of the warriors captured to regain freedom, there wasn't anyone in Lynxian City who didn't know who the new city lord was. You are trying to take over my mines. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wu Shanyu. I. Wu Shanyu's body shivered uncontrollably. He could clearly feel the horrible strength that was coming from Lin Ziyu's body. It was an imaginable amount of energy that was so incredibly strong that he didn't even think of fighting Lin Ziyu. Goodbye. Lin Ziyu was ready to kill this man. You can't kill me once you do. Everyone in Lynxian City will die. I am. Wu Shanyu's body suddenly turned cold. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a warm surge of fluid coming from his neck. There was blood everywhere. Chapter within 216 then 206 level 71. 1216 level 71. Is that so? As blood splattered everywhere, his head fell to the ground. Wu Shanyu was killed by Lin Ziyu without any time wasted. The rest of his men were also killed by Bailey Haoling. None of these warriors were actually powerful since most of them were only sage warriors. Bailey Haoling would be able to deal with them on her own. Are you alright? Lin Ziyu turned towards the rest of the workers. We're fine, we're alright. All of them shook their heads. Wu Shanyu and his men didn't even get the chance to attack them before they got killed. None of the workers of the mines were injured by these men. What's your name? Lin Ziyu looked at the manager amongst the workers. My name is Zhu Bin. Sir. Zhu Bin answered Lin Ziyu respectfully. Zhu Bin had always admired the new city lord, Lin Ziyu, and now he admired Lin Ziyu even more. That horrible Wu Shanyu was killed with merely one strike from Lin Ziyu. Wu Shanyu immediately lost his head. None of them had the chance to see clearly what had happened. Do you know where these people are from? Lin Ziyu asked Zhu Bin about the men whom he just killed. Wu Shanyu was still trying to threaten Lin Ziyu before he was killed. This showed that Wu Shanyu was part of a bigger group. There must be someone supporting him. I'm not too sure about that. Zhu Bin shook his head. However, I saw that they've brought along the mine detectors. They would have been here looking for new mines for the past few days. These men had noticed that there wasn't anyone powerful in Lynxian City. So, they assumed that the owner of these mines wasn't anyone strong and decided to snatch it from them today. They wouldn't have expected that Lin Ziyu would return today and kill all of them without any hesitation. Be careful. Contact the city lord mansion if you need anything. Lin Ziyu told the rest of the workers. Yes. Zubin nodded his head. Then, he told the men, "Let's clean up the bodies here first." "That won't be necessary." Lin Xiu waved his hands before turning over to Rolly, who was sitting on his shoulder. Rolly was rubbing himself on Lin Xiu as if it was trying to be coquettish. "Rolly, take them." Lin Xiu didn't know if he should be laughing or crying to Rolly's response. It was obvious that Rolly could no longer wait to absorb the bodies of the warriors who had just died. "Goo!" After getting Lin Xiu's permission, Rolly got excited. It immediately left Lin Xiu's shoulders. Then, his body expanded to the size of a huge ball. Its mouth was opened wide. All of the bodies and blood around were absorbed into Rolly's mouth, which was like a black hole. Everything was cleaned in minutes. There was nothing left behind. As if those men had never appeared. Zubin and the rest of the workers were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. This evolved beast has absorbed all of the bodies that were on the ground. Goo! Plus, Rolly burped after absorbing all of the bodies and blood from the ground. Then, the size of its body returned to normal and Rolly went back to Lin Xiu's shoulders. Rolly seemed to be quite satisfied with his meal. "You naughty one." Lin Xiu couldn't help but gently poked Rolly, who was sitting on his shoulder. "You can have a day off today. Continue your work tomorrow," Lin Xiu said to Zubin and the rest. When Zubin heard what Lin Xiu said, he hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded his head. When the rest of them had left, Bailey Haoling couldn't help but commented, "You have quite a huge mine here. It's no surprise that there are others who want it." Bailey Haoling looked around her. It was obvious that this mine was huge and there would be a lot of energy stones found here. It has to be noted that energy stones were the currency used in the warrior god realm. All of these stones were money. Of course. Lin Xiu looked around at the mine as well. The Tianlin Pavilion was in control of this region here previously. Now that he had destroyed them, there would be more people who would try their luck here once they learned the news that Tianlin Pavilion had been destroyed. Along with the news of the ruins in the City Lord Mansion, these news would have spread to lots of people. It looks like in the near future, Lynxian City would be facing lots of trouble. Well, deal with it once at a time. Let's head back first. Lin Xiu stretched his back. There was no point for him to be thinking about it now. It was more important for him to improve his abilities and think of how he could go to other countries. 3 years was too long. If he had to stay here for 3 years, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Xiu spent his time cultivating for the rest of his days at Lingshuan City. When he hadn't become a warrior god, Lin Xiu thought that level 70 was already the top. However, he didn't think that he would still be able to level up when he's already at level 70. According to the information that he had received, the strongest warriors here weren't the warrior god. It was the god king. This was the title of the strongest people here in the warrior god realm. From the title itself, Lin Xiu could already feel how powerful one might be. Although Lin Xiu had not met the so-called god king, just knowing that there were so many more people who were better than him made Lin Xiu insecure. He had to make himself stronger, much stronger than this. One day, Lin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes when he was in the process of cultivating. That felt nice. Lin Xiu stretched a little. Then, all of the joints on his body gave out a large crack as if a small bomb has exploded. Level 71. Lin Xiu looked at the system interface subconsciously as he muttered to himself. Level 71. XP Strength 11,000. Physique 12,000. Speed 5,000. Potential points 2,000. Skills: Analytic Eye, Rage, Disguise, Engulf, Mirror Image, Heavenly Array, Reset, Power of the Stars, Golden Body, Immortality, Exotic Summoning, Sacrifice, Skill Enhancement, Source Strength, Control, Full Blown, Profound Intent. Title: Warrior God. Unused title: Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 2 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. Rank 6 Warrior. Rank 7 Warrior. Rank 8 Warrior. Rank 9 Warrior. Warrior Master. Respected Warrior. Warrior God. Accumulated rated monthly. There wasn't much difference when he upgraded to level 71 from level 70. None of this stats have been increased. The only thing that Lin Xiu was surprised about was how the potential points that he had now were different from what he had. This time, he had about 2,000 potential points. 2,000 potential points were considered quite a lot. The last time he had 1,000 of them. Lin Xiu added all of them to his strength. Now that he had 2,000 of them, what should he do with it? Chapter 1217 forces from other cities. 1217 forces from other cities. Lin Xiu thought about it for a while at this time, then added 1,000 strength points first. Then added another 500 points to physique and speed. After all the potential points had been increased, Lin Xiu's entire body felt a comfortable feeling. Comfortable? Really comfortable? Moreover, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that his power had become much stronger. After reaching the current level, every increase in strength will have a considerable impact, not to mention the direct increase of 1,000 points. What? Lin Xiu, you seem to have become much stronger. Bailey Hailing was walking in, seeing Lin Xiu standing up now. Her eyes were full of surprise. Since this time, Lin Xiu has been cultivating in the courtyard here, because this place has the most energy in all regions. Originally, Lin Xiu, who already had a lot of experience, made a breakthrough and upgraded in one fell swoop under the frenzied cultivation of these days. I made a small breakthrough. Lin Xiu smiled and said, how about you? How are you feeling lately? Still the same. No progress. Bailey Hailing shrugged helplessly. She was currently practicing the new double sword flow sword technique, but there seems to be no progress. This is Lynxian City. At the same time, at the gate of Lynxian City, a large number of warriors have gathered there. These warriors were not the same batch of warriors. They were forces from several cities. Shanking City, Heiwang City, Shachang City. The three cities were all big cities and were not too far from Lynxian City. Isn't this Lynxian City a broken city? Why does it seem to be a bit different from the data? A middle-aged man from Shanking City touched his beard and looked at this Lynxian City. This city gate looks very huge and imposing. It was different from the tattered Lynxian City on the documents they had seen before. Without Tanlin Pavilion, Lynxian City has actually improved. It's really strange. A young man on the other side sneered at this time. Don't talk too much. This new city lord now has mastered the inheritance of Lynxian's relics, as well as the ore veins. We should also have a good discussion with him and decide how to distribute them. Another city lord said at this time. Hearing his words, the expressions of the others obviously changed. The purpose of their visit this time was to master the ore veins and the things inherited from the ruins. Lynxian City allowed people from outside the city to enter. But with so many warriors entering the city, these guards still found it a little strange. A guard has already returned to the City Lord Council to report. City Lord. At this time, in the courtyard, Lin Xiu heard Mr. Pang's voice. What's wrong? Lin Xiu, who was drinking a sip of tea, was immediately curious when he heard Mr. Pang's tone. Mr. Pang looked very anxious, so he hurried in at this time. Many warriors have come to Lynxian City. Mr. Pang was out of breath. Many warriors came here. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did the warriors come from? Bailey Hailing waved his daggers. It seems to be Changking City and there are warriors from other cities. After Mr. Pang calmed down at this time, he took out a tablet computer, clicked it and immediately projected the surveillance video into the air. Lin Xiu looked at the projection. Taking a closer look, those warriors have already walked to the streets of Lynxian City. The number of these warriors is very large and they were clearly heading toward the City Lord Mansion. Shanking City. Lin Xiu raised his brows. Lin Xiu was really unfamiliar with the surrounding cities. It's the upper-level city of Lynxian City. Mr. Pang said. He is the second son of the City Lord of Changking City, Liu Qinglin. As he spoke, he pointed to the middle-aged man he saw on the surveillance video. Who are you? At this time, the guard at the gate of the City Lord's mansion had a change of expression when he saw the large number of warriors trying to forcefully enter the City Lord's mansion. Although these people were obviously very strong, they still stood in a row at the gate, blocking the way. A bunch of trash. Why don't you get out of here? Looking at these guards blocking the door, some warriors said coldly. In their opinion, Lynxian City was nothing but a small town. The warriors in this small town actually dared to stop them. They are simply reckless. You can't enter at will without the city lord's decree. The guard standing in the middle continued to grit his teeth. Get lost. As soon as his words fell, a warrior from Changqing City suddenly shouted. A powerful force struck instantly, and the line of guards standing at the door all flew out at this moment because of this terrifying force. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and the severe pain caused them not only to be unable to move, but also to let out their wailing. Tisk tisk. The guards of the mere city lord's mansion are not even the sage warrior level. At this time, a man had a sneer on his face. Let's go. Let's go in and see what this new city lord is. As the people of Haywing City were talking at this time, they were the first to step into the gate of the city lord's mansion. Who let you in? Just as his foot was about to step into the gate, a voice came out. Who is that? The man in Haywing City frowned, looking at the figure walking out of the city lord's mansion. He continued to sneer. I just want to come in. So what? This time, he hadn't even finished speaking and it was his turn to endure an extremely huge force. The whole person flew out in an instant. Caught off guard. Boom! His body was directly smashed on the building in the distance and even caused a huge hole in the building. Young lord. When the people in Haywing City saw this scene, they all hurried over there to save the man. The people from Changqing City and Shacheng City ignored him at this time and all looked at the gate. Why? Do you want to forcibly break into my Lynxian city? And Lin Zia's figure came out at this time, standing at the gate here, glanced at the many warriors outside and said lightly, Shafter wa ain 18 kill without hesitation. Well then 18 kill without hesitation. As Lin Ziu glanced around and activated the analytic eye, it was easy to know all the information about these people. The strongest one was nothing but a god warrior. To Lin Ziu, an ordinary god warrior was nothing at all. Bailey Haoling and Mr. Pang also came out at this time. Manager Pang, I didn't expect you to be here. When Liu Qinglan of Changqing City saw at Mr. Pang who came out, he immediately raised his brows. I have met Mr. Liu. At this time, Mr. Pang did not speak humbly. This is the new city lord of your Lynxian city. Mr. Liu pointed directly at Lin Ziu and said, Yes, this is the new city lord of Lynxian city. Mr. Lin Ziu. Mr. Pang said proudly, the arrival of Lin Ziu has indeed changed Lynxian city a lot. Do you know who I am? At this time, Liu Qinglan looked at Lin Ziu. Without waiting for Lin Ziu to speak, he continued to say, Changqing City. It is the superior city of your Lynxian city. You should greet me respectfully when you see me. Liu Qinglan stared at Lin Ziu. Changqing City. Never heard of that. Lin Ziu shook his head, looking indifferent. Tisk tisk. Liu Qinglan. It seems that this new city owner doesn't intend to give you face. The deputy city lord of Shacheng City, Sha Lin, also stood up at this time and said with a big laugh, to shut up. When Liu Qinglan heard his words, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. Lin Ziu was very disrespectful, and Liu Qinglan's eyes were also filled with a faint killing intent. Newbie, I heard that you have obtained the inheritance of Bai Lynxian, and you have taken over the Orvane of Tanlin Pavilion before. At this time, Sha Lin ignored Liu Qinglan and looked at Lin Ziu with burning eyes. The purpose of their visit this time was to get the inheritance of Bai Lynxian and the Orvane. After all, according to the information they got, this vein is very rich. Oh, I see. You guys want to rob something away, huh? Lin Ziu pretended to be suddenly enlightened. It's not a robbery. It's just that some things, putting your hands, are problems. Sha Lin shook his head and said with a smile, It seems to be very kind. In Bai Lynxian's inheritance, there should be something about divine marks. I only need that part of the information. Liu Qinglan spoke at this time. I'm not very interested in that divine mark, but I'm a bit lacking of energy stones in Shacheng City, Shaylin said. Listening to their words, Lin Zia's eyes narrowed slightly. The two of them seemed to be determined to rob him, courting death. At this moment, a roar came from not far ahead. It was the young man from the Haywing City who had just been sent flying by Lin Xiu. Not long after he got up, he rushed over here, taking a closer look. He was already holding 2 long swords as weapons, and he was about to attack Lin Xiu directly. Oh, with double swords. Bailey Heiling looked at the young man in the Haywing City who rushed over, and suddenly said to herself, as a warrior who uses 2 swords. Bailey Hailing's eyes turned red at this moment when she saw the warrior who also used 2 swords. She was a little excited. Hailing, kill him. Lin Xiu also clearly knew that Bailey Hailing already had a strong desire to fight, and said directly at this time, he. The corners of Bailey Hailing's mouth twitched, and at the moment when the warriors from Haywing City rushed over, Bailey Hailing had already attacked the young warrior with the long swords in both hands. Go away. The warrior looked at Bailey Hailing who rushed over and roared. The sore strength of the whole body burst out at this moment. He has been stunned by anger now, and he wants to kill Lin Xiu wholeheartedly. For the Bailey Hailing who was standing in front of him, he also wanted to use the fastest speed to kill him directly. However, with Bailey Hailing's red eyes, her strength can be raised to the level of a god warrior. In addition, the double sword flow she uses was also an ancestral double sword flow, and the swordsmanship was very sharp. The two fought like 2 shadows, and the sound of weapons colliding was constantly heard. Dang dang. What? But soon, along with the sputtering of blood, a wailing sound came out. The man's hands were directly cut off. 2 arms fell under Liu Qinglan's feet. When Liu Qinglan saw the scene, her complexion suddenly changed. That young man is the youngest son of the Haywing City Lord. This time, he came here just for the experience. Nobody expected that the people of this Lynxian city would dare to chop off his arms directly, without showing any mercy. Young Lord, looking at the man who fell on the ground, the people in Haywing City were all agitated at this time. Go away. But Bailey Hailing didn't give the man any chance to relax at this time, and rushed over with the 2 swords in his hand. The warriors of the Haywing City were about to use their weapons to block Bailey Hailing's offensive, but they were directly sent flying by Bailey Hailing's double swords. From Haywing City, the man's arms were chopped off and his body fell to the ground. At this moment, when Bailey Hailing knocked all his men into the air and was about to slash at him, he finally couldn't control the fear in his heart. He doesn't want to die. Boom. But Bailey Hailing, whose eyes were red, didn't pay any attention to his words at this time, and slashed him with a long knife, killing him directly. That's all, huh? Bailey Hailing waved her 2 swords, and while splattering the blood on the 2 swords, she said lightly. Sha Lin and Liu Qinglan's expressions instantly froze. The young city lord of Haywing City, who came with them, actually died like this. Dead. You dare to kill our young city lord. At this time, the warriors in the Haywing City have all gone crazy. The young city lord was killed, and they had no way to explain to the city lord of Haywing City. Talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who were about to attack Haywing City, snorted coldly, waved his right hand, and bursts of lotus flames were instantly released. Some of these lotus flames have ice-type energy, some have thunder-type energy, and others are pure flame energy. But without exception, when these lotus fires hit the bodies of those warriors, they directly annihilated their entire bodies, instantly vanished. You must know that this time there are more than 30 warriors who came from Haywing City. The 30 or so warriors all died in an instant, causing the bodies of the rest of the warriors to tremble. Chapter 1219 Tianling Kingdom 1219 Tianling Kingdom. Liu Qinglan and Sha Lin stood in the same place at this time, completely shocked. To kill so many warriors in an instant, even they can't do it. I haven't had enough fun yet and it's over. At this time, Bailey Hailing said with a pity. Just now, she thought that person could have some strength, but she didn't expect that he was so weak, which made Bailey Hailing, who had finally met a warrior using 2 swords and wanted to learn from each other, very depressed. Haven't had enough fun yet. When Sha Lin and Liu Qinglan heard Bailey Hailing's words, their expressions changed. Okay. Next. You guys have something to do. Right. At this time, Lin Xiu looked at Shaolin and Liu Qinglan. When the two of them looked at Lin Xiu, and their bodies could not help but tremble, thinking of those lotus fires that Lin Xiu released just now. Their hairs stood on ends. I don't want the inheritance of Bai Lingxian anymore. Liu Qinglan weighed it and looked at Lin Xiu and said, but the ore vein should be in the care of the higher level cities of Lingxian City. Although Bai Lingxian's inheritance of divine marks was very tempting, Lin Xiu wouldn't give it up so easily, and he didn't have any good reason to force Lin Xiu to hand it over. But this ore vein, he must get it. Tianlin Pavilion was not just a small force entrenched in Lingxian City. Behind it, there were even more powerful forces. Therefore, when Tianlin Pavilion was there before, they did not dare to come directly to seize the mines here. But Lin Xiu is a god warrior who just came from another plane. He has no background in the god warrior realm. As the city lord of Lingxian City, you may not know some things, but you only need to cooperate with your superior city. This is the rule of the Tianling Kingdom. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't speak, Liu Qinglan immediately felt relieved, thinking that Lin Xiu finally understood. What is Tianling Kingdom? Only at this moment, Lin Xiu turned to look at Mr. Pang behind him. City Lord, we belong to Lingzhou, one of the 9 continents in the god warrior realm. Tianling Kingdom is a big country in Lingzhou. Our Lingxian city belongs to Tianling Kingdom. Mr. Pang said with a bit of shame. He had given Lin Xiu some information about the god warrior realm before, but Lin Xiu had been immersed in his cultivation recently and had not read any information in this regard. Oh, I see. After listening to Mr. Pang's words, Lin Xiu showed a look of sudden realization. Now you know, Liu Qinglan also said proudly at this time. It seemed that he had fooled Lin Xiu. Well, you guys can get out now. Lin Xiu nodded, then said. Liu Qinglan, who was showing a smug smile, thought that Lin Xiu would obey, and his face suddenly sank. Do you know who you just killed? At this time, Shaolin let out a sneer. The one you killed just now was the youngest son of the city owner of Heiwang City. Although your strength is quite good, after the city lord of Heiwang City knows about this, not only will you die, but even your entire Lingxian city will be destroyed. I advise you to flee from here quickly. Hearing Shaolin's words, Lin Xiu didn't feel anything. How many times has he gone through life and death, trying to scare him off just by making some verbal threats? What a joke. You also want ore vein, don't you? Lin Xiu did not directly answer his words. This thing, your Lingxian city can't mine it. Shaolin didn't say it clearly, but the meaning behind his words was very obvious. Then go get it. Lin Xiu waved his hand. So simple. Liu Qinglan and Shaolin, who originally thought that Lin Xiu would do something, were really stunned at this time. According to how Lin Xiu acted just now, this should not be the reaction now. Glad you know what's good for you. However, Liu Qinglan thought that Lin Xiu was really scared. At this time, he laughed out loud and was about to lead his subordinates to the mine. If you guys can leave alive. Just when he was about to leave, Lin Xiu continued to add, as soon as the words fell, with a flash of light, the dark-edged spear appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Swoosh! The spear stabbed out and took Liu Qinglan's head straight. The pupils in Liu Qinglan's eyes shrank slightly and his body instantly disappeared in place. And the attack that Lin Xiu had just shot didn't hit anything. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. At that moment, this Liu Qinglan seemed to have used a special movement technique to dodge his attack. Damn low-level pariah. Dare to attack me. In a blink of an eye, Liu Qinglan's figure appeared above the city gate on the other side. He stared at Lin Xiu grimly, looking a little out of breath. It seems that Lin Xiu's blow just now still left him with lingering fears. Today, you all stay here. Although he didn't know what movement technique Liu Qinglan used to dodge his attack, Lin Xiu also has killing intent. Regardless of the backing they had, Lin Xiu wanted to kill them first. Even if these people wouldn't give him much experience. They are better than nothing. It's always better than nothing. As Lin Xiu finished speaking, a black source mark suddenly appeared on Lin Xiu's forehead. Whoosh whoosh. With the use of Lin Xiu's source mark power, a large number of matrices surrounded the surrounding into a special space. What is this? Sha Lin, Liu Qinglan and other warriors watched this scene with horror in their eyes. They have never seen such a strange ability. Shaylin. This kid not only killed the people of Haywang City, but now it seems that he wants to get rid of us all. The expression in Liu Qinglan's eyes changed. At this time, he looked at Shaylin. Now, if we don't kill him, we will die. Shaylin's face turned cold. He also did not expect that things would develop to this point. Originally, he came to divide the cake, but didn't expect that not only was the cake not divided, but it turned into this. I won't be killed by this kid. While Sha Lin was talking, he and Liu Qinglan looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of consensus. Kill him. The next moment, the two shouted in unison. As soon as their words fell, those warriors who had already surrounded Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling suddenly attacked Lin Xiu. Mr. Hang, go in first. At this time, Lin Xiu slapped his right hand and threw Mr. Hang into the mansion, and the dark-edged spear in his hand swept out. Just the right time. And Bailey Haoling looked at these warriors attacking. Not only was she fearless, she became excited. Chapter 1220 1220 Gravelike Source Strength 1220 Gravelike Source Strength. The warriors from Changqing City and Shachang City, except for Liu Qinglan and Sha Lin, were all warriors at the Sage Warrior level. There were 70 or 80 people in total. At this time, all of them were attacking Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu swept out, the bodies of the warriors who rushed forward were all cut in half. Bang bang bang. Blood splashed all over the ground in an instant. Humph. At this time, Bailey Haoling also waved the two swords in her hands and attacked these warriors frantically. Bailey Haoling's speed was too fast, and her swords danced as a large number of stumps and broken arms were scattered all over the ground. Incredibly bloody. These two guys. Seeing the scene, Liu Qinglan's body trembled slightly. The warriors he brought, no matter how bad they were all warriors at the level of Sage Warrior, but they never imagined that they would be so easily dealt with by Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling. Seeing that these warriors were about to slaughter them all, Sha Lin took the lead. Rock Blast. Sha Ling waved his hands and suddenly roared. At this moment, the surrounding rock buildings burst apart in an instant, then charged towards Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling. Umph. Lin Xiu snorted coldly when he looked at the huge rocks that were charging from the surroundings. The long spear in his hand is about to bombard these rocks that are coming over. The long spear slashed across and slammed into the impacted rocks, but found that there was no way to blast those rocks. Instead, he was hit by those rocks. Ha ha ha. With this little power, you still want to resist my power. Sha Lin laughed out loud when he saw Lin Xiu, who was instantly hit by a large number of rocks. Lin Xiu, seeing the scene, the pupils in Bailey Haoling's eyes also shrank slightly. Instinctively, she wanted to help Lin Xiu, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw that there were rocks rushing towards her from the side. There was no way. At this time, Bailey Haoling could only dodge. Boom! The rock smashed into the position where Bailey Haoling was just now, and made a loud noise. Humph! Seeing that Bailey Haoling actually dodged, Sha Lin suddenly let out a cold snort. Sha Lin, I didn't expect you to have this trick, huh? Liu Qinglan, who was standing on the fence over there, looked at the pile of rocks with a smile. Lin Xiu was hit by these rocks just now, and even if he wasn't dead, he would be seriously injured. This kid actually thought he could shatter those rocks. Sha Lin also showed a contemptuous smile at this time. His skills can control those rocks, and there were also powerful source strength on the rocks. It is a joke to want to use weapons to smash these rocks that are rushing over at high speed. At this time, Bailey Haoling's eyes widened. Looking at the pile of rocks, her eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Xiu wouldn't. Boom boom boom. Just when Bailey Haoling was thinking about it, a loud noise sounded, and at this moment, all these rocks flew out. Tisk tisk. Your skills are quite interesting. Lin Xiu's figure appeared in an instant. Lin Xiu, are you alright? When Bailey Haoling saw this scene, she immediately turned from worry to joy. Do you think that just these broken stones can kill me? Lin Xiu spread his hands helplessly and said. As for Liu Qinglan and Sha Lin, who were still proud, their faces suddenly sank at this time. Lin Xiu was actually unscathed. Sha Lin kill him. Although Liu Qinglan was not too young, her previous life was spent and dandy. She didn't encounter such a situation before. In desperation, he yelled at Shaylin. Shut up. Shaylin's face was also extremely ugly. New City Lord. What happened before is my fault. How about this matter stop now? Shaylin said in a deep voice at this time. There is no other way. Now he has a faint sense of Lin Xiu's strength and he is not able to deal with it. And Lin Xiu is so strong, it is impossible for him to intimidate him. Liu Qinglan never thought that Sha Lin would not fight back. Do you think it's possible? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a little murderous intent in his eyes. Sha Lin and Liu Qinglan were both god warriors and he could gain a lot of experience by killing them. They were delivered to his door. Why wouldn't he want it? Are you going to fight against our Shacheng city? Sha Lin continued to speak. You're talking too much nonsense. Listening to his nonsense, Lin Xiu became a little impatient. Who cares about who he is from Shacheng city or Changqing city? If he dares to make trouble, then he will kill them all first. Flashing souls. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, Lin Xiu's figure appeared in front of Shaylin in an instant as Lin Xiu's body technique was displayed. What a fast speed. When Sha Lin saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. And at this moment, the dark-edged spear in Lin Xiu's hand was about to stab him in the head. If nothing goes wrong, his head would be directly stabbed and exploded by Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear. Boom! But when the tip of Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear pierced his forehead, he found that there was no way to penetrate his head at all. Taking a closer look, Sha Lin's entire body seemed to be covered with some sand on the surface. It was these sand-like substances that blocked Lin Xiu's attack. This is not ordinary sand, but his source strength, forming this sand-like substance. Interesting. At this moment, Lin Xiu held the dark-edged spear in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to stab at his body. Bang bang bang. Torrential storm of rose flowers. In this short moment, Lin Xiu didn't know how many spears he had stabbed on his body, but it still had no effect. And at this time, the source strength of Shaylin's whole body poured out. The source strength was like quicksand and they looked very strange. Lin Xiu frowned and jumped to the back subconsciously, and Shaylin was still standing in the same place. The source strength on his body was continuously released like a flood, forming a large amount of grit-like substance. It was the first time that Lin Xiu had seen such a strange situation. Why is this guy's source strength like this? Bailey Hayaling looked at Lin Xiu who had retreated, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. I don't know either. But be careful. Lin Xiu shook his head. The source strength of this Sha Lin was really weird, and it seems to have a very strong defensive ability. Die. And at this moment, Sha Lin let out a roar. Chapter 1221 1221 Liu Qinglan's death. 1221 Liu Qinglan's death. Sha Lin stared at Lin Xiu's side at this time. Those gravel-like source strengths were still pouring down the ground. Go! At the next moment, with a roar, at the next moment, these mighty source strengths flew directly. A huge spiral drill in the sky, impacted by Lin Xiu directly. Source strength can actually form such things. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. But at this time, Lin Xiu did not hesitate and waved the dark-edged spear directly. Boom! As the spear waved, the dark, blue flaming bird immediately charged toward the huge spiral drill head formed by the gravel-like source strength. But when the flame hit it, but it did not stop, still charging toward Lin Xiu. Go to hell! Sha Lin looked at Lin Xiu's movements and yelled loudly. This was the trick he was most proud of. As he yelled, the huge spiral drill instantly slammed into Lin Xiu's body. Boom! The spiral drill formed by the source strength was still spinning crazily, making a loud noise. Originally, Sha Lin thought it could be able to directly penetrate Lin Xiu's body, but found that the spiral drill formed by his source strength was resisted. This is impossible. Sha Lin, full of confidence. Had his eyes widened when he saw the shocking scenes. Damn! Lin Xiu had inserted the dark-edged spear on the ground at this time, and held his hands tightly on the source-strength spiral drill. This thing was still rotating crazily. But at this time, he had been held down by Lin Xiu's hands. CC. Lin Xiu, who pressed on his feet on the ground, was slowly moved back, and the friction on his shoes caused a little spark. Lin Xiu. When Bailey Haoling saw this, her eyes widened, but she didn't know how to help. Go! Kill him, Lin Xiu said suddenly. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the pupils in Shaolin's eyes shrink slightly. Now his strength is concentrated on the huge spiral drill formed. Bailey Haoling also reacted quickly at this time. Her eyes flushed and the source strength of her body also rose to the extreme at this moment. Without hesitation, she was holding a double sword, and when she moved, she charged toward Shaolin. Get lost! Shaolin yelled and moved, and the gravel-like source strength on the ground gathered, then formed a small spiral to attack the Bailey Haoling who rushed over. Bailey Haoling snorted coldly and used the body technique, dodging the attack. Because most of his strengths are used to deal with Lin Xiu, there is no way to take Bailey Haoling at all. Liu Qinglin, kill her quickly. Otherwise we will die. Shaolin yelled loudly at this time. His source strength was still continuously passed onto the huge spiral drill, and he must use the spiral drill to kill Lin Xiu. Liu Qinglin, who was behind, also understood that as soon as Shaolin died, he was about to fall into a more dangerous situation. At this time, there was no hesitation, and the source strength of his whole body broke out. Dang! Bailey Haoling, who was charging toward Shaolin, suddenly saw the cold light in front. She attacked with her double sword, but was resisted by Liu Qinglin's longsword. Humph! Liu Qinglin looked at Bailey Haoling in front of her. Although she was a little surprised by her weird red eyes, Liu Qinglin still had confidence in her strength. This girl! It is impossible to defeat her. Courting death. Bailey Haoling looked at Liu Qinglin, who was blocking her, and wanted to kill Liu Qinglin first. Shaolin was sweating at this time. Now he has released all the source strength of his body to form this huge spiral drill. But there was still no way to impact Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu stopped it with both hands. And at this time, the spiral drill was constantly rotating, and Lin Xiu was slowly succeeding in stopping it. Shaolin's face became nastier. This source strength is really a bit weird. At this time, Lin Xiu's forehead was all sway. At this time, taking a closer look at the spiral drill, it was slowly being invaded by Lin Xiu's source strength. Go! Back! At this time, Lin Xiu, who felt the time was right, moved his hands, and the shocking spiral drill flew directly toward Shaolin. Shaolin's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe the scene he saw. No! He roared. But at this time, there was no way to dodge. This huge spiral drill he formed directly hit his body. His body was crushed completely. Shaolin, Liu Qinglin, who was fighting with Bailey Haoling, saw this scene and shouted loudly, Shaolin is dead. And as soon as Shaolin dies, his situation is dangerous. Your opponent is here. Bailey Haoling sneered, and the long swords in her hands continued to dance. Dang dang. Liu Qinglin was caught off guard, and his arm was cut by Bailey Haoling's sword as blood splashed out. Broken sword. Liu Qinglin, who was afraid, released a skill at this time. The long sword in his hand burst into dazzling cold light and pierced Bailey Haoling's chest. Bailey Haoling was shocked and dodged. But after she dodged, she found that this was just an ordinary trick, and there was no follow-up attack. Bluff. Looking up, Liu Qinglin's figure has disappeared. This guy wants to escape. Damn. Damn. Liu Qinglin's figure has already flew to the sky in the distance. Blood dripped from his arm, and his face was extremely ugly. Shaolin was dead, and when Lin Xiu comes over to attack with Bailey Haoling, he would die for sure. If he doesn't leave now, there is no chance. But when he flew out a distance, he found that the front side was surrounded by a transparent matrix, which sealed the place. No, the entire space here is surrounded. Liu Qinglin did not hesitate, holding the long sword in his hand, and he chopped the matrix in front. Boom! But the long sword chopped down and there was no way to split this matrix. Impossible, this is impossible. Liu Qinglan's face was embarrassed, and the strength of his body continued to pass on the sword in his hands. Bang bang. The sword chopped wildly at the matrix. Break it. He roared. But the matrix was still intact and he couldn't cut it at all. Trying to flee. At this time, Lin Zi's figure suddenly came from behind. Hearing this voice, the pupils in Liu Qinglan's eyes shrank slightly, and when he turned, he saw Lin Ziu behind him. Don't come here. Looking at Lin Zi's figure, he yelled loudly. The body trembled slightly, thinking of the scene of Shaolin's death. It was too horrifying. Still want the ore vein. Lin Zi's eyes narrowed slightly. Liu Qinglan was going crazy now. This person was unpredictable. What kind of ore vein? How he couldn't even keep himself alive. Do you know how many people have you offended? Changqing City, Shachang City, Heiwang City. Every city is a dozen times larger than Lynxian City. You have killed so many people. You Lynxian City. It's over. Liu Qinglan roared at this time. So? Lin Ziu disagreed and continued to say. Liu Qinglan froze. His mouth was open and he didn't know what to say. Snapped. At this time, Lin Ziu snapped with his fingers. As the sound came out, a white light instantly lit up in front of Lin Ziu. These lights quickly form a special pattern. There were more and more patterns and soon the combination becomes a huge giant shape. Don't you want Bai Lingxian's inheritance? This is the inheritance. Lin Ziu looked at Liu Qinglan, showing a smile of interest. Lin Ziu hadn't used the power of this divine mark for a while and it was a bit rusty, but it was enough to kill this Liu Qinglan. Divine mark power. Liu Qinglan looked at this scene and was shocked. He had some studies on divine mark. This time, he wanted Bai Lingxian's inheritance to learn this divine mark power. At this time, looking at this divine mark giant, he felt the horror of it. Let me go and I will forget about this matter. Liu Qinglan's body trembled and finally softened. He doesn't want to die yet, definitely not in an unknown small city like Lynxian City. Go! Lin Ziu ignored Liu Qinglan's words and at this time, he said lightly, with Lin Zi's command. This divine mark giant instantly hit Liu Qinglan. Liu Qinglan's face changed greatly and he subconsciously started the sphere to resist. Boom! But the next moment, this divine mark giant quickly punched and it directly made his sphere explode. Boom! With a loud noise, he flew out directly and hit the matrix behind him. Puffed. A bite of blood spat out from his mouth. He was suspended in the sky and at this time he was unstable as if he was about to fall to the ground. Please, let me go. His eyes looked to the side and the fist of the divine mark giant was coming to his head directly. Chapter 1222 1222 There is always a solution to a problem. 1222 There is always a solution to a problem. Goodbye. Lin Ziu ignored his words and continued to control the divine mark giant, punching his head directly. Boom! With a loud bang, his head was broken. The whole body also fell directly to the ground at this moment. Only 1% of experience. At this time, Lin Ziu looked at his experience progress and found that he had just killed so many warriors, including Liu Qinglan, and the experience bar only reached 1%. Too little. You need to know that Liu Qinglan and Shaolin were God warrior level warriors. Helplessly shook his head and triggered his thoughts and the matrix around him disappeared instantly. Lin Ziu. At this time, Bailey Haoling flew into the air. I'm fine. Lin Ziu watched Bailey Haoling flying over and smiled immediately. Bailey Haoling looked around, but found that Liu Qinglan's figure seemed to disappear. Below. Lin Zius pointed below. Bailey Haoling followed Lin Zius' gaze and saw that there was a headless body on the ground below. Goo! And at this time, Rolly ran over Liu Qinglan's body, opened his mouth and directly devoured Liu Qinglan. After devouring it, it also patted his body's body. Seemed to be full. Lin Ziu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the scene. Are you injured? At this time, Lin Ziu also found that Bailey Haoling's arm had blood flowing down. Nothing serious. Bailey Haoling shook her head. At this time, Lin Ziu waved his right hand, and one of the water-based glass balls on his neck suddenly emitted dazzling light. Soon a water droplet-like energy body flew directly toward Bailey Howling's wound. Boom! As the water bead touched her wound soon healed slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at this scene, Bailey Howling was surprised. Lin Xiu, you actually have this kind of magic. Learned it by chance. Lin Xiu laughed. Let's go back. The battle was merely a short period of time. When he returned to the city lord's mansion, Mr. Pang was still in shock and medical staff were carrying those injured away. City lord. When Mr. Pang saw Lin Xiu came in, he wanted to say something, but Lin Xiu waved. Don't carry them away. Lin Xiu said to the medical staff over there. These people were seriously injured and would be very difficult to recover even if they are treated. At this time, as Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered, a large amount of water droplets instantly condensed in the air, then landed on their bodies. Bang bang. Their bodies seemed to cover a layer of water film. Slowly, the injuries on their bodies fixed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, those medical staff widened their eyes. Magic. This is really amazing. City Lord. At this time, Mr. Pang came to his senses as he looked at Lin Xiu and seemed a little hesitant. They have all been dealt with. Lin Xiu seemed to understand what Mr. Pang wanted to ask. At this time, he said lightly, all were dealt with. When Mr. Pang heard Lin Xiu's words, he was shocked. So many warriors came and he was no stranger to Liu Qinglan and Shaolin. Even they were killed. Oh no. Mr. Pang was not too happy at this time and frowned. What's wrong? Lin Xiu looked at Mr. Pang's expression. Curiously. City Lord. You must leave Lynxian City quickly. Mr. Pang thought for a while, then gritting his teeth and said, why? Lin Xiu became more curious. The City Lord of Shachang City, Heiwang City and Changking City is the noble god, and they seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If they receive the news of Liu Qinglan and the others dead, they will definitely destroy Lynxian City. Mr. Pang said with a solemn face. He is telling the truth. Being in this Lynxian City for so many years, he knew all the superior cities and surrounding cities well. There were other cities next to Lynxian City, which offended the city lords of these cities and was destroyed by them. They were completely destroyed and newcomers who came to this god warrior realm wouldn't even hear that those cities had existed. What is the noble god? Lin Xiu was interested. The noble god is the existence beyond ordinary god warrior. Generally, the city lord of a large city can reach this state. Mr. Pang explained. Oh, I got it. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly and at this time a little interested. It turns out that above the god warrior level, there was a noble god level. Is the noble god the strongest? There's always a solution to a problem. Well, wait for them to come. Lin Xiu smiled at this time and walked directly to his backyard. City Lord. Mr. Pang watched Lin Xiu without any fear. Nor did he plan to leave and was immediately stunned. Rest assured, they can't kill us. At this time, Bailey Howling glanced at Mr. Pang and said lightly. Now she has inexplicable confidence in Lin Xiu. Soon, 3 days passed. In the main palace of Changking City. Boom! As a loud noise sounded, a huge stone table was directly broken by a white-haired middle-aged man. Opposite him, there was a row of warriors standing with their heads down and they seemed to be afraid of the middle-aged man. At this time, they dared not move. King Lan went to the little Lynxian city and lost contact. Now you're telling me that all of them died. At this moment, the white-haired man glanced at everyone and said coldly. These warriors who did not dare to look at him, at this time, had cold sweat overflowing on their forehead. I heard. The people from Shachang City and Heiwang City who went at the same time, also died in Lynxian City. One of the men stood out at this time. Are you sure that they also went to Lynxian City? The middle-aged white-haired man frowned. Lynxian City is a tiny city. If not for Lynxian, he didn't know that there was this city at all. So many warriors went to a small Lynxian city and they actually died. Chapter 1203 from the sky. 1223 from the sky. Yes. The man said seriously at the white-haired middle-aged man at this time. King Lan died in Lynxian City. I will not let it go easily. At this time, the white-haired man's face was gloomy at this time, and his eyes glanced at the people around him. What about Liu Cheng? Liu Mo looked at another man at this moment. The man's body trembled, but at this time he stepped out. City Lord, young Master Liu is still at the Fury Frost. The man said respectfully to Liu Mo. Tell him to come back and tell him that his brother Liu Qinglan died. Liu Mo said coldly. Yes. Liu Ma's face was still gloomy. Liu Qinglan was his son, and now he died in Lynxian City for no reason. Of course. He was extremely angry. But now, for some special reason, he cannot leave Changqing City. When Liu Cheng comes back, you guys will work with him and bring back the City Lord of Lynxian City to me. I want him dead or alive. As soon as his words fell, his right hand waved, and the wall on the front was directly opened. Liu Mo stepped in directly and disappeared. Similarly, in Shachang City and Heiweng City, after finding out that all the warriors who went to Lynxian City were dead, they were all very angry. A large number of warriors were already targeting Lynxian City. Lin Xiu, they should be coming soon. On this day, Bailey Howling stood in the yard and was speechless as she looked at Lin Xiu lying on the rocking chair. This guy has been lying around these days. He didn't train at all. But what was depressing is that in this situation, Lin Xiu's power seems to be further strengthened. This discovery almost made Bailey Howling felt like vomiting blood. Sure. Lin Xiu rocked the rocking chair leisurely. Rolly was rolling on Lin Xiu's shoulder back and forth, like helping Lin Xiu massage, making Lin Xiu feel very comfortable. Zayabai was lying in Lin Xiu's arms. This ice crystal white bird's body was cold, making Lin Xiu feel very cool. They are here, just to give me experience. Bailey Howling didn't know what that meant, but just felt that Lin Xiu didn't take Changqing City, Shachang City, and Heiweng City seriously. Bailey Howling was a little helpless at this time. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Damn. Lin Xiu was just about to close his eyes when his eyes widened in the next moment, because he found that in the sky, a black spot became bigger and bigger. It was a spacecraft like a rocket. Boom. At this time, a loud noise burst out. There was a loud noise around. Even the people on the periphery of Lynxian City were frightened by this loud sound. What kind of darn thing is this? Bailey Howling responded quickly and flew to the other side. At this time, if you looked closely, there was an oval shape, like a flame-like spacecraft flying over. It happened to hit the yard where she and Lin Xiu were just now. Although the buildings of the City Lord's mansion were built with special materials, but now they suffered such a terrible impact, and some buildings were destroyed. At this time, Mr. Peng also rushed out. He could clearly see the scene in this yard. The head of the spacecraft was directly embedded in the land of the yard, and the rest of the spacecraft seemed to be damaged. There were many holes from the rays, accompanied by thick smoke. It's as if they were attacked before landing. That idiot. Bailey Howling thought that Lin Xiu was still shaking the chair leisurely, and could not help but frown. However, with Lin Xiu's strength, he will definitely not be killed so easily. Damn. Pei. At this time, Lin Xiu's figure climbed out of the dirt next to the spacecraft. He had soil over his body. His face was blackened and he looked disheveled. Who told you to lie there? Bailey Howling looked at this scene and said in contempt, Who dares to attack me? Lin Xiu climbed up at this time, and said with anger. Lin Xiu was really angry. He had a good rest here. Who knew that extremely huge missiles would be on the top of his head? Oh no. He meant a long spacecraft shaped like a missile. Ka. At this time, the side door on the spacecraft was slowly opened. You dare to come down? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. He is very angry and the consequences are serious. At this time, Mr. Pang led the guards to rush over, and he was shocked to watch the scene. Be careful. This Lynxian city did not install the energy defense barrier, so the spacecraft directly flew over and came to the City Lord's mansion directly. At this time, the door was completely opened. As soon as it opened, Lin Xiu saw a few red eyes. Several black figures rushed out in an instant. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu snorted. At this moment, the fist on his right hand waved directly. Bang bang! Every fist bombarded these red-eyed black figures. And a loud noise broke out. The bodies of these people had sparks flying out. Robots. Take a closer look. These people are all robots. Lin Xiu was also a bit surprised at this time. No wonder he didn't feel any warrior aura at this time. All of them were robots in this spacecraft. But at this time, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. As Lin Xiu's perception ability entered this spaceship, he could clearly feel that a living person was slowly coming out. But this living person does not seem to be very formidable. Is it hidden strength? I'll go to hell. Just the next moment, a figure was rushed out of this cabin, attacking Lin Xiu directly. A cold light flashed in front of Lin Xiu's eyes. But Lin Xiu responded quickly. Boom! A long knife exuding a cold light was directly clamped in his hands by Lin Xiu. The man didn't seem to expect that his weapon would be caught between Lin Xiu's fingers so easily at this time. At this moment, with the triggering of his thoughts, the weapon suddenly burst into a dazzling white flame. The white flame temperature seemed very high, and even the surrounding air became twisted. But at this time, it had no effect on Lin Xiu at all. His left hand hit the man's head directly. Lin Xiu. The man looked at Lin Xiu's fist and saw Lin Xiu's face clearly, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Chapter 1204 1204 Lei Chong 1224 Lei Chong HM. The man who saw Lin Xiu's face was stunned. The fist that was about to hit his head stopped in midair. Boom! A huge explosion sounded at this time. The explosion of air. At this time, the man swallowed his spit and his body trembled slightly. Almost. His head was about to be crushed. And at this time, although the fist did not hit his cheek directly, his cheeks had pain. Are you Lei Chong? Lin Xiu looked at him and thought for a while, then said in surprise. This man was a warrior he met when he went to Marquee Planet a long time ago. Lin Xiu's memory is very good, so he could recall easily. Brother Lin, I didn't expect to meet you here. At this time, Lei Chong said excitedly. This really made him excited. He just thought that the people here were all enemies. He didn't expect that it was Lin Xiu. Why are you here? Lin Xiu watched this scene and was speechless for a while. He was resting in the lounge chair when this rocket fell from the sky. Speaking of this, he showed a bitter smile, then briefly described some of his previous experiences. He went to Marquee Planet before and wanted to find his kidnapped son, but he had been looking for a long time and could not be found, and got chased by the galaxy smugglers instead. Fortunately, he went to a planet on his way and he got some special inheritance on that planet. It is because of this inheritance that he has obtained terrifying mechanical manufacturing capabilities. The rocket-like spacecraft was made by him. I don't know how I ended up here, Lei Chong said and seemed a little helpless. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. Lei Chong did not even have the strength of a sage warrior. It was a miracle that he could fly to this god warrior realm. Oh no, they are here. At this time, Lei Chong heard a loud rumble. Looking up, they could clearly see the black shadows above. Lin Xiu and Bailey Hailing also looked up at the sky at this time. When they saw those black shadows, their eyes narrowed slightly. Spacecraft. Many spacecrafts. And at this time, the spacecraft directly activated the weapons they carried. A large amount of energy rays were shot at this time. Humph. When Bailey Hailing saw this scene, she snorted coldly. In the sky, she flickered at this time and dodged directly. Lei Chong looked at the scene and he became scared. These energy rays were very powerful and he was relatively weak now, and he can't even unfold the sphere. Doomed. Just when he thought he couldn't dodge and was to be hit by these energy rays, he suddenly saw a dazzling white light appearing. What is this? Lei Chong was stunned. As the white light disappeared, he was surprised to find that those laser rays were reflected back at this time. Booming. The laser rays launched back and hit the spacecraft and a loud noise broke out. A large number of spacecraft fell on the ground at this time. Mr. Hang. Go and see if there are still people in the spacecraft. Kill them all. Lin Xiu looked at Mr. Hang, then said lightly, "Yes, City Lord." Mr. Hang nodded, then led the guards to the other side. "Lin, brother Lin, are you the City Lord here?" At this time, Lei Chong opened his eyes wide and he was shocked. Yup. Soon, the warriors in these spacecrafts were killed by the guards. These people came here in the spacecraft to kill Lin Xiu, and he definitely would not let them go. And the damaged buildings here. Mr. Hang has begun to repair them. The repair speed was very fast. In less than an hour, almost everything returned to before. At this time, Lei Chong gobbled up the food. It can be seen that he didn't seem to have eaten for several days and now he is hungry. After finally eating, he patted his belly with satisfaction and burped. "Excuse me." After finishing, he looked at Lin Xiu and Bailey Hao Ling. "That's fine." Lin Xiu shook his head. "Are those people also from the god warrior realm?" Lin Xiu thought for a while, then said, "No. Those people are the galaxy smugglers and they've chased me here. I have never been here." Lei Chong shook his head. "These people followed his spacecraft into the space wormhole, then came here. The warriors here are too strong." At this time, Lei Chong could have clearly felt that the energy fluctuations in the air were extremely strong, and the strength of those guards made Lei Chong shocked. Almost every warrior here has the strength of the strongest warrior on the Marquee planet. Lin Xiu smiled. "Gulu." After listening to Lin Xiu's words, he opened his eyes wide and swallowed. The lowest level warriors are equivalent to the most powerful existence of Marquee planet. What space did he arrive at? I have watched that major battle between you and that guy. Thinking of it, he couldn't help feeling excited. That shocking war was broadcast live on the Marquee planet. And in the end, Lin Xiu was victorious. You are also lucky to actually come to this place. Lin Xiu laughed. This guy actually came to the god warrior realm through the wormhole. It was indeed a miracle. And what was most coincidental was that he came to Lin Xiu's place. If not, this Lei Chong would be dead. Next, what do you plan to do? Lin Xiu asked seriously. Lei Chong was silent at this time and seemed to want to say anything, but didn't dare to say. After thinking about it, he still gritted his teeth and said to Lin Xiu with pleading eyes, "Can I stay here?" "No." Lin Xiu directly rejected. Although he knew Lei Chong, it was useless to let him stay here. He is not a saint after all. Lin Xiu just saved his life, and if he still let him stay here, it would be overboard. I can help you repair things." Chapter 1225 1225 Powerful Energy Barrier. 1225 Powerful Energy Barrier. Lei Chong blushed, thought for a while and said abruptly, "Fix what?" Lin Xiu said curiously, These things. I can fix them all." Lei Chong looked around, then pointed to the damaged buildings outside the door. "These things can be repaired by the people in my city lord's mansion." Lin Xiu shrugged. Lei Chong was in a daze. He seemed to have thought of something at this time and quickly said, "By the way, you haven't built a defensive energy barrier in this city, have you? I can help you build a super defensive energy barrier." Hearing Lei Chong's words, Lin Xiu was a little interested at this time, because there was really no effective energy barrier in this Lingzhan city. What kind of energy barrier can you build? Lin Xiu is interested now. The general energy barrier is not very useful and it is easily destroyed by other people's attacks. After all, this is not the Earth. The warriors here were all very powerful and sage warriors were everywhere. The energy barrier that I can build should be able to completely resist your attack. Lei Chong thought for a moment, then said seriously, "This is impossible." Before Lin Xiu could speak, Bailey Hao Ling shook his head. Of course, she knows Lin Xiu's strength. But now Lei Chong is not even at the level of sage warrior. Who would believe this? I mean it. Lei Chong became a little anxious at this time. Then try. Lin Xiu showed a look of interest. At that time, he wanted to see if there was any energy barrier that he couldn't break. But I need a beast godlevel odd crystal. Lei Chong looked at Lin Xiu and said, "No problem. There are still a few of these odd crystals in the treasure house of the city lord's mansion." On the contrary, Lei Tong was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xiu to agree so readily. However, he is also excited now. If there is a beast god-level odd crystal, he has the confidence to create a super energy barrier. Soon, Lei Tong started using various materials in the computer room. The tools were all on his spaceship at the time, plus the materials provided by Lin Xiu and a god-level odd crystal as the energy supply. Quickly, a mini energy barrier device was completed. Finished. As soon as Lei Tong finished his work, he excitedly said to Lin Xiu, who was not far away, "So fast." When Lin Xiu heard Lei Tong's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lei Tong would get it done in just 2 hours. Certainly, Lei Tong looked a little proud at this time. Although he is not a very powerful warrior, he has acquired a strong inheritance. Although there are many powerful warriors in the god-warrior realm, they are not very strong in terms of technology. At least that's what Lin Xiu has seen so far. Is it this little thing? And Bailey Haoling also came over at this time. Looking at the pyramid-like device in Lei Tong's hands, she couldn't help but be extremely curious. "Well, I'll start it right now to show you," Lei Tong said, then put the device on the ground. Snapped. As Lei Tong pressed the switch on the small pyramid that looked like a decoration, and a purple light burst out. With this device as the center, a circular energy barrier was immediately formed. Because the device is not large, the circular barrier formed is not very large. It just seems to cover this room. Lin Xiu and the others stood inside the barrier at this time and looked outside. The energy barrier perfectly covered everything around it, and Lin Xiu could clearly feel that the energy fluctuation of the unfolded energy barrier was extremely strong. "Let me try." Lin Xiu warmed up a little, then stood by the energy barrier. "Whew!" Lin Xiu took a deep breath and the source strength started to work. At this time, a large amount of source strength gathered on the fist. In the next moment, Lin Xiu directly punched the energy barrier. Boom! As Lin Xiu's fist slammed, an incomparably loud sound suddenly erupted. The energy barrier seemed to shake violently. What shocked Lin Xiu was that the energy barrier was only shaken, but there was no way to shatter it. What? Bailey Haoling also opened her eyes wide at this time, and they were full of surprise. The power of Lin Xiu's punch just now was not weak at all. She never thought that it would not cause any damage to the energy barrier. I'll just say, this energy barrier can definitely block it. Lei Tong looked full of confidence at this time. It's interesting. Lin Xiu also became interested at this time. With a thought, the whole body's source strength gathered again, all concentrated in the fist in his hand. Break! Lin Xiu shouted angrily, his fists filled with dazzling light. This punch is not an ordinary punch, but a god-level skill. Destroy the sky. As Lin Xiu's punch hit the energy barrier, an incomparably loud sound suddenly erupted again. At this time, a large number of cracks appeared in the entire energy barrier. Lei Tong covered his ears and opened his eyes wide to watch this scene in disbelief. The energy barrier was blasted with so many cracks. This is an energy barrier built with the energy of a god-level odd crystal as the core. It takes a lot of strength to do this. However, Lei Tong was relieved that the energy barrier was not directly shattered. Kaka. But at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Taking a closer look, the energy barrier with a large number of cracks began to slowly break. Snap. With another sound, this energy barrier was completely destroyed. Your energy barrier is really strong, Lin Xiu said to the already dumbfounded Lei Tong. What Lin Xiu said is also true. If he hadn't used the strength of his whole body, and used the god-level boxing technique he just learned, he really couldn't have destroyed this energy barrier. This Lei Tong is really a talent. Lei Tong, how big of an energy barrier can you build? Lei Tong, who was a little lost, was suddenly shocked when Lin Xiu asked him that question. As long as there are enough powerful odd crystals, I can build a more powerful energy barrier. Lei Tong was extremely excited at this time. That's right. He is indeed confident that he can build an incomparably powerful energy barrier. Very good. You can stay in Lynxian City then, Lin Xiu said with satisfaction. Really? Really? Chapter 1206 1206 people from Shachang City. 1,226 people from Shachang City. He'll definitely do a good job. Lei Tong said seriously to Lin Xiu. Lei Tong was very grateful that someone took him in this strange world. It's okay. He'll leave that to you then. Lin Xiu waved. Now Lin Xiu completely believed what he said was true. With a god of odd crystal as the core, it was possible to build such a powerful energy barrier. Lin Xiu was certain that if there were more god of odd crystals, Lei Tong would be able to construct a more powerful energy barrier. But now he needed more god of odd crystals. There were only 2 of the god of odd crystals in the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. Mr. Hang, take Lei Tong to the East Court to find a room for him to stay. Lin Xiu called Mr. Hang at this time. Yes. Mr. Hang nodded. Some of the guards at the door heard Lin Xiu's words, and looked at Lei Tong with envy. The East Courtyard in the city lord's mansion is a place where the buildings and layouts were all organized. Lin Xiu also lived there. As Lin Xiu's influence continued to increase in Lynxian City, people in Lynxian City now regarded Lin Xiu, the new city lord, as an idol. Thank you, city lord, Lei Tong also said gratefully now. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, at this moment, he heard an incomparably loud sound. The entire Lynxian city shook at this moment. Protect the city lord. The surrounding guards at the door thought someone was attacking, and at this time they all drew their weapons and entered a state of survival alert. It should be from the city gate. Lin Xiu's perception was released, and everything in the entire Lynxian city was immediately under Lin Xiu's perception. Is someone here again? Bailey Haeling frowned. There was no end to this day at all, and she seemed to think of something now, then looked at Lei Tong. Impossible. The galaxy smugglers wouldn't have come again. Lei Tong seemed to understand what Bailey Haeling wanted to say, so he shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Bailey Haeling pouted. I'll take a look. You guys can guard the city lord's mansion. Lin Xiu had already walked out of the door at this time, then looked at the guards who followed him and said, Yes. These guards obeyed Lin Xiu's orders 100. Swoosh. Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered, and he used his body technique directly, and he seemed to disappear in place. After using the flashing souls movement technique several times in a row, Lin Xiu's figure instantly appeared at the gate of Lynxian City. At this time, it can be clearly seen that there were a large number of warriors who were releasing terrifying skills at the gate of Lynxian City. Under the impact of those skills, the gate of Lynxian City had a lot of cracks appear. You must know that the city gate of this Lynxian city is made of special materials, which can resist very powerful attacks. But under the attack of so many powerful warriors, it was almost damaged. Sha Lai. I said it long ago. Just launch an attack directly from the air. A man wearing a black battle uniform, looking at this scene, frowned. The hardness of the city gate was beyond his expectations. Shakang, don't you think it would be more interesting to slowly destroy this city like this? The man called Sha Lai was a long-haired man, and at this moment, he had a crazy look. It's just that this fool, Sha Lin, actually died in this broken city. The faces of the warriors standing inside the city gate became extremely ugly at this time. All the warriors are holding their own weapons, as if facing a great enemy. When Tianlin Pavilion controlled Lynxian City, most of the talented warriors and businessmen left Lynxian City. Those warriors who still stayed in Lynxian City all have feelings for Lynxian City. At this time, seeing that these warriors outside the door were going to destroy the ancient city gate of Lynxian City, they all firmly held the weapons in their hands. The strength of those warriors outside was too strong, and wanting to fight with them was simply a dream. But, let's all go back. Just when they were about to make a move, a voice suddenly came from the sky. City Lord. These warriors looked up to the sky, and they could clearly see Lin Xiu's figure. Seeing Lin Xiu's figure, they were immediately extremely excited. The current Lin Xiu has many legends in Lynxian City. After getting rid of Tianlin Pavilion and Manhuang City, won the first place, killing top warriors from 3 cities. He'll get rid of them. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, he flew out. Taking a closer look, there were many powerful warriors outside the city, who were frantically attacking the walls of Lynxian city. They didn't directly destroy the city, nor did they fly directly over the city to launch airstrikes. The obvious reason to do this was to slowly destroy the entire Lynxian city. The strength of other warriors in Lynxian city is indeed not strong, and it can be said that they are very weak. But this city wall building, but who knew what materials were used to build it? Hard to believe. Someone is coming. At this moment, Sha Lai clearly saw Lin Zhu flying in the sky, as if he saw some prey appear. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sha Kang, who was beside him, also clearly felt a strong aura coming from him. When he looked up, he saw Lin Zhu in the sky. Go! Looking at the warriors who wanted to destroy the walls of Lynxian city, Lin Zhu triggered his thoughts and his hands danced. A dark blue flame dragon instantly appeared in Lin Zhu's hands. Go! Looking at the warriors below who were still constantly attacking the city wall, Lin Zhu waved his hands, and this dark blue flame dragon rushed down instantly. Its speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, the body of the dark blue flame dragon also instantly became larger. It became a huge flame dragon. At this moment, the flame dragon directly impacted the body of a warrior below. Boom! The warrior didn't react at all, and in the next moment, he was directly burned to slag. And at this time, the flame dragon has not stopped moving, and continues to sweep towards other warriors. Be careful! At this time, the rest of the warriors also discovered this terrifying scene. Immediately they unfolded their sphere. Boom! But the flame of this flame dragon is really terrifying. As the flame dragon hit their sphere, even their sphere almost melted away. Are you the city lord of Lynxian city? At this time, Sha Lai glanced at Lin Zhu above. Chapter 1227 Sha Kang and Sha Lai. 1227 Sha Kang and Sha Lai. Seems to have some strength, huh? Sha Kang also said with a sneer at this time. Where are you from? Lin Zhu looked down, looked at their figures and said, Why? You killed my brother Sha Lai and you still don't know where we come from. Sha Lai showed a weird smile. Shachang City. Lin Zhu raised his brows. He didn't expect the people from Shachang City to come first. Get down. At this moment, Sha Lai spoke coldly to Lin Zhu in the sky. With the triggering of his thoughts, a space crack opened directly on Lin Zhu's side. A black giant hand came out of the space crack instantly, grabbing Lin Zhu's body. Swoosh! But just when the huge black hand was about to grab Lin Zhu's figure disappeared. The pupils in Sha Lai's eyes shrank slightly, and the figure stepped back directly at this time. Boom! And Lin Zhu's figure also appeared on the side where Sha Lai was just now, and he punched out. But because Sha Lai dodged in advance, he directly hit the air. Beautiful responsiveness. At this time, Lin Zhu had to admit that Sha Lai's reaction ability was indeed very fast. Go! At the same time, Sha Kang's source strength has exploded. His source strength was the same as that of Sha Lai at the beginning. It can be materialized to gravel. This grit-like source strength formed a slender spike at this time and stabbed directly towards Lin Zhu. Humph! Seeing this scene out of the corner of his eyes, Lin Zhu snorted coldly and the fist of his right hand slammed into it. Boom! The spikes formed by the gravel-like source strength instantly collided with Lin Zhu's fist and a loud sound erupted. The spike broke and scattered on the ground. Kill! The other warriors in Shacheng City have now surrounded Lin Zhu and were attacking Lin Zhu. Among these warriors from Shachang City, there were many warriors at the level of God Warrior. The lineup can be said to be really strong. Lin Zhu looked at the warriors attacking from all directions. Without the slightest fear, sphere unfolded directly. Bang bang bang. At this time, all the skill powers were blocked. It's my turn. At this time, Lin Zhu waved his right hand and his mind was triggered, and the dark edge spear appeared in Lin Zhu's hand. Go! Lin Zhu said coldly. As the spear drew an arc, an incomparably huge force rushed out in an instant. Those warriors who came over were affected by this incomparably powerful force and flew out directly. The sphere unfolded on their bodies was directly blown off by Lin Zhu's spear. PFFD! Those warriors who flew out tried their best to stabilize their bodies, but they still vomited out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, their eyes were full of shock and horror. They never thought that Lin Zia's strength would be so powerful. And at this time, Lin Ziu disappeared again, appeared in front of one of the god warrior level warriors. The dark-edged spear in his hand stabbed out. The look in the warrior's eyes changed greatly, holding the weapon in his hand to resist Lin Zia's attack. Dang! Under the collision between the spear's head and his weapon, an extremely loud sound suddenly erupted. The terrifying power that came from made him unable to hold his weapon. Torrential storm of rose flowers. And at this time, Lin Ziu directly used his skill power. Dang dang! He was already struggling to grip his weapon firmly against Lin Zia's blow just now, and after resisting several attacks in a row, the weapon in his hand went straight out of his hand. But Lin Ziu still didn't stop attacking. The spear continued to stab out. The speed at which the spear was moving was too fast. Although this man was a warrior of the god warrior level, there was no way to dodge it. Boom! The spear charged out, directly piercing his sphere. He stabbed a hole in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the god warrior level warrior. Gain experience. Lin Ziu looked at his increase in experience and was immediately speechless. Not even one. Just as Lin Ziu was looking at the experience bar, a warrior appeared behind Lin Ziu, holding a weapon in his hand and wanted to cut Lin Ziu in half. Dang! However, Lin Ziu seemed to have eyes on his back, and the dark-edged spear in his hand directly blocked the attack, colliding with his weapon. Get lost! Boom! As soon as Lin Ziu finished speaking, a dark blue flame suddenly erupted from the body of the dark-edged spear. At this time, these dark blue flames spread directly to his weapon. What? Holding the weapon, he suddenly felt as if his palms were about to be melted. Blood dripped down. In the next moment, the dark blue flame continued to spread towards his body, and his whole person turned into a burning man. Swoosh! Lin Ziu continued to use the flashing soul's movement technique and kept appearing in front of these warriors. With a long spear in his hand, he directly killed those warriors. The warriors who came from Shacheng City kept falling to the ground. The city lord is too strong. Some warriors from Lynxian City also came out at this time. Looking at this scene in the distance, they all showed extremely shocked expressions. Some warriors have only heard of the legend of the new city lord, but they have never seen Lin Ziu's battle. At this time, watching Lin Ziu kill those warriors in Shacheng City like he was mowing the grass, and their eyes widened. Damn! At this moment, Shacheng's eyes became red. He brought so many warriors, and before they even entered the city, they were almost all killed by Lin Ziu. Interesting. At this time, Sha Lai had a very interested look on his face. It seemed that he didn't show any anger at all when Lin Ziu killed these warriors. Instead, he became more interested in Lin Ziu. Do it. At this time, Sha Kang couldn't help looking at this one-sided situation. What's the hurry? Let him clean up the garbage first. Then we'll kill him. Sha Lai licked his lips, revealing a hint of madness. Sha Lai, these warriors are the elite troops that my father asked us to bring when we go back. See how you can explain it to him. When Sha Kang heard Sha Lai's words, he was furious. Explain. Taking this guy's head back is the best explanation. Isn't it? Sha Lai pointed to Lin Ziu in the distance and said lightly. Chapter 1228 Strange Dark Energy. 1228 Strange Dark Energy. You are quite confident. When Lin Ziu heard his words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Under the analytic eyes, Lin Ziu was able to clearly find out information about Sha Kang and Sha Lai. Their attributes were also very strong. Compared with Lin Ziu, they were not bad at all. It seems that they were not ordinary warriors and had some strength. However, it is interesting to fight in this way. Haha. Seeing Lin Ziu being so arrogant, Sha Lai revealed a sneer. In the next moment, with the movement of Sha Lai's right hand, a black energy body gathered. It formed a huge black claw and charged towards Lin Ziu. Swoosh! Lin Ziu's figure disappeared instantly. He hit the air. Behind, Sha Lai seemed to sense Lin Ziu's position, turned around suddenly, then swung his claws in the air to grab it. The huge black claw that appeared in front of Sha Lai also grabbed it as he waved his claw. Boom! With a dull sound, you could see Lin Xiu holding the dark-edged spear in his hand, blocking the attack of this huge black claw. Go to hell! Sha Lai's face was hideous and he waved his left hand. At this moment, another black claw appeared behind Lin Xiu and grabbed it directly towards Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu's body was torn in half at this moment. Fake! Seeing this scene, Sha Kang clearly felt something and immediately said, "Shut up. This is my prey," Sha Lai said coldly. He also clearly felt that Lin Xiu just now was fake and he was still looking for Lin Xiu. Swoosh! But at this moment, he saw two cold beams flash past in front of him. The pupils in Sha Lai's eyes shrank slightly, clearly sensing the danger, and his body subconsciously retreated to the back. But even so, he could still feel a slight tingling sensation on his cheek. Subconsciously, he touched it with his hand and he could clearly see that there were traces of blood on his hand. He was actually injured. And at this moment, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a cold light continue to charge towards him. "Go away!" he shouted angrily, and a large amount of black energy material appeared in his body in an instant. These black energy warriors seemed to form a barrier, completely covering his body. Damn! At this moment, Bailey Haoling's figure appeared in front of him. She was holding a pair of swords in both hands and there were obvious scars on her hands. These scars were the anti-shock injuries that she received when she waved her two swords and attacked the dark matter he released. Bailey Haoling retreated to the back, staring at the strange black energy, and did not attack again. "Why are you here?" And Lin Xiu's figure also appeared beside her at this moment. "Here to have some fun." Bailey Haoling was holding a pair of swords and her red eyes were full of excitement. Lin Xiu was a little ashamed when he saw the scene. "This guy is not easy to deal with," Bailey Haoling said. And Lin Xiu nodded slightly. Especially the energies released by this Sha Lai. Obviously the energy of the dark attribute. Very strange. "Are you here to help?" Lin Xiu, who was surrounded by black energy substances, looked at Bailey Haoling over there and said with a sneer. As for Bailey Haoling appearing, he did not feel any fear, but seemed to be even more excited. He kept licking his lips. At this moment, Sha Kang frowned. Lin Xiu's strength was a bit unfathomable just now, and the strength of the girl who appeared now seems to be quite strong. How could so many powerful warriors suddenly appear in this Lynxian city? And when he raised his eyes and looked forward, he saw a huge sphere-like creature with its mouth wide open and sucked all the corpses into his mouth. Even the blood on the ground was sucked up. When Sha Kang was in shock, Xiaobai flew above their heads as well. As it flapped its wings, a large number of ice picks appeared in an instant, stabbing directly from the sky. The number of ice picks is dense and the coverage is very wide. At this time, Sha Kang couldn't dodge either, so he used his sphere directly. As his sphere unfolded, all those ice picks were blocked in an instant. Bang bang bang. At this time, the surrounding ground was constantly shaking due to the impact of those ice picks. And since Sha Lai had those black energy substances surrounding his body, he was not affected at all. "You deal with that girl. That man is my prey." Sha Lai still stared at Lin Xiu. Although Bailey Haoling scratched his face just now, he still wanted to kill Lin Xiaxian. And Sha Kang looked at Bailey Haoling. Bailey Haoling's current state of red eyes makes him feel very strange. He has been in the God Warrior realm for so long and he has never seen such a person with red eyes. "Can you handle it?" At this time, Lin Xiu spoke indifferently to Bailey Haoling beside him. "Certainly." Bailey Haoling held the two swords and was already in a fighting stance. "Very good. Let's go." Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and when he moved, he rushed out. Sha Lai watched Lin Xiu move and he instantly disappeared in place. Swoosh! The figures of the two appeared directly in the air in the next instant. Bang bang bang. Sha Lai's main weapon was the spiked gloves on both hands. At this time, he frantically threw his fists and attacked Lin Xiu's body. But Lin Xiu kept pulling away from him and stabbed him with his spear. As long as Sha Lai was not allowed to get close, he could not do anything to Lin Xiu. Swoosh! The spear stabbed out again. This time, Sha Lai was not able to block Lin Zia's attack with his fists. The sharp point of the spear pierced directly on the black substance surrounding his body, different from what Lin Ziu imagined. The dark-edged spear did not penetrate the black energy substances but penetrated Sha Li's body at this time. How can that be? Lin Ziu felt this situation, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. And as Lin Ziu tried to pull it out, he found these black energy substances had sucked his dark-edged spear tightly. There was absolutely no way to get it out. Hee. Sha Lai showed a strange smile, and the fist in his right hand slammed directly at Lin Zia's head. Boom! The pupils in Lin Zia's eye shrank slightly, and with a movement of his left hand, he slammed his fist toward Sha Lai as well. Chapter 1229 The Power of Sha Lai. 1229 The Power of Sha Lai. When the two fists clashed, there was an extremely loud sound. Although Lin Zia's fist was wrapped with sore strength, this Sha Lai was wearing a special glove. An extremely severe pain hit, and Lin Zia's body was directly blown away. The dark-edged spear was still stuck on the black energy matter and was not drawn back. Hee. That's all you've got, huh? Sha Lai licked his lips and said with a sneer. Then he pulled out the dark-edged spear that was stuck on the released dark energy matter. Holding the dark-edged spear, he looks toward Lin Ziu, who flew out, revealing a look of contempt. Dan. At the same time, Bailey Haoling had already started fighting Sha Kang. Sha Kang picked up a sword from the ground and attacked frantically. And while attacking with weapons, the source strength in his body was continuously materialized into those gravel-like substances. They scattered on the ground. Soon, as the battle between the two continued, a large amount of gravel-like material transformed from the source strength appeared on the ground. Die! Bailey Haoling was fuming at this time. The double swords in both hands were already waving even faster. Dan. As her two swords collided with his sword continuously, a lot of sparks erupted. Although Bailey Haoling's attack looked fierce, she could not kill Sha Kang. On the contrary, Sha Kang seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Damn it. At this time, Bailey Haoling wanted to kill him even more, but found that no matter how much power she used, she couldn't do it. It's my turn. After resisting Bailey Haoling's attack again, Sha Kang showed a sneer. Those gravel-like substances on the ground instantly formed hands of gravel, directly grabbing Bailey Haoling's feet. Just as Bailey Haoling was about to continue attacking, she felt that her feet were caught and she couldn't move at all. Looking down suddenly, she saw that the gravel-like things he had just released had formed so many hands of gravel, grabbing her feet tightly. And at this moment, before she could think about it, a cold light flashed over. Boom! Sha Kang's sword had already slashed at Bailey Haoling's head, but fortunately, Bailey Haoling's reaction speed was fast enough and she could completely resist it by using the sphere. You react pretty quickly, eh? Sha Kang snorted coldly. He was a little surprised by Bailey Haoling's powerful reaction ability. At this moment, without any hesitation, he continued to wave the sword in his hand. Bang. As he waved the sword and attacked Bailey Haoling's sphere continuously, there was a burst of loud noises. Sha Kang's frenzied attacks did not stop at all, and Bailey Haoling couldn't move at all because of those gravel hands. She could only withstand Sha Kang's attacks continuously. Soon, cracks began to appear in her sphere. The expression on Bailey Haoling's face changed slightly and struggled, trying to break free. Once the sphere is broken, she would be in danger. It's useless. Give up struggling. Sha Kang seemed to know what Bailey Haoling was thinking. At this moment, he said in a cold voice while continuing to wave the sword in his hand, the sphere is about to break. At this moment, a scream came from the sky. Xiaobai rushed over and grabbed Sha Kang directly. Go away. Seeing this scene from the corner of Sha Kang's eye, he suddenly stopped attacking Bailey Haoling and turned around to attack Xiaobai. Boom! His sword attacked Xiaobai's body, and immediately a large number of ice crystals scattered down. Some purple liquid also flowed out from Xiaobai's body. This was Xiaobai's blood. Xiaobai. Seeing the scene, Bailey Haoling's eyes turned even redder. She frantically wanted to break free, but there was still no way. The grip of those gravel hands was too terrifying. There was no way to break free. At this time, Xiaobai had already flown directly into the sky. Humph! Seeing Xiaobai, who was almost split in half by himself, Sha Kang snorted coldly. Just when he was about to move, he found a cold feeling coming from the bottom of his feet. Looking carefully, a large number of ice cubes appeared from the soles of his feet. These ice cubes are still spreading to his body. What is happening? Seeing this scene, the pupils in his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Is this caused by that ice crystal white bird? Before Sha Kang had time to think about it, at this moment, his entire body was covered by a large number of ice crystals. At this time, Sha Kang suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. Go to hell. At the same time, Sha Lai on the other side held Lin Zia's dark edge spear and threw it directly. The dark edge spear charged toward Lin Zia's body that flew out. It seemed that it was about to hit Lin Zia's body and penetrate his body. But just as it was about to hit Lin Zia's body, the dark edge spear stopped instantly. Seeing the scene, Sha Lai frowned, and the body of Lin Ziu who flew out also stabilized at this time. PFF. But as soon as he stabilized his body, Lin Ziu spat out a mouthful of blood. The punch just now not only hurt his fist, but also shocked his internal organs. This person's power is very strange. Not an ordinary warrior. He took a closer look at the fist on his left hand. It was already a little bloody. It looked extremely miserable. Interesting. Lin Ziu wiped the blood from his lips and with a wave of his right hand, the dark edge spear was stored in his expansion space. Now Lin Ziu was a little angry. The source strength of his body gathered crazily at this moment. Heavenly array. Following Lin Zia's thoughts, a white light burst out from Lin Zia's body, instantly covered the surrounding area. With the use of the heavenly array, Lin Zia's strength is increasing at an extremely fast speed. A source field, huh? Seeing the scene, Sha Lai sneered suddenly. He doesn't feel any fear of the so-called source field power. But what surprised him was that Lin Zia's strength seemed to have suddenly improved. A source field that can increase strength. Do you think I can't do that too? Sha Lai sneered. This is the real strength source field. His source field is capable of greatly increasing strength. In his opinion, it is thousands of times stronger than Lin Zia's current source field. Chapter 1230 The Power of Destroy the Sky. 1230 The Power of Destroy the Sky. Sha Lai sneered. At this moment, with his thoughts, black energy continued to be released from his body. It seems that the released black energy will soon cover the surroundings. Lin Ziu looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up. With a wave of his right hand, at this moment, a white light was released again. The dark energy he just released seemed to be suppressed at this moment. There is no way to continue to release it. The pupils in Sha Li's eyes shrank slightly. He wanted to show off his powerful source field power just now, but he never expected that at this moment. His source field seemed to be suppressed by some strange power and he couldn't use it at all. Hell! There was disbelief in his eyes. Before he had time to think about it, Lin Ziu had already appeared in front of him in an instant by using the flashing soul's movement technique. The fistful of source strength slammed toward Sha Li's cheek. Courting death. Seeing this scene, the look in Sha Li's eyes changed slightly and he subconsciously used his arms to block. Boom! The power of Lin Zia's punch was still very strong. At this time, it hit his arms and a dull sound erupted immediately. Sha Li's body flew to the back directly because of the impact of this punch. How can that be? Sha Lai, who flew out, felt the sharp pain in his arms and his face became ferocious. Whoosh! And at this moment, before Sha Lai flew out to stabilize his figure, Lin Ziu appeared in front of him again. Do you like punching? Lin Ziu sneered and continued to punch Sha Lai with his right fist. And this punch is not an ordinary punch. God-level skill Destroy the Sky. What? Sha Lai roared angrily and also swung his fist, hitting Lin Zi's fist. Boom! After the two punches clashed, Lin Zi's body did not fly out like before. On the contrary, Sha Li's body, because of the terrifying power produced by Lin Zi's punch, His entire arm exploded. That's right. Under the power of this god-level skill destroy the sky, Sha Li's arm has been blown up. Ah! At this moment, a wailing came from Sha Li's mouth. He never expected that Lin Zia's current punch would possess such terrifying power. The terrifying force not only caused his arm to explode, but also made him feel extreme pain. It seemed that the power generated by that fist was transmitted to his heart. It hurts. It really hurts. But at this moment, Lin Ziu didn't stop the movements in his hands and continued to punch and attack Sha Li. The pupils in Sha Li's eyes shrank slightly. He forcibly held back the severe pain and forcibly mobilized the sore strength of his whole body. With the mobilization of his sore strength, the sphere unfolded in an instant. Bang bang bang. Lin Ziu didn't pay attention to the sphere he unfolded and continued to wave his fists, hitting his sphere continuously. Now Lin Zia's every punch is extremely powerful and Sha Li, who has a broken arm, can't resist it at all. Crack crack. With the sound of clear and crisp sounds, he could see a lot of cracks in his sphere. Break. Chapter 1231 The Explosion of Bailey Hailing Part 1 1231 The Explosion of Bailey Hailing Part 1. At this moment, Lin Ziu mobilized all the energy in his body and punched out again. This punches destroyed the sky. Boom! With an incomparably loud sound, the sphere exploded immediately. Poof! Sha Li opened his eyes wide at this time. Because of the backlash brought about by the burst of the sphere, he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Just when Lin Ziu wanted to continue punching his body, the black energy substances on his body burst out again, instantly wrapped Lin Zia's fist. What is this? Looking at these black energy substances, Lin Ziu frowned, because he now clearly discovered that these black substances seemed to wrap around his hands, and it made it impossible for him to use his strength normally. Just as Lin Ziu was about to pull out these black energy clusters with all his strength, he found that more black energy covered them. At this time, Sha Li's face was ferocious. The black energy that should have covered his body all hit Lin Zia's body, and his body kept falling at this moment. Go! To hell! Sha Li, who was falling, let out a roar at this moment. At this moment, his eyes turned completely black. Cracks seemed to appear in the whole body and he swelled up gradually. Boom! With a loud sound, his body exploded directly, and after it exploded, what came out was not his flesh and blood, but a large amount of black energy substances. These black energy substances rushed toward Lin Zia's body in an instant. Lin Zia's body was completely covered. What is this? Seeing the black energy entwined around his body, Lin Zia's expression changed drastically. Just now there was a mass of black energy wrapped around his fist, and he couldn't break free, and now it has wrapped around his whole body. And looking carefully at this time, Lin Ziu can clearly feel that these black energies are constantly invading his body. Lin Ziu! Bailey hailing down there looked at the scene in the sky and couldn't help shouting. Now Lin Zia's situation looks very strange. His whole body is wrapped by those black energies, obviously in a very unfavorable state. Ignore me. Lin Ziu frowned and mobilized all the energy in his body. In this state, there is no good solution at all. He could only resist these black energy substances from invading his body. And Lin Ziu has not yet felt what effect these black energies will have on him. The unknown is the scariest thing. Kala Kala. At the same time, a large number of cracks began to appear on the frozen Sha Kang. Useless. At this time, Bailey Hailing looked at the scene in front of her and the pupils in her eyes shrank involuntarily. But fortunately, because Sha Kang was sealed in ice just now, the power of the gravel hands transformed by his sore strength has also weakened. Bailey Hailing struggled and got out with a little effort. Before Sha Kang broke free from the frozen state, she held the two swords and attacked the ice sculpture. Go to hell. At this moment, the Bailey Hailing sword seemed to be stained with blood, which was extremely strange. Her strength also reached its peak at this time. Boom! As she slashed with her two swords, the entire ice sculpture suddenly cracked. Her two swords directly slashed at Sha Kang's body. The sword in the right hand was chopped at Sha Kang's neck, and the sword in the left hand was chopped at Sha Kang's chest. But what made Bailey Haoling feel unbelievable was that neither of these two swords could cut off Sha Kang directly. The two sharp blades directly cut into his skin a little and appeared as if they were stuck. Get lost. At this time, Sha Kang's face became extremely ugly. With a roar, his body burst out with extremely strong strength. This incomparably terrifying power directly sent Bailey Haoling flying. Humph. At this time, Sha Kang looked at the two blood-red long swords on his body with a gloomy expression. With a little force, the two long swords were pulled out and thrown on the ground. I have gone through special training. With this level of attack, you think it can kill me, huh? Sha Kang looked at Bailey Haoling and said coldly. And at this time, the wound that Bailey Haoling caused was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sha Kang waved his right hand directly, and a large number of ice cones that fell from the sky were directly blocked by his strength. Xiao Bai was still trying to attack Sha Kang in the sky, but Sha Kang easily blocked its attack. After all, Xiao Bai's current strength has not yet reached the level of a beast god, and there is no way to compare with a god warrior. Sha Kang glanced at Lin Xiu in the sky, and when he saw that Lin Xiu was surrounded by those black energies, the pupils in Sha Kang's eyes shrank slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a strange arc. It seems that Sha Lai can transform into a new body again. While he was mumbling to himself, he moved his right hand and a large amount of energy around him turned into gravel and began to gather towards his palm. Go! Soon! A huge sharp spiral formed, and with a wave of Sha Kang's right hand, it directly charged toward Bailey Haoling. Bailey Haoling, who was sent flying out just now, saw the scene before she had time to stabilize her body. The expression on her face suddenly changed drastically. Her body instinctively wanted to dodge, but she couldn't dodge completely. At this moment, the spiral composed of gravel-like source strength directly penetrated Bailey Haoling's shoulder. In an instant, it went through. Fresh blood kept flowing out. Too bad. That was close. Sha Kang looked at this scene and suddenly said with pity, however, this time, I won't let you go. While talking, Sha Kang walked towards Bailey Haoling. Xiao Bai charged down from the sky, as if trying to stop Sha Kang, but it was slapped violently by Sha Kang's right hand, sending its body flying. Sha Kang continued to walk in the direction of Bailey Haoling, and the gravel-like source strength continued to gather. Who? At this time, Bailey Haoling lowered her head and covered her wound with her right hand and seemed as if she was panting. It was hot. She felt her whole body become extremely hot. It's as if the blood in the body has become boiling at this moment. Chapter 1232 The Explosion of Bailey Haoling. 1232 The Explosion of Bailey Haoling. Then, Sha Kang was already standing right in front of Bailey Haoling. By now, you should know how powerful we are. Sha Kang stared at Bailey Haoling, who was standing in front of him, as he smirked. With that said, he raised his right arm into the air. Inside his palm, there was a group of source energy that looked like a bundle of sand. As he moved his right arm, it was aimed directly at Bailey Haoling's head. Go to hell. Sha Kang had a vicious look on his face as he roared internally. Boom! As he moved his right arm, Bailey Haoling, who was covering her wounds with her right hand, suddenly moved. Her hands that were covered in blood directly collided with Sha Kang's right arm. Then, it was followed by a huge explosion. The bundle of energy source that was in Sha Kang's arm instantly disappeared because of Bailey Haoling. Due to the strong impact, Sha Kang's body was then pushed far away into the distance. He had to take a few steps in order to stop, and then he stared at Bailey Haoling in disbelief. When he took a closer look, he noticed that Bailey Haoling was staring at him. Bailey Haoling's eyes were now blood red, and they were both filled with bloody murderous intentions. What was happening? Stop making me a fool. Sha Kang was starting to feel frightened by the peculiar look on Bailey Haoling's face. He roared in rage before gathering a tornado-like source energy in both hands. It was once again aimed at Bailey Haoling. She did not dodge the attack. She waited for the tornado to reach her body, and then there was a large amount of blood-red energy that was released. It immediately stopped the attack from Sha Yuan. What on earth was that? Seeing how there was blood-red energy that came from Bailey Haoling's body, Cha Kang looked even more shocked. He has never seen such a peculiar-looking energy. Plus, he could clearly feel that these were strong energies. The energy in this was different from the source energy of the other warriors. This definitely wasn't source energy. Then, Bailey Haoling placed her right hand over her wounds. Then, there were a large amount of red threads that came out from the tip of her fingers. All of these threads were formed by a special type of energy. Soon, with the energy that were in the form of red threads released from her fingertips, they gathered around the wound on her body. These threads then quickly closed the wounds on Bailey Haoling's body. It happened very quickly. The horrible-looking wound had already healed and it can no longer be seen. Such terrifying healing powers. Cha Kang looked unhappy about it. From his peripheral view, he noticed that there was a machete on the ground. With the control of his mind, he picked up the machete from the ground. He leaped with both legs and went straight for Bailey Haoling. He transferred all of his energy onto the machete that was in his hands. Due to the transfer of energy, the machete was enveloped in a thick layer of purple energy. You're dead. With both hands on the machete, he rushed towards Bailey Haoling and swung the machete at her body. Boom! However, Bailey Haoling raised her left hand and caught the machete instead. Cha Kang widened his eyes in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. That strike contained the energy from his entire body and she managed to catch it so easily with her hands. Now, he was trying his best to pull out the machete, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Go to hell. Bailey Haoling's condition now was a little different. She spoke in a completely different tone as she stared at Cha Kang. With that said, all of the blood-red energy that was around Bailey Haoling's body suddenly released a large amount of threads. All of them were headed towards Cha Kang. When Cha Kang saw what was happening, his pupil shrank and he quickly released the energy in his body. With the energy covering his body, it worked like a sphere. Shhhhh. However, with the peculiar noise, all of the threads that were formed by the red energy instantly broke through his sphere and went around his body. These red threads that were formed by the energy around Bailey Haoling wrapped itself around his body. As his body was getting completely covered by the red threads, he could feel that the forces in his body were getting surprised by something that he couldn't see. At this point, he could no longer use them. Who are you? Cha Kang was starting to feel panic. He has never met such a peculiar energy. You're dead. However, it was as if Bailey Haoling could not hear him as she continued to mutter to herself. With that said, the red threads that were around Cha Kang's body instantly tightened itself. There was a soft groan as Cha Kang could no longer scream. Hi's entire body was then crushed into multiple pieces by the red threads that were around his body. He instantly turned into chopped meat. Bailey Haoling remained unmoved in the same position. It looked as if she had entered a peculiar zone. As for Lin Xiu, who was still in the air, his eyes were wide open and his body was still struggling. His entire body was covered with the black energy. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't free himself from it. Plus, all this black energy was trying to infiltrate Lin Xiu's body. These were source energy and there was no way for him to stop them. Soon, all of them were infiltrating Lin Xiu's body at a quick speed. When Lin Xiu noticed how the energy around him disappeared, there was a surprised look in his eyes. Everything around him turned pitch black and he entered into his own mind. Ha ha ha. Inside his mind, there was a loud laughter all around him. Then, there was a huge figure of Sha Yuan that appeared in his mind. Surprise? Did you think that you could really kill me? Your body will now be under my control. Sha Yuan's voice appeared in Lin Xiu's head. You're taking it away from me. Lin Xiu stared at the huge face that was in his mind. These black energy that had infiltrated his body seemed to control it now. Ha. Goodbye. There was a vicious look on that huge face. No, I should be the one telling you that it's over. Chapter 1233 1233 Absorbing Sha Lai 1233 Absorbing Sha Lai HMPH. Hearing how Lin Xiu was still trying to fight him when he was already inside Lin Xiu's mind, Sha Lai instantly sneered. He immediately entered Lin Xiu's brain. trying to take over his body. Ding! Unknown energy detected. Engulf activated. With the notification from the system, Sha Lai, who was already inside Lin Zia's mind, looked frightened. Ah! Sha Li's painful cry rang throughout Lin Zia's mind. What is this? What is this? Sha Li's face was covered with fear as he stayed inside Lin Zia's mind. The black energy that infiltrated Lin Zia's mind was obviously the spirit energy of Sha Lai. Sha Li's spirit energy has infiltrated into Lin Zia's body, and he wanted to get rid of Lin Zia's spirit, so that he could take over Lin Zia's body. However, what he didn't expect was that he could now feel that his spirit energy was getting absorbed into Lin Zia's body by some weird energy. What on earth was happening? Sha Lai was about to turn mad as he had never encountered such things. Is it fun? Lin Ziu stared at Sha Li's vicious face that appeared in his mind. He didn't care if Sha Lai was now looking as if he was in a lot of pain. Lin Ziu coldly looked at the progress bar of engulf that appeared in his system, which was now absorbing the unknown energy that entered his body. Please let me go. I'm sorry, I've learnt from my mistake. Sha Lai was now covered with fear. His face was distorted from the pain that he was feeling. But Lin Ziu was not bothered at all. Soon, the face that was in his mind had turned into a shadow. As the spirit power of Sha Lai was getting absorbed into the system, the energy that he had left in Lin Zia's body slowly disappeared as well. I'll curse you. You will be going to hell with me. Before Sha Lai completely disappeared, he had a cruel look on his face. With that said, his entire body then disappeared into thin air. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on absorbing the unique energy. AXB gained said to me 504th on 245. Soon, there was another notification that rang from the system. There was a slight movement in his progress bar. When he took a closer look, it was about 5. So much. Lin Ziu was surprised. He never thought that Sha Lai would have so much energy in him. It has to be noted that the warrior gods that he killed wouldn't even give me 1 of progress in his EXP. Lin Ziu quickly returned to reality. However, he had a feeling that something wasn't right. He couldn't tell what he felt off. Lin Ziu looked onto the ground, and he could clearly see Bailey Hailing, who was standing still at the same spot. There was a meat patty that was right in front of her that looked a little disgusting. She killed him. The other warrior, known as Sha Kang, seemed to have been killed by Bailey Hailing. Although there was also blood all over Bailey Hailing's body, it didn't look like they were serious injuries. Lin Ziu didn't think much about it and flew next to Bailey Hailing. Hailing! Lin Ziu called for Bailey Hailing, who remained stagnant. When he looked closely, he noticed that Bailey Hailing's condition was a little odd. Her eyes were blood red and it looked much scarier than before. Lin Ziu suddenly had chills running down his spine. Plus, Lin Ziu was surprised to find that there was a large amount of blood-like energy that surrounded Bailey Hailing's body. Hailing. Seeing how there was no reaction from Bailey Hailing, Lin Ziu waved his hands in front of her face and continued calling for her. There was still no reaction from Bailey Hailing. It was as if she had entered some sort of peculiar zone. Lin Ziu frowned as he felt that something wasn't right. Then, he quickly patted Bailey Hailing on her shoulder. Slap. However, as soon as Lin Zia's hands came in contact with the red energy around her body, he could feel an intense pain on his arm. It felt as if his hands had been electrocuted, and he quickly pulled back his hand. Then, there were a large amount of small wounds all over Lin Zia's body. Seeing how his hands were injured, Lin Ziu was in shock. What were these red energies? How was it possible that they injured his hand? Bailey Hailing, wake up. Lin Ziu didn't dare to touch Bailey Hailing recklessly anymore. He continued shouting at her in order to wake her. However, there was no response from Bailey Hailing. Plus, on her face, there were tiny blood vessels that appeared. All of them looked as if they were about to pop. This was definitely a bad situation for Bailey Hailing. If this continued, Bailey Hailing might be in danger. But, what can he do now? This was the first time that Lin Ziu had encountered such things, and he didn't know what to do as well. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Lin Ziu clenched onto his jaw, and reached out to the red energy that was around Bailey Hailing's body. At the same time, he quickly activated Engulf. Boom! As soon as his hands touched the blood-red energy, Lin Xiu could feel an intense pain all over his body. Damn it. Lin Xiu clenched onto his jaw, and he could no longer pull back his hands. Although it hurts, Lin Xiu could still clearly feel that the blood-red energy was being absorbed by the system inside him. It was something that his system could absorb. This allowed Lin Xiu to heave a sigh of relief. As Lin Xiu activated Engulf, all of the blood-red energy was starting to get weaker. The pounding blood vessels all over Bailey Haoling's face slowly disappeared as well. All of the red energy seemed to feel that they were being absorbed by Lin Xiu and instantly returned into Bailey Haoling's body. When Lin Xiu felt what was happening, he widened his eyes in shock. These red energies seemed to have their own consciousness. Lin Xiu felt even more surprised. This definitely wasn't source energy, but what on earth was it? Bailey Haoling's eyes slowly reverted back to normal as well. Her blood eyes slowly turned pitch black once again. There was finally light in her beautiful eyes. It hurts. Bailey Haoling held onto her shoulder as she spoke. You're awake. Lin Xiu spoke out of surprise. Lin Xiu. Bailey Haoling was surprised to see Lin Xiu standing in front of her. Then, she noticed that there was a crushed body of Sha Kang on the ground, with only his head that was left intact. Chapter 1234 1234 Rollies past. 1234 Rollies past. How did he die? Bailey Haoling's eyes were opened wide in shock. She was in disbelief as she saw the scene before her. All she remembered was that she was still in a battle with Sha Yuan. How did he suddenly die? You don't know. Lin Xiu was shocked as well as he subconsciously asked. Bailey Haoling shook her head as she was a little shocked as well. She had no idea what had just happened. When she came back to her senses, the scene before her had already happened. You were the one who killed him. Lin Xiu looked at Bailey Haoling with a peculiar look in his eyes. The blood-red energy that Bailey Haoling released a while ago was indeed questionable. That's weird. Bailey Haoling stared at her hands and she looked lost. What really happened just now? Boom boom. Suddenly, Rolly's huge body appeared out of nowhere. The entire ground shook as Rolly started getting closer towards them. Its mouth was open wide and it immediately swallowed Sha Yuan's body. Then, it let out a loud and satisfied burp. This fellow, Lin Xiu didn't know if he should be crying or laughing at Rolly. It went missing during the battle and now that everything was over, it instantly appeared to eat Sha Yuan's body. Little Bai flew down from the sky as well. You're hurt. Lin Xiu looked at the wings of Little Bai and there was a deep wound. It was obvious that it got injured by Sha Yuan during the fight earlier. Lin Xiu lifted his right arm. The water element energy ball lit up brightly with a purple glow. Then, there were water droplets that came out of the energy ball. All of them rushed towards the wound found on Little Bai's wings. As the water droplets landed on the wound, there was a comfortable feeling that went through its body. The deep wound that was on its wing started recovering on its own. That's weird. How did I kill that guy? Bailey Haoling was still feeling lost. Sha Yuan was a powerful man and she had been having difficulties fighting him. But, she completely forgot everything that happened after that. I don't know either, but there was blood-red energy around you earlier. It was pretty strong. Lin Xiu quickly suggested what might have happened after hearing her question. He was busy fighting Sha Lai earlier and he didn't see how Sha Yuan was killed. When he came back to the ground, he noticed Bailey Haoling who was standing still. A blood-red energy. Bailey Haoling tried to think of what might have happened. Let's head back first. Lin Xiu stretched his back. Lin Xiu had activated rage when he fought Sha Lai earlier. He was finally feeling the aftermath of it now and he felt as if his body had turned weak. Rolly seemed to have felt something wrong, as well then it rolled and stood before Lin Xiu. This allowed Lin Xiu to be able to use its body as support. Suddenly, there was a faint glow that came from Rolly's body. Lin Xiu could feel a warm feeling traveling through his body because of the glow. The fatigue that he felt earlier was starting to disappear. Lin Xiu's body was filled with energy once again. Lin Xiu felt that this was something incredible. His mouth was opened wide in shock and he couldn't believe what was happening. This was exactly what happened the last time as well. The aftermath of using rage had completely disappeared because of Rolly. It was as if there were no aftermath. Lin Xiu was pleasantly surprised when he learned about this. This scale of Roly seemed to be quite useful. Haoling, do you know what evolved beast Roly might be? Lin Xiu asked out of curiosity as he gently patted Roly. Its body was covered with soft fur and it was incredibly comfortable to stroke them. I don't know either. I couldn't find any information about him. Bailey Haoling was finally pulled back from her thoughts about the fight earlier. Then, she stared at Roly before shrugging her shoulders. Is that so? Lin Xiu felt lost as well. For some reasons, he felt that Roly wouldn't be a simple evolved beast. Sir, Mr. Peng came running with the rest of the guards. Are you alright? Mr. Peng was panting as he asked. The rest of the guards looked cautious as well as they checked the surroundings, ready to fight. However, they soon noticed that all of their enemies had disappeared. They were all quite shocked. This was because from the footage that they saw inside the city, there was a large number of people who were trying to attack their city. It's already over by the time you guys get here. Lin Xiu teased the rest of them. Mr. Peng felt a little awkward after hearing what Lin Xiu said. Alright, let's head back. Lin Xiu waved his arm. Mr. Peng hesitated for some time before nodding his head. Then, he got the guards to return to their post. City Lord, you have really become incredibly powerful. Lei Chong ran over to Lin Xiu and started flattering him. He had watched Lin Xiu fight earlier from a distance and he was beyond shocked. Lin Xiu was now definitely a few more times stronger than when he was back at Marquee Planet. Was that the strength of a warrior god? He heard it from the warriors by the city gate that all city lords would have to be warrior gods. This meant that Lin Xiu was undoubtedly a warrior god. Stop it. Lin Xiu glared at Lei Chong before pointing at the city gates. Would you be able to fix that? This was because all of the firm structures of the city gate had been destroyed by Sha Yuan and his men. The people of Lynxian City did not have high architectural and engineering skills. It would be difficult for them to fix these buildings. Of course I will be able to make it as good as new. When it came to recovering these buildings, Lei Chong was confident, along with the energy barrier. You have to get it done as soon as possible. Lin Xiu continued giving his orders. Lin Xiu wasn't afraid of being attacked, but if there are people who aren't as dumb as those men today who wanted to attack slowly, the entire Lynxian city would be now in ruins. So, they would definitely have to build an energy barrier. It's easier to build one, but in order to build something that could withstand the attacks from the warriors we saw today, I still need a few more things. Lei Chong raised a problem. What do you need? Lin Xiu raised his brows. God-level odd crystals. I need at least 10 of them. Lei Chong spoke in a serious tone. So, you need 10 God-level odd crystals. Lin Xiu pursed his lips as if this was a small issue. I don't think we have that many now. Bailey Haoling rolled her eyes seeing how arrogant Lin Xiu was acting. We might not have it here in Lynxian City, but it doesn't mean that the other cities don't have it. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he gave his solution. Chapter 1235 borrow. 1235 borrow. You're right. Bailey Haoling thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. You want to borrow it from the other cities. Lei Chong had no idea what they were talking about and asked subconsciously. Borrow him. You could say so. Let's borrow some then. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Let's go. Lin Xiu spoke to Bailey Haoling. Bailey Haoling nodded her head and followed behind Lin Xiu. You can come along if you want. Lin Xiu told the rest of them as he left the scene. Of course. Lei Chong felt excited and followed behind Lin Xiu. He still didn't know much about this world. He would obviously want to follow Lin Xiu and see how the city lord would be able to borrow odd crystals from another city. Roly's had reverted to the size of a fist. This was because Little Bai, who had recovered from its wounds due to the energy stones from Lin Xiu, noticed the signal that was given. Then, Little Bai stopped in front of the crowd. Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling then jumped onto Little Bai's back. When Lei Chong saw what was happening, he wanted to do the same as well. However, Little Bai flapped its wings and pushed Lei Chong aside. Then, it grabbed onto Lei Chong with its claw. Before Lei Chong could come to his senses, Little Bai flapped its wings and flew into the sky. With the guidance of the smartwatch, Lin Xiu quickly arrived at the next city, Shacheng City. This was a city on the north side of Lynxian City. This city was much bigger than Lynxian City and their defenses were much stricter as well. Stay there. When Little Bai was about to enter the sky above Shacheng City, there were a large number of warriors riding on evolved beasts that surrounded Little Bai. Lin Xiu got on his feet as he was on Little Bai's back. He stared at the warriors around him with an indifferent expression. So, this is Shacheng City. Lin Xiu looked at one of the men who was dressed in a different uniform as he asked. This is the airspace of Shacheng City. The man sneered at Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling who were sitting on Little Bai's back. He could clearly feel that these two were powerful people. He knew that they were warrior gods. However, he was also a warrior god himself and he shouldn't be afraid of Lin Xiu. You have trespassed into our airspace. You will be killed for not having a reasonable explanation. The man continued speaking in a cold tone. Of course we have a reason for this. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. We're here to borrow a few odd crystals from your city lord. With that said, the man's pupil shrunk in shock. From the look on Lin Xiu's face, it was obvious that he had said this on purpose. This man was asking for trouble. Kill him. The man did not hesitate and gave his commands. With that, the rest of the warriors who were riding on flying evolved beasts started attacking Lin Xiu. Save me. Lei Chong, who was being grabbed by Little Bai's claws, started screaming with his pale face. He almost peed in his pants. He wanted to cry but there were no tears coming out of his eyes. He didn't do anything, but why was he getting killed? Swoosh! However, just when the warriors who surrounded them got close, Little Bai flapped its wings. There was a strong frost that was released and it went straight for the warriors around it. Ah! The warriors who wanted to attack Lin Xiu suddenly felt the attack from the frosty air. All of them quickly released their spheres for protection, but there were still some that weren't quick enough to do so. Their bodies immediately came into contact with the frost and all of them started screaming in pain. This was because their bodies were destroyed by the frost. Kill them. There was a murderous look that appeared in Lin Xiu's eyes as he saw how they had surrounded him. Bailey Haoling licked her lips as she was starting to get excited. The wound on her arm had completely recovered and she couldn't feel any pain now. She pulled out both her daggers and activated levitation skills before she attacked the warriors around them. Boom! The warriors had their spheres released in order to dodge the frost released by Little Bai. However, with Bailey Haoling's attack, all of their spheres blasted as soon as it came into contact with the daggers. Bailey Haoling did not stop there. As she whacked their spheres with her daggers, she continued hacking them with her weapons even when their spheres exploded. Other than the man who was the leader of the group, the rest of the warriors were only sage warriors. With Bailey Haoling's form while her eyes turned red, her abilities were similar to a warrior god. It was a piece of cake for her to kill them. Plus, she could also feel that her strength has improved as well. This was definitely something that surprised her. However, she didn't have the time to think about it now. She turned her focus into killing the rest of them. You're dead. Seeing how the rest of his men were killed instantly because of Bailey Haoling, he was starting to feel mad. He jumped off his evolved beat and wanted to grab Bailey Haoling. He had a pair of gloves on and the tip of it was sharp and long. Then, with his source energy being transferred onto the fingertips on the gloves, the entire glove was glowing brightly in purple. Hey! Your opponent is here. However, before he could get his hands on Bailey Haoling, there was a dark blue flame that appeared before his eyes. His pupil shrank and subconsciously dodged the attack. He managed to dodge the flame that was coming at him. What was that? Although he had successfully dodged it, the man was still feeling a little frightened. This was because the flame earlier definitely wasn't something simply. Then, Lin Xiu appeared right in front of him. You're the one who released the flames. The man frowned as he stared at Lin Xiu. Although he already knew that Lin Xiu was a warrior god, he still wasn't afraid of Lin Xiu. This was because they were both warrior gods. However, the flames that he saw a while ago were indeed terrifying. Call for your city lord to be here. I want to borrow a few odd crystals from him. Lin Xiu completely ignored what the man said and mentioned what he was here for. If he doesn't bring it out for me, I'll get it myself. Madness. With that said, the man had an extremely awful look on his face. Lei Chan, who was still being grabbed on by Little Bai's claws, was in shock. So, when they said that they wanted to borrow it from another city, they were actually referring to snatching it from another city. Chapter 1236 Quick Attack. 1236 Quick Attack. Then, the man's body started spinning and he turned into a thick cloud of black smoke. All of them went straight toward Lin Xiu. Seeing what was happening before them, Lin Xiu frowned. This was the first time that he has ever seen such a peculiar skill. However, Lin Xiu did not feel nervous. With the control of his mind, the long spear appeared in Lin Xiu's hands. Xiu! At that moment, the cloud of black smoke that the man had transformed into rushed toward Lin Xiu as well. Lin Xiu sneered as he started spinning the long spear in the air. With the movement of the long spear, there were dark blue flames that were headed towards the black smoke. But, it looked like these flames were useless towards the smoke. The dark blue flames went straight to the smoke, causing no damage at all. What was that? Before Lin Xiu could think of anything else, the black smoke was inches away from Lin Xiu. Xiu Xiu Xiu. With each loud sound, there was a bright ray that shone in different directions. Lin Xiu's pupils narrowed. He held onto the long spear with both hands and started spinning it. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding with each other rang through the area. The smoke that reverted to its human form, with the gloves in his hands that were sharp and long. It started attacking Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu quickly moved his long spear, stopping the man from touching him with those pointy gloves. Go away. There was a large burst of energy that came from the long spear. Then, it pushed away the man who was still trying to attack Lin Xiu. Boom! The man's gloves had just returned to its original state, but it was instantly broken by Lin Xiu's long spear. His eyes were opened wide in shock as he couldn't believe what he saw. Lin Xiu did not stop and continued thrusting his spear forward. Ah! The man screamed. The energy in his body was quickly released as well. There was a sphere that was quickly formed as he tried to block Lin Xiu's attack. Boom! However, Lin Xiu's spear was too strong. The sharp tip of the sphere was enough to break his sphere. PFFD. The sphere soon exploded and the man spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiu Xiu. Before he could steady himself, there were two more sharp piercing noises in the air that came from behind him. Ah! There was a loud, painful cry that followed as both his upper limbs were chopped off. When he looked closely, it was Bailey Haoling who attacked him. All of the warriors that he brought along have been killed. The man, who lost both his arms, shivered in fear as he fell to the ground. His sphere has been destroyed and he was still suffering from the backlash of it. As he lost both his arms, it caused another huge impact to his body. Lin Xiu took this as an opportunity and drove the long spear through the man's head. The sphere was sharp and quick. It was impossible for the injured man to be able to withstand it. The long spear went straight through the man's head. Ding! Congratulations, master, in killing a warrior god. EXP gained Thixi4 me Thixi4 thy Fenit4. Soon, there was a notification that came from the system. Although the man was a warrior god, he was still a weaker one amongst the others. Hoo. At the same time, there was a loud siren that rang in Shacheng City as soon as Lin Xiu killed the last warrior. Chapter 1237 Entering Shacheng City. 1237 Entering Shacheng City. Is that a siren? Bailey Haoling, who was in the air, looked towards the ground and subconsciously asked. I think so. Let's head down there. Lin Xiu nodded his head and then went straight to the ground. City Lord, could you please put me down first? Lei Chan, who was still being grabbed by Little Bai, couldn't help but beg to be placed onto the ground. He has no chance of moving anywhere as he was in this position. He thought about the warriors that attacked them earlier. If it wasn't because Bailey Haoling had killed them first, he would have been in a dangerous position as well. I think it's best if you stay in the air. Lin Xiu glanced at him before telling the truth. Lei Chan wanted to cry. If there was anyone else who attacked them, he would definitely be dead. It's safer for you to be up here in the air. With that said, Lin Xiu quickly joined Bailey Haoling as they entered the city. They were walking towards the main area of the city. The siren continued ringing loudly around them. Ring, ring, ring. Then, there were loud footsteps that were heard, and a large group of warriors dressed in uniform appeared before them. These warriors had a unique uniform on, and the weapons that they had were nicely polished. Lin Xiu glanced around with his analytic eye. It was easy for him to identify the levels of these warriors. Most were sage warriors and there were only a few warrior gods. The overall standards of the warriors here was incomparable to this small Lynxian city. Plus, at this time, the warriors separated into two different lines, clearly out a path before them. A tall, muscular middle-aged man walked toward Lin Xiu. As they looked closer, this man looked similar to Sha Qiang and Sha Lai. But, this man looked more mature. With the information from his analytic eye, Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. From the stats itself, it seemed like this man was much stronger than him. Lin Xiu from Lynxian City. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xiu before asking, "You know me?" Lin Xiu frowned when he heard what the middle-aged man said. He was also a little surprised as well. "Of course." The man spoke in a cold tone. "You killed all 3 sons of mine. How could I not know who you are?" As soon as he was done talking, there was a loud explosion heard. Boom! The entire ground started shaking. Soon, the entire sky above Shacheng City was covered by an energy barrier. It was a powerful one. No one would be able to enter from outside and no one inside would be able to leave the city. He wanted to kill Lin Xiu once and for all. An energy barrier. Lei Chang, who was still being held by Little Bai, saw the energy barrier that appeared above him. His eyes widened in shock. The energy in this energy barrier was powerful. He estimated that even with Lin Xi's strength, they may not be able to break through it. As he looked at the warriors that were gathered on the ground, he felt his scalp turn numb. Everything's over. He wanted to cry. This was what they meant by borrowing odd crystals. Shakyang. Lin Xiu was still extremely calm even when he was surrounded by all these warriors. "The reason why we're here is because we need to borrow some god-awful odd crystals from you." Damn. Lei Chang, who was in the air, could clearly hear what Lin Xiu was saying. His eyes widened in shock and he almost burst out cursing. In such a dangerous situation, wouldn't these make the other party even angrier? There were too many people at the opposite party. Ha ha. Shakyang, who had an expressionless face earlier, started laughing instead after hearing what Lin Xiu said. After laughing for some time, his smile froze. His eyes were filled with a cold glance. "You asked for it." With that said, all of the warriors around them started glowing brightly. They seemed to have released all of the energies in their bodies. As they moved their weapons in the air, there were endless horrible warrior skills that were aimed at Bailey Haoling and Lin Xiu. Bailey Haoling couldn't help but feel surprised and her pupil shrunk as well. There were so many sage warriors here. Along with the addition of a few warrior gods, it would be impossible for them to stop these. Plus, it would be impossible for them to dodge these attacks. Bailey Haoling's eyes turned red. If they took a closer look, they could see that the wounds that she had earlier have now completely recovered. It was as if she was never injured. Her healing powers were incredible. Just as Bailey Haoling was about to release her sphere to block these attacks, there was a bright red light that appeared next to her. What was that? Bailey Haoling couldn't help but be shocked to see what it was. She soon realized that it was a huge sphere and it completely covered Lin Xiu and her in it. Boom boom boom. All of the warrior skills that have been released were stopped by the red sphere. It was a thick sphere and it was filled with a large amount of energy. Lin Xiu, is this your sphere? Bailey Haoling's eyes were opened wide. She stared at Lin Xiu who was behind him and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Using such a sphere would definitely use up a lot of energy. However, Lin Xiu looked as if nothing was happening and it was a walk in the park. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Then, with the movement of his right arm, there were various lotus flowers that were released. The sphere was able to block the attacks from outside, but it wouldn't affect the attacks being released from inside the sphere. Boom boom. As Lin Xi's lotus flames attacked the warriors that were outside, all of them exploded and the flames covered the bodies of the warriors beneath it. They didn't even have time to release their sphere before they were burned into ash. HMPH. Bailey Haoling sneered. She grabbed both her daggers and formed a cross with it in the air. Then, there was a blood-red cross that rushed out of the sphere. A few of the warriors from Shesheng City were then chopped into several pieces because of this cross. With the sphere released, none of the warriors from Shesheng City could attack Lin Xiu and Bailey Hailing. However, both of them from inside could still attack them. Move back. Shakyong's face turned dull. With his commands, all of the warriors moved back and all of them stopped their attacks. Shakyong looked at the huge sphere that Lin Xiu had released. He reached out his right arm and pointed into the air. Chapter 1238 Dark Energy 1238 Dark Energy. Boom boom boom. Following Xiaoyan's hand pinching in the air, there were loud noises on the ground under Lin Xiu's feet. At this moment, the entire ground unexpectedly split into terrifying ravines. That's it. Bailey Hailing had already used the levitation technique at this time. An incomparably huge gully appeared as the ground under their feet cracked. But for them, it is impossible for them to fall just because of this. At this moment, Xiaoyan showed an extremely strange smile on his face. At this moment, under the huge ravine under the feet of Lin Xiu and Bailey Hailing, there were a lot of black hands grabbing up from below. Bang bang bang. These black hands grabbed Lin Xiu's sphere and made loud noises. HM. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked down and found that these black hands were formed by some kind of dark energy. And this energy is very weird and powerful. As they kept grabbing his sphere, Lin Xiu could clearly feel his sphere trembling. Go! The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly, obviously feeling something was wrong. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, Bailey Hailing flew into the air with Lin Xiu. Humph! Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan immediately sneered. At this time, with a movement of his right hand, the black energy hands below instantly became extremely long and rushed towards Lin Xiu and Bailey Hailing, who were flying into the sky. Haoling, go to the other side. Lin Xiu looked at this scene and his face became serious. What this sand is using is not ordinary energy, but special dark energy. This kind of dark energy is really weird. Just now, his sphere seemed to be unable to withstand the attack of this dark energy. Okay. Bailey Hailing nodded slightly and flew to the other side as soon as he moved. At this time, Xiaoyan waved his hands in the air, as if he was manipulating these dark energy hands. And just as Lin Xiu thought, these dark energy hands did not attack Bailey Hailing, who was leaving, but towards himself. Xiaoyan wanted to kill Lin Xiu first, but Lin Xiu would definitely not be killed so easily. At this moment, with a thought, the dark attribute energy ball in the energy glass ball collar on his neck suddenly shook slightly. When those black hands were about to catch him, Lin Xiu waved his right hand and a huge shield of dark energy appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Bang bang bang. These dark energy hands hit Lin Xiu's energy shield, making loud noises. But there was no way to blow up the dark energy shield. It seems that because they are both dark energies, the impact of this dark energy hand has become weaker. You also have dark energy. When Shakyong on the ground saw the scene, the look in his eyes changed slightly. Dark energy generally appears very rarely and there are very few warriors who can use dark energy. But he never expected that Lin Xiu could also use dark energy. Lin Xiu, who was in the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, the same dark energy can withstand the impact of these dark energy hands. Haoling, get rid of all the other fighters first and I'll deal with this old chap. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at Xiaoyan below, then said to Bailey Hailing. Bailey Hailing nodded slightly, clenched the two swords with both hands and looked down. The rest of the warriors retreated to the back because of Xiaoyan's words just now. However, their eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu and Bailey Hailing, as if they were ready to attack them at any time. Whoosh! Bailey Hailing didn't think too much about it. At this moment, she moved, then she directly charged toward the bottom. She loved a good fight and at this moment she felt as if her blood was boiling. Although she had just fought with Shakeng not long ago and was injured, Bailey Hailing at this time not only did not feel that her strength was weak, instead, she felt much stronger. As for Lin Xiu in the sky, at this moment, With a dark edge spear in his hand, a series of dark blue flaming birds rushed straight down. The temperature of the dark blue flaming bird was very high. At this time, as the dark blue flaming bird flew downwards, the surrounding air seems to become distorted. Cheyenne watched this scene, still standing there, without any fear. As the dark blue flaming birds were about to hit his body, his sphere had already unfolded. Taking a closer look, he found that the sphere he unfolded turned out to be black. This sphere looked extremely strange. As the dark blue flaming bird that hit his sphere, it didn't have any impact at all. Sure enough, it was using dark energy. This is a bit tricky. While Lin Xiu was talking to himself, he directly used the reset skill, then used fury again. This Sha Qiang is difficult to deal with, and Lin Xiu is not confident of being able to kill him if he was not in the state of fury. And at this time, just after using fury, Lin Xiu also continued to use heavenly array, as well as his purification domain. He must kill him in one hit. At this time, Lin Xiu held his dark edge spear and charged down from the sky. Because of Lin Xiu's transfer of source strength, the spear body slowly began to have a large amount of black energy. Those black energies quickly gathered into a giant black dragon. The dark attribute energy ball on Lin Xiu's neck was still shaking. Because of the power of the dark attribute energy ball, the power of the black dragon seems to have become even stronger, circling the dark edge spear. It followed Lin Xiu as he charged down from the sky to Sha Qiang, who was below. At this moment, Sha Qiang had just seen that the dark blue flaming birds were all blocked by his own sphere. At this time, after a closer look, he found that Lin Xiu had already struck down, and the spear rushed down with a black dragon. Small tricks. Looking at this scene, he didn't panic at all, and he didn't even move his footsteps in the slightest. It seems that he has incomparable confidence in the sphere he unfolded. At this time, Lin Xiu held the long spear tightly with both hands and directly stabbed at the sphere unfolded by Sha Qiang. Boom! 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 The ground where Sha Qiang was standing was constantly shaking. Suddenly, a large number of cracks appeared. The spear pierced his sphere, making strange noises. The black dragon also crazily rushed towards his sphere. It seems that this black dragon is also transformed from dark energy. At this time, his seemingly indestructible sphere started to shake. Chapter 1239 Strange Little Black Dragon. 1239 Strange Little Black Dragon. Sha Qiang's face changed slightly at this time. It never occurred to him that Lin Xiu would also have this kind of dark energy. And this kind of dark energy seems to be fine with his own. Interesting. Sha Qiang snorted coldly, and at this moment, the source strength of his body mobilized. The source strength materialized and all of them turned into dark energy. Boom! As he exerted all his strength, these dark energies burst out from his body. At this time, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly, and he clearly felt the strong impact. At this moment, the entire being was directly bounced away. He flew out directly and crashed into the huge building in the distance. Lin Xiu. At this time, Bailey Haoling had already rushed to the warriors in Shacheng City and was holding the long swords in both hands to fight against those warriors. When she saw Lin Xiu being knocked out, at this time, Sha Qiang glanced at Bailey Haoling's side. Seeing Bailey Haoling's movements, he snorted coldly. He raised his right hand and a large amount of dark energy erupted from his body at this moment. These dark energies spread to the surroundings in an instant like a black mist. What is this? Bailey Haoling, who was killing those warriors, was taken aback, but the black mist spread very fast. As soon as the spreading black mist touched her body, she felt a particularly uncomfortable feeling inside. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly just now and had already flown into the sky. And those warriors in Shacheng City were completely covered by the dark energy at this time. They were still moving at first, but now they stood in place, as if they were frozen. But Bailey Haoling didn't care so much about this side and looked behind. Lin Xiu was sent flying out just now, and she didn't know how he was now. Boom! 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 And when Bailey Haoling looked back, the building behind her began to shake. The building was quickly trampled down, and Lin Zia's figure flew out of the building very quickly. Taking a closer look at this moment, there was a little black dragon hovering around Lin Zia's body. This is Lin Zia's soul. Black flame dragon. What is this? Shakyong also clearly noticed the little black dragon hovering beside Lin Ziyu, and immediately frowned. Just now he knew that Lin Ziyu was definitely not dead. But he didn't expect that the moment Lin Ziyu rushed out again, there was a little black dragon hovering around his body, and he clearly felt that this little black dragon carried an extremely huge amount of energy. He had a sense of crisis. No matter what, today, I will definitely kill you. Thinking of the death of his 3 sons at the hands of Lin Ziyu, his expression became even gloomier and colder. He raised his hands, and at this moment, the surrounding black mist poured into the bodies of those warriors. Seeing the scene, Bailey Haoling was extremely surprised. As the black mist poured into their bodies, the bodies of these warriors and their eyes began to gradually become lifeless. The pupils of the eyes also became completely black, and even the pupils could not be seen. Their bodies also began to slowly become shriveled. As the bodies of these warriors became shriveled, all the source strength of these warriors' bodies seemed to be transformed by those dark energies, and all of them poured into Shakyong's body. Lin Ziyu, be careful. Seeing Lin Ziyu rushing over with a long spear in the back, Bailey Haoling shouted loudly. This Shakyong obviously used this extremely weird method to absorb the life force of those warriors under him, and turned it to his own use. This secret method is really too vicious. Lin Zia's sight was very good. Of course he also saw this scene, but he still didn't stop. Holding the spear tightly with both hands, he continued to charge forward. Lin Zia's speed was very fast, and he rushed in front of Shakyong in the blink of an eye. Humph! Shakyong watched this scene, snorted coldly, waved his right hand, and dark shields appeared in front of him in an instant. Bang bang bang. Lin Zia's spear directly hit the dark shields made of this dark energy, directly stabbing at them. But as soon as the dark shields blocking Shakyong's face exploded, the dark energy surging around his body condensed into sharp spears, shooting towards Lin Ziyu all at once. The spears condensed by these dark energies were so powerful that Lin Ziyu dare not resist directly. With a movement of his body, Flashing Souls was released, and Lin Ziyu dodged directly to the back. But when he just dodged, he found that these dark spears seemed to have a tracking ability, and they continued to stab Lin Ziyu in all directions. Sphere. Looking at this scene, the pupils in Lin Zia's eyes suddenly shrank, and all the energy in his body burst out. Whoosh whoosh. As the sphere unfolded, all those dark spears pierced Lin Zia's sphere. Although these dark spears did not directly penetrate Lin Zia's sphere, they were halfway in. Looking at the dense dark spears around him, cold sweat dripped down Lin Zia's forehead. This kind of dark energy is really weird. It can actually penetrate his indestructible sphere to this extent. Just a little more. Shakyong watched the scene and said to himself in a cold voice. At this time, his hands were still waving, and the life force of the warriors around him had almost been absorbed by him. One after another, corpses continued to fall on the ground. Comfortable, Shakyong licked his lips. It seemed that because of absorbing this dark energy, he became extremely excited. Originally, he had a little wrinkle on his face, but now he could clearly see that his skin began to become tighter. It's like regaining youth. And the little black dragon hovering beside Lin Ziyu at this time, seeing the dark energy spears pierced in Lin Zia's spheres, suddenly opened its mouth wide and began to gnaw on those spears. Lin Ziyu was dumbfounded. This little black dragon will also eat dark energy. While Lin Zia's eyes were still wide open in disbelief, the black dragon began to gnaw wildly. It seems that these dark energies are a kind of delicacy to the dragon, and as it continued to gnaw, it was obvious that its body began to grow bigger at the speed of the naked eye. Chapter 1240 injured. 1240 injured. The little black dragon was still devouring those dark spears. The more Lin Ziyu looked at it, the more shocked he became. This divine soul of mine seems to be much stronger than I imagined. You guys died a worthy death. I'll take revenge for you guys. At this time, Shakyong had absorbed all the life force of the warriors under him and licked his lips as he spoke. What he said meant that these people were killed by Lin Xiu. At this time, the rest of the people in Shacheng City also saw the scene through various surveillance broadcasts and suddenly felt chills in their hearts. Shakyang, the city lord of Shacheng City. Although he usually looked very stern, everyone in Shacheng City respects him. After all, he was the one who led the development of Shacheng City. There were still many warriors in the city looking forward to becoming part of the City Lord Council, or becoming the guards of Shacheng City, but they never expected that their city lord would actually absorb all the life force of his subordinates for his own use. The scene of being sucked dry was really too terrifying. Of course Shakyong knew that everyone in the city would see what he did, but he didn't care anymore. The subordinates he originally trained were used by him as a cauldron to absorb power to strengthen himself. His plan is to let the strength of most warriors continue to improve, then slowly absorb the life force of these people one by one. This way, he could still conceal his plan, but the death of his own 3 sons has already triggered him. Today, he must let Lin Xiu die here. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiu and raised his hands. Crash! Clatter! A large number of cracks began to appear in the surrounding ground. The rocks on the ground were all shattered into pieces, then quickly flew into the sky, where they combined into even bigger stones. These huge rocks are surrounded by black energy bodies. It looked extremely weird. Howling. I'll deal with it. Bailey Howling, who was in the sky, was staring at Shakyong down there. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard Lin Xiu's words. Bailey Howling looked towards Lin Xiu, and she was able to clearly see the little black dragon, which ate all the dark spears that stabbed Lin Xiu's sphere just now. Bailey Howling's eyes widened and her eyes were full of disbelief. This kind of dark energy is the most difficult to deal with. It is several times more difficult to deal with than ordinary fire attribute energy, ice attribute energy, etc. But Lin Xiu's divine soul seems to have a special restraint effect on this dark attribute. This is too strange. Under the shock of Bailey Howling, the little black dragon had devoured all those dark spears. Its body size was obviously much larger, and it seemed very satisfied, flying around Lin Xiu's side. Whoosh whoosh. And at this moment, those huge rocks with dark energy attached to them also charged toward Lin Xiu from all directions. Eat them. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu didn't panic at all, but spoke to the little black dragon. Although this little black dragon is his soul, it seems to be able to have independent consciousness. And at this time, it seemed to understand Lin Xiu's intention and instantly rushed toward the rocks that were coming. At the same time it rushed out. Its mouth opened wide and it actually devoured all those rocks. Lin Xiu was even more surprised when he saw this scene. This soul seems very extraordinary. What is happening? But Shakyong, who was on the opposite side, was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. You must know that these huge rocks all have their own dark power attached to them. Unexpectedly, they were directly devoured by that weird little black dragon. Damn it. Shakyong's face was extremely ugly at this time, and with a movement of his right hand, all the weapons on the ground around him flew up in an instant. The dark power emanating from his body attached to those weapons and controlled them all. Go! And with the movement of his hands, all these weapons charged towards Lin Xiu. Although the little black dragon can devour those dark forces, its devouring speed was not fast. At this time, seeing dozens of hundreds of weapons all charged towards him, the expression on Lin Xiu's face also changed drastically. The dark edge spear in his hand directly blocked them. Dan dan dan. After those weapons were blocked by Lin Xiu's dark edge spear and flew out, they flew back again. Every weapon seemed to have consciousness, attacking Lin Xiu frantically. At this time, Shakyong in the distance was waving his hands in the air, manipulating dozens of hundreds of weapons like a marionette. Because of the attachment of dark energy and the control of Shakyong, these weapons have become extremely terrifying. Lin Xiu was not careful for a second, and a long wound was drawn on his back. Damn it. Lin Xiu's face became ugly. Now he can feel his own blood dripping from the wound on his back. The injury is not serious. Moreover, the dark energy on these weapons seems to have also entered his wounds. It slowed down the healing speed of the wound. The little black dragon shuttled among the weapons attached to the dark energy, constantly devouring the dark energy. As the dark energy on the weapons was swallowed, the weapons fell to the ground in an instant, but its devouring speed was not fast, and there were too many weapons with dark energy attached. Dang! The dark edge spear in Lynx's hand swung out again, and some weapons were instantly split in half. But even so, as long as the broken weapons still have dark energy attached, they would still fly up and attack Lin Xiu. Seeing the scene in the sky, Bailey Haoling clenched the long swords in her hands, although Lin Xiu told her not to move. But at this time, it is impossible. Looking at Shakyong not far away, he was waving his hands in the air, as if he was manipulating those weapons. With the triggering of a thought, the divine soul twin swords that she had just comprehended before appeared above her body. Without the slightest hesitation, she rushed towards Shakyong below. Humph! Out of the corner of Shakyong's eyes, he spotted Bailey Haoling and immediately snorted coldly. It seems that Bailey Haoling does not pose much threat to him. Such a non-threatening person dared to attack him, simply courting death. With a thought, more than a dozen weapons directly charged toward Bailey Haoling. Chapter 1241 Hard Fight. Bailey Haoling looked at the weapons that were charging toward her, and the pupils in her eyes shrank slightly. There is no other way. She can only use her own two swords to withstand the impact of those weapons. Dang dang dang. These weapons controlled by Shakyong seemed to be attacked by invisible warriors with these weapons, and the attacks were very fierce. Damn! Bailey Haoling's eyes turned redder and redder. Because of the power bestowed by the divine soul, Bailey Haoling's twin swords possessed extremely strong power at this time. The blades turned blood red after slashing against those weapons. Soon, cracks appeared in those weapons. Heh! You all will die here. Shakyong looked at Bailey Haoling and Lin Xiu. From his point of view, Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling will soon be powerless to resist, and when the time comes, they will definitely die. It's over. It's over. Lei Tong in the sky looked at the scene below and muttered to himself. He also didn't expect that this Shakyong would be so powerful. Indeed, the God Warrior realm had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. And Xiaobai, who was holding on to Lei Tong with his claws, seemed to sense the crisis of the current situation at this moment and immediately made a loud and clear sound. Its pair of snow-white and huge wings flapped at this moment. A stream of ice and snow forces directly charged toward the Shakyong below. Shakyong didn't even look this way, and a large amount of dark energy spreading from his body flew into the air. Under the obstruction of that large area of dark energy like black mist, Xiaobai's frost power had no effect at all. Furry time was almost up. At this time, Lin Xiu was frantically waving the spear in his hand, while secretly paying attention to the remaining time of his fury. There were still 5 minutes. If there was no way to get rid of this Shakyong within 5 minutes, he will definitely be in an extremely dangerous situation. It is very possible that he was killed by this Shakyong. I can't die here. At this time, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and directly activated the system skill Full-Blown Profound Intent. Under Full-Blown Profound Intent, all the skills used by Lin Xiu have activated the ultimate Profound Intent. Even if it is not a god-level skill, the power the skill has after activating the Profound Intent was extremely powerful. Profound Intent Heaven-Breaking Strike. At this time, all the soar strength of Lin Xiu's body was transmitted to the dark edge spear in his hand. Because of the transmission of the source strength on the spear, the long spear burst out with a bright light at this time. Whoosh! Following Lin Xiu's direct circular sweep, these weapons that attacked him from all directions were all smashed into countless pieces, and they were blown away directly. A huge space crack was drawn around Lin Xiu. The power of this blow is really too powerful and terrifying. Shakyong watched this scene, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. He didn't expect that Lin Xiu would release such a powerful skill. At this time, seeing a large number of weapon fragments attacking him, he waved his right hand and a large amount of black energy appeared in front of him, blocking all the incoming weapon fragments. At this time, Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at all and immediately activated the flashing soul's body skill and appeared in front of Shakyong in an instant. Get lost. Seeing this scene, Shakyong's expression changed drastically. A large amount of black energy gathered on the fist of his right hand. Looking at Lin Xiu who appeared in front of him, he punched out directly. Boom! Lin Xiu reacted quickly and blocked his blow with the body of the dark edge spear. The power of this punch was terrifying. Even though Lin Xiu had been prepared for it, his body was pushed back a short distance at this moment. But Lin Xiu still reacted quickly and continued to rush out with the dark edge spear in his hand. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. Thousands of spear shadows burst out at this moment and continued to charge towards Shakyong. Each shot carried an incomparably terrifying power. Shakyong's face had turned gloomy. He never thought that Lin Xiu would have the power to unleash such a terrifying skill. He continued to wave his right hand and a large amount of dark energy appeared in front of him again, form an incomparably huge barrier. Bang bang bang. Every shot of Lin Xiu pierced the huge barrier formed by these dark energies. But there is absolutely no way to penetrate this barrier and attack Shakyong. There was a feeling of powerlessness like he was hitting cotton with a fist. Damn, how can these dark energies be so weird? It is too powerful compared to other attribute energies. There's no way. You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. At this time, Shakyong roared with a ferocious face. It is time to attack Lin Xiu back. But at this moment, his face suddenly changed drastically and his left hand trembled violently. His eyes suddenly looked to the other side. At this moment, the weapons controlled by his left hand that were attacking Bailey Haoling were swallowed by a huge, chubby creature with its mouth wide open. Those weapons with dark energy attached to them were swallowed by the creature directly into its mouth. And together with the dark energy attached to the weapon and used to control the weapon, it was swallowed up. How can that be? Shakyong's face became extremely ugly. What exactly is this evolved beast? It looks chubby, with white hair all over its body, like a giant snowball. But it was this thing that actually swallowed up his weapon and his dark power seemed to be absorbed by it. It wasn't just Shakyong who was shocked. Bailey Haoling was extremely shocked at this time. Just now, Rolly suddenly flew over from the other side, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the weapons that were still attacking him. Those dozens of extremely difficult weapons that had dark energy attached were easily swallowed. And at this moment, Rolly seemed to be very satisfied and patted its tummy. It's as if it was full. It's weird. It's really weird. However, Bailey Haoling didn't think much about it at this time and as soon as she moved, she rushed towards Shakyong. Humph. Looking at Bailey Haoling who was attacking, Shakyong immediately waved his right hand and some dark energy quickly gathered on Bailey Haoling's side. Then formed three huge guards. These huge guards formed of dark energy held huge sabers and attacked the Bailey Haoling who was rushing over. The expression in Bailey Haoling's eyes changed slightly, but she was very flexible. At this time, she used her body skills and quickly avoided the attacks of the three giant guards formed of dark energy. And she turned around and slashed at one of the guards twice. Chapter 1042 The Little Black Dragon That Doesn't Stop Engulfing. 1242 The Little Black Dragon That Doesn't Stop Engulfing. As Bailey Haoling thrusted her daggers forward to the soldiers who were formed by the dark energy, she realized that her daggers were headed back to her. All of the bodies of these soldiers were formed by the dark energy. Although they were merely energy, when her dagger got into contact with it, it felt as if they were made of high elastic rubber. PFFT. Before Bailey Haoling could do anything, all of the dark energy turned into the form of a dagger and it was headed toward her. As the daggers traveled in the air, there were ear-piercing sounds that could be heard all around them. There seems to be waves in the space around them. Bailey Haoling had no other choice but to continuously dodge the daggers. With these three huge soldiers that were made of dark energy protecting him, it would be impossible for her to attack. Ha 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 ha. With those weak energies of yours, you will never be able to kill me. Shakyong stared at Bailey Haoling and Lin Xiu as he started laughing out loud. After absorbing all the energy from the warriors, the dark energy that he had now was incredibly strong. It was undefeatable. Although he couldn't kill Lin Xiu and Bailey howling directly, they would still be the ones who would die if this goes on. Boom! Just as he was laughing, there was a bright ray that appeared before his eyes. What was this? His smile froze and his pupil shrunk. Then, he subconsciously covered his head with both his arms. Although there was a large amount of dark energy around his arms, he could still feel a sharp pain. The impact of this sudden surge of energy forced him to take a few steps backwards. What was going on? He was shocked as he turned around and noticed that on the huge energy barrier that he had, there was a hole. Lin Xiu had walked towards the hole and had pierced his arm with a long spear. After taking a closer look, there was a bright white glow that appeared on the tip of the spear. There were also streaks of dark energy on the spear. Usually, if he used the dark energy to defend himself, it would be difficult for the other warriors to penetrate through it. However, there was dark energy found on the tip of the spear as well. This was why the defense on both his arms were not as strong as before. Plus, what was more shocking now was that there was a black dragon near the hole found on the energy barrier that he had built with the dark energy. It was eating up the energy barrier. It was doing it at a very fast speed as if it was eating a huge biscuit. Before Xiaoqiang could react, Lin Xiu raised his long spear and thrusted it forward once again. Xiu! This time, he reacted fast enough and shifted to another side. This is your divine spirit? Xiaoqiang asked in a cold tone after appearing at another corner of the space. He thought that the dragon was one of Lin Xiu's warrior skills, but after so long and from the details of it, it may be possible that this was an animal spirit. As for the young girl, she had a weapon spirit. Both of them had spirits. The murderous intention in his eyes grew. Divine spirits are something difficult to comprehend. There were lots of warrior gods who would try, but they would fail to get their own spirits. Even Xiaoqiang didn't have one himself. If they didn't get rid of Lin Xiu and Bailey howling now, it would be a big threat to him. You talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Xiu sneered. By using flashing souls, he managed to appear right in front of Xiaoqiang once again. The long spear was still being spun in the air and it looked like it was a part of Lin Xiu's body. The wounds that were caused by the weapons on his back have already started to heal. When Lin Xiu broke the weapons with a profound intent heaven-breaking strike, the little black dragon had also absorbed all of the dark energy that was attached onto the weapons. It was now impossible for them to rebuild the weapons. The wounds on his back were huge, but as the dark energy on them was slowly absorbed by Lin Xiu, they started healing at an incredible speed. After all, Lin Xiu's body has very strong healing powers. I was careless earlier. Did you really think that you would be able to hurt me? Seeing how Lin Xiu was still trying to attack him, Xiaoqiang was infuriated. He gathered a large amount of dark energy from his body and then formed a large number of tentacles that were aimed at Lin Xiu. It looked as if it was trying to penetrate through Lin Xiu's body and wanted to tie him up. However, Lin Xiu was too agile, and it was impossible for those tentacles to be in contact with Lin Xiu's body. At the same time, Lin Xiu continued driving his long spear into Xiaoqiang's body. Although there was a thick layer of dark energy around his body as defense, Lin Xiu had an energy stone that contained dark energy, and this gave Lin Xiu a certain amount of dark energy. Then, Lin Xiu transferred all of it to the tip of his long spear. Perhaps it was because of the dark energy. Lin Xiu noticed that the tip of his spear that was covered with dark energy would be able to penetrate through the dark energy that Xiaoqiang has released. Although it wasn't completely through, it still caused a huge damage to Xiaoqiang. Damn it. Xiaoqiang had a vicious look on his face. He continued releasing the dark energy that he had in his body. The entire ground now was covered with pitch-black dark energy. It caused Lin Xiu to feel as if he was swimming inside a black river. Wait, something's not right. Lin Xiu looked at the energy that was overflowing on the ground and the look in his eyes changed. He quickly moved and flew into the air. You're dead. Xiaoqiang showed a horrendous smile on her face. With one loud roar, the ground that was like a river of dark energy had hundreds of tentacles that appeared out of nowhere. All of them were going after Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu wanted to hide, but at some point, there were already a few tentacles from behind that caught his body. It was impossible for him to move now. All of these tentacles that appeared from the ground came with sharp, pointy tips. Plus, there was dark energy around it and was penetrative. It was different from those that were made by other elements. Thousands of them appeared in the air. There was no way for him to run. Gone. Lei Chong was still in the air as he witnessed this. Lin Xiu could definitely be killed from this. He wanted to close his eyes so that he didn't have to see such a cruel scene. However, there was a bright golden light that appeared all over Lin Xiu's body. Chapter 1243 243 Defeating Shakyang. 1243 Defeating Shakyang. Boom boom boom. As the tentacles touched Lin Xiu's body, there was a loud explosion. It was then followed by soft groans. It seemed as if these tentacles were unable to penetrate through Lin Xiu's body. This is impossible. Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Shakyang was in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Xiu was glowing brightly in gold as if he was a Buddhist statue made of gold. This was why the thousands of tentacles that he released had failed in penetrating through Lin Xiu's body. Plus, at this moment, the little black dragon returned to Lin Xiu's body, and it started engulfing the dark energy from the tentacles around him. Hoo! As Lin Xiu saw how the tentacles around him were being absorbed by the little black dragon, he let out a breath of relief. It was impossible for him to be able to dodge the tentacles. He could only activate the golden body of immortality to withstand them. Veins were popping all over Shakyang's face. He was furious and he was dying to chop Lin Xiu into pieces. However, his dark energy was not enough to kill Lin Xiu. At the same time, the little black dragon that Lin Xiu had was continuously absorbing the dark energy that he had released. These dark energies weren't limitless. The more energy the dragon absorbed, the less energy that Shakyang had. The little black dragon had engulfed a large amount of energy and it was now looking much bigger than before. It was only the size of Lin Xiu's arm in the beginning, but now, the body of it was as thick as a man's waist and it was longer as well. The dragon looks much more ferocious than before. I want you dead. Shakyang roared in rage and continued moving both his arms in the air. Then, all of the dark energy transformed into weapons that were headed for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was now aware of the abilities of these dark energy, and he was able to dodge the attacks coming at him. Shakyang was protected by these energies, which was why Lin Xiu couldn't kill him, but if he waited till his dragon had completely absorbed all of the energy that Shakyang had, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to defeat Shakyang? Bailey Hailing thought of the same thing as well, and she didn't continue her attacks. Not only the little dragon was engulfing the energies, even Rolly was doing the same thing. The little dragon and Rolly were busy engulfing the dark energies. The thick dark energies that were like a river released by Shakyang were starting to disappear. Slowly but surely, there was a significant decrease in the amount of dark energy around them. Shakyang's eyes were opened wide. He was trying to control the dragon and Rolly with the dark energy, but he soon realized that both these animals were not afraid of these dark energies. They could even open their mouth wide and engulf all the energy around him. Xiu! Suddenly, there was a bright light that appeared before his eyes, and there was a figure standing right in front of him. It was Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu held onto the long spear with both his arms and aimed at Shakyang's chest. Shakyang's pupil shrunk uncontrollably. He had once again placed both his arms across his chest, hoping to stop the spear. However, he didn't have much energy left in his arms. The spear went straight through his arms and Shakyang let out a painful cry. Lin Xiu continued pushing the spear forward, hoping to pierce through his arms and into his chest. Stay away from me. Shakyang had a vicious look on his face as he roared in rage. With a loud roar, he released the remaining dark energy that he had in his body. Boom! From the impact of the burst of energy released, Lin Xiu's body was pushed far behind. The long spear was thrown into the distance as well. Lin Xiu soon managed to steady himself after a few seconds. Seeing how his long spear was in the air, Lin Xiu quickly caught it with his hands. Hoo! Shakyang was panting as he tried to catch his breath. The sharp pain coming from his arms caused both his eyes to turn red. He was injured. His bones have been completely broken. This was no doubt a huge humiliation to him. He has already absorbed so much energy from the other warriors, but he still couldn't kill this kid. Do it. Lin Xiu, who was blasted away by the impact. wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he screamed at Bailey Hayaling, who was next to him. The little black dragon had already engulfed most of the dark energy. So has Roly. At this point, there wasn't much energy left for Shakyong to use. Bailey Hayaling nodded her head. She quickly moved, and like a shadow, she quickly rushed toward Shakyong. Lin Xiu also activated flashing souls as he headed for Shakyong. Shakyong's arms were already injured, and it was impossible for him to move them. Then, he felt Bailey Hayaling, who was behind him, and noticed that Lin Xiu was right in front of him. He was shocked. The dark energy around him that was supposed to be protecting him quickly turned into tentacles and attacked both Bailey Hayaling and Lin Xiu. Bailey Hayaling didn't notice it, and she was injured at the shoulder. But she didn't care about the pain. Instead, she drove one of her daggers into Shakyong's stomach. There was no energy left around Shakyong's body. At this moment, Bailey Hayaling was able to drive the dagger through him without any resistance. The intense pain caused an ugly expression on Shakyong's face. He quickly turned around and grabbed onto Bailey Hayaling's neck with his arm. He has incredible healing powers. His arms that have been injured by Lin Xia's spear have already recovered. Bailey Hayaling wanted to stab Shakyong with her other dagger, but she ended up being strangled, and that's when she felt an intense pain around her neck. Shakyong wanted to break Bailey Hayaling's neck. Boom! At that instant, the little black dragon appeared out of nowhere and started to bite off Shakyong's arms. Shakyong's eyes were opened wide as he couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to release his sphere to protect himself, but it was useless. This was because he saw a long spear that went through his chest. It was a sharp tip that was shining brightly, and there was dark energy around it. You! Shakyong looked at Lin Xiu with his wide eyes. He couldn't understand how Lin Xia's long spear was able to penetrate through his chest. Destroy this guy. Before Shakyong had the chance to speak, Lin Xiu quickly let go of the spear in his hands and landed a heavy punch on Shakyong's head. Chapter 1-2-3-4 1-2-3-4 The City Lord Mansion of Shechang City. 1044 The City Lord Mansion of Shechang City. This punch was a god-level warrior skill. The energy that came with it was incredibly powerful. Shakyong, who had been pierced in the heart by Lin Xia's heart, made it impossible for him to gather any energy. Lin Xia's punch instantly landed on his head. Boom! With one loud explosion, there was blood and white matter that splattered everywhere. Lin Xiu was the one who caused the brain to explode. Lin Xiu pulled back the spear that was pierced into Shakyong's chest, and his body immediately fell onto the ground. In the end, they finally killed Shakyong. Lin Xiu let out a breath of relief, but he immediately felt his head spinning. The aftermath was here. This time, it was much worse than the ones that he had experienced before. He felt dizzy and his entire body was about to fall backwards. Boom! However, Lin Xiu suddenly felt that there was something behind him. Lin Xiu had someone holding him from behind before he fell. Roly. Lin Xiu assumed that it was Roly when he felt a warm feeling all over his body. The fatigue that was present because of using rage was slowly disappearing from his body. His head was still feeling light a minute ago, but now it was completely gone. It was only that his body felt a little tired. Roly. Lin Xiu turned around, and it was indeed Roly who was behind him. At that moment, Roly's body was covered in a faint white glow. This was another encounter where Roly was able to heal the effect that the aftermath brought to his body. Roly. What are you really? Lin Xiu took a good look at Roly who was behind him as he muttered to himself. Kuo. Roly then reverted to its original size quickly. It was now the size of a fist, and it jumped onto Lin Xia's shoulder. Then, it started rubbing itself onto Lin Xia's neck. It's so itchy. Lin Xiu laughed out loud. The little black dragon also reverted into a dark shadow. It re-entered into Lin Xia's body and completely disappeared. Lin Xiu could immediately feel that there was a large amount of energy that was flowing in his body. Hayaling, are you alright? When he came back to his senses, he turned towards Bailey Hayaling. He realized that Bailey Hayaling was retrieving her dagger that was stuck inside Shakyong's body. It's fine. Bailey Hayaling shook her head. Her blood-red eyes have returned to normal as well. Although there was a sharp pain coming from her shoulder, It had already stopped bleeding due to her strong healing abilities. The energy that Shakyong had was quite peculiar. Lin Xiu was not feeling the effect of the aftermath, but his body still ached all over. The energy used by this man was completely different from the others that they've met. His source energy was dark energy as well. If I'm not wrong, this man must have visited the dark planet. Bailey Howling stared at Shakyong's body before answering Lin Xiu. The dark planet. After hearing the name of it, Lin Xiu was a little surprised. Oh, it was because Liu Yu brother had gone to that planet. Plus, Liu Yu father, Liu Zhen, had specifically told him to visit the dark planet if Lin Xiu had the chance to. And I heard from my ancestors that the dark planet is an odd place. It is filled with powerful warriors and most of them use dark energy, which is why that place is known as the dark planet. Bailey Haoling continued explaining it to Lin Xiu. I thought it was because the entire planet was pitch black. Lin Xiu chuckled. Then, he realized he hadn't checked how much EXP he received. Lin Xiu subconsciously looked at the progress bar and realized that it was already at 20. It had already increased by so much. Lin Xiu didn't think that killing Shakyong would bring him so much EXP. Was it because this man was using dark energy, or perhaps it's because he had absorbed a large amount of energy in order to get stronger, which was why his death brought so much EXP to Lin Xiu? If he went to the dark planet for a Dane EXP. Haoling, do you know how to get to the dark planet? Lin Xiu immediately asked the question that he had in mind. Bailey Haoling was stunned as she didn't think that Lin Xiu would be interested in that planet. I don't know as well, but since this man was able to use that sort of energy, he would have information about it. It should be in his mansion in the city. Bailey Haoling thought about it carefully before answering Lin Xiu. You're right. Let's take a look there. Lin Xiu clasped his hands together and was prepared to head for the City Lord Mansion. Commonly, the City Lord Mansion would be in the heart of the city. Although Shachang City was a huge city, the design of it was almost the same as Lynxian City. Soon, Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling arrived at the City Lord Mansion. The main warriors of this place have already left to join the battle, and now all of them were dead. The ones that remained had already left before Lin Xiu arrived. This was common sense. Shakyong was already dead and they definitely wouldn't stay here. Plus, Shakyong had absorbed the spirit energy of his own men, which could have caused them to lose faith in Shakyong. These people ran pretty quickly. As they walked into the City Lord Mansion, Bailey Haoling couldn't help but mumble to himself. There were no signs that there had been others who came to rob this place. It was obvious that the guards who stayed behind had already learned of Shakyong's death and knew that Lin Xiu would be here soon. This was why all of them left. Lin Xiu looked around and noticed that there were a lot of things left in the City Lord Mansion of Shacheng City. There were a lot of advanced technologies and perfectly curated weapons. These weapons were made of some special material and it was impossible for the Dark Edge to break them. Lei Chong, come and pick something that you like. Lin Xiu spoke to Lei Chong, who was wandering behind him. Now that his foot had finally touched the ground, he was beaming with happiness. The battle that happened earlier was terrifying. It was fortunate that Shakyong was defeated in the end. Alright. Lei Chong didn't bother with rejecting the offer as he already had his eyes on a golden machete. The machete looked like it was made of some exquisite material. There should be a vault here. Bailey Haoling commented about the place as she looked around. But we just don't know where. Lin Xiu nodded his head. This place was huge, and as the city lord of Shacheng City, Shakyong definitely had lots of treasure up his sleeves. This man wouldn't have an expansion space like Lin Xiu, and all his things would definitely be placed in this mansion. Damn. This is heavy. Lei Chong picked up the machete and his body started swaying. Then, it accidentally slipped off his hand and hit the wall in front of him. Chapter 1245 entering the storage space. 1245 entering the storage space. Lei Chong was completely in shock. However, the end of the machete had already hit the wall in front of him and there was a loud sound. It was an accident. Lei Chong looked at the crack that was on the wall and he felt speechless. He didn't think that the machete would be so heavy that he couldn't even hold it and it fell onto the ground. Lin Xiu looked at the cracks as if it was something interesting. Betrayal immediately threw a few slashes over it. There were already cracks in the wall and it instantly fell apart. Soon, they could see that there was a golden door behind the wall that had been split apart. So the storage room is hidden in here. Lynx's eyes narrowed in interest as he looked at the door. This must definitely be the entrance to the storage room. It was definitely interesting to know what treasures he had kept in this room. Betrayal then subconsciously pushed the door open. Just when her hands touched the door, there was a strong force of current that was coming at her. It was a terrifying one and Betrayal's pupil shrank in fear. At that moment, she couldn't free herself from the door. However, Lynx quickly grabbed onto her shoulder and pulled her backwards, away from the door. Hoo! Betrayal was still panting. The current was terrifying and she was almost stuck at the door because of the strong current. Are you alright? Lynx quickly checked on her. I'm fine. Betrayal quickly calmed down before answering him. City Lord, let me solve this thing for you. Lei-chan took a look at it and he knew that there were some contraptions here. He was an expert in these things. That won't be necessary. When Lei-chan was getting excited to show his skills, Lynx shook his hands. But, just when Lei-chan wanted to speak up, Lynx placed one of his hands on the golden door. Sizzling. As soon as he touched the door, there was a loud explosion heard. The thick and strong current went all around Lynx's body. It was terrifying for them to look at it, and there was a toasted smell in the air. However, Lynx looked as if nothing was happening to him. He pushed the door with both hands and the golden door was slowly pushed open. Ka. It was incredibly difficult for him to push it open, and Lynx had to use a lot of strength to move it. Ziu. When there was an opening at the door that could only fit one person, Lynx noticed that there were laser beams being shot out. What the hell? Lynx's pupil shrunk instantly. Then, he quickly released his sphere. Boom. There were multiple laser beams that landed on Lynx's yuan, and it was followed by loud explosions. Lynx didn't think that there would be such powerful laser beams from inside the room. Although these scary beams did not break Lynx's sphere, the huge impact that came from it still caused Lynx to be thrown far away from the door. Lynx clenched his teeth and gripped tightly onto the handles, refusing to let go. The door was too heavy and once he let go of it, the doors would close once again. Get it opened. Seeing how there were still laser beams coming from inside, Lynx roared in rage. Then, he released all of the energy in his body. Boom! At that moment, the door was finally pushed open. Lynx looked around and noticed that there were multiple unique setups above his head. These were the ones that were releasing the powerful laser beams. Lynx looked at them and sneered. Then, he brought out his long spear. The long spear moved gracefully in his arms and there were multiple blue flames that were released. All of them were aimed at the setups on the ceiling of the room. Boom! With a loud explosion, the equipment that was hung on the ceiling exploded one after another. All of them have been destroyed by the explosion. Lynx walked into the room as the door was finally opened. Betrayal and Lei-chan followed him into the room as well. How can there be such powerful equipment here? Betrayal walked into the room and gave a slight comment when she noticed Lynx who was panting. These laser beams are formed by god-level odd crystals. It would definitely be powerful. Lei-chan walked to the equipment that had been destroyed and started analyzing them. Soon, he dug out an odd crystal from the pile of burnt debris. As expected, Lei-chan was in awe when he saw the odd crystal. This was a god-level odd crystal although it has been used. It was still something surprising. Then, Little Bai flew into the room. It was now as small as Roly and immediately took away the god-level odd crystal that Lei-chan had in his hands. Hey, give it back. Lei-chan's eyes were opened wide when this happened. But, Little Bai was flapping its wings in the air and there was nothing that Lei-chan could do. Little Bai glanced at Lei-chan and started chewing the odd crystal. There was a crackling sound heard. Lei-chan continued staring at the bird. He couldn't help but feel that this ice crystal white bird was laughing at him. Lynx thought that it was funny as well, but there was nothing that he could do about it. He looked around and noticed that there was something shining brightly inside the room. Let's head over there. The space was huge, but there was nothing found here. It looked like the important things were further inside the room. Boom! After walking for a while, Lin Xiu walked into an invisible wall. Lin Xiu frowned as he stretched out his hand and confirmed that there was an invisible wall in front of him. It completely stopped them from moving forward. Then, there were bright purple lights that appeared before them. There was also a slight purple glow seen on the invisible wall. This was an energy barrier. A special type of barrier. Are there such things here? Bailey Haoling frowned when she saw what it was. Not only were Shakyong's things greatly hidden, he even had so many defenses. Looks like we need to be verified before being allowed to enter. Lei Chong seemed to have noticed something before informing them about it. Please complete iris and DNA authentication. There was a row of words that appeared on the energy barrier. Chapter 1, 246 1, 246 The Peculiar Black Sphere. 1246 The Peculiar Black Sphere. Proceed with authentication. Soon, there was another row of words that appeared on the energy barrier. If I'm correct, this energy barrier would be formed from the core energy of a godlevel odd crystal. If we try to break it forcefully, it may not be that easy. Lei Chong gently touched the energy barrier as he commented about it. Just as he was speaking, Lin Xiu then thrusted the long spear forward to the energy barrier. Torrential storm of rose flower. At that moment, there were multiple spears that appeared. All of them were aimed at the same spot. Boom boom boom. With the loud explosions, the entire energy barrier started shaking. Lin Xiu was in the center of it, and there was a huge crack that appeared instantly. At the same time, the tip of the long spear then pierced through the barrier. Back. The sound that came from it was similar to glass cracking. The entire energy barrier soon exploded. Lei Chong stared at it with his wide eyes, and they were filled with disbelief. His mouth was slightly opened and he was in shock. He was just about to say that he could help with getting rid of the energy barrier, but he didn't think that Lin Xiu would be able to destroy it so quickly with his long spear. Done. As the energy barrier was destroyed, Lin Xiu walked across it without any hesitation. Bailey Haoling followed right behind Lin Xiu. Wait for me. Lei Chong screamed as he ran after them. Lin Xiu walked into the space with the long spear in his arm, and suddenly, his eyes brightened up with excitement. Odd crystals. These were actual odd crystals. There were so many of them that they formed a huge mountain. Why was it that none of them saw these odd crystals earlier? Could it be because of the energy barrier? It may be possible. When he took a closer look, most of them were Beast Saint odd crystals. There were also a few godlevel odd crystals. It looks like Shakyong has accumulated a large number of crystals and all of them are kept here. So many odd crystals. Lei Chong rushed forward as well after hearing what Lin Xiu said. As he stared at the odd crystals that were piled up into mountains, his eyes widened in shock. Not only was there a large number of it, most of them were high-level odd crystals. The lowest amongst them was a Beast Saint odd crystal. There were at least hundreds of Beast God odd crystals. Would these odd crystals be enough for you to build a strong energy barrier? Lin Xiu looked at Lei Chong before asking him. Of course these would be more than enough. Lei Chong was now filled with excitement. There were so many of them here and at least 100 of them were godlevel odd crystal. By just standing inside the room, Lei Chong could feel how strong these energies were. All of these would be enough to form an extremely powerful energy barrier. That's great. Lin Xiu gently nodded his head. Haoling, do you need some odd crystals? After speaking with Lei Chong, Lin Xiu turned towards Bailey Haoling. No, I don't. Bailey Haoling shook her head. These Beast God odd crystals wouldn't bring much help, and they would only provide very little help with her cultivation. These odd crystals didn't mean anything for her. You'll take all of them with me then. With that said, Lin Xiu waved his right arm. Suddenly, the mountains of odd crystals disappeared in an instant. The odd crystals, where did the odd crystals go? Lei Chong was still staring at the mountains of odd crystals around him, but suddenly, all of them went missing. He rubbed his eyes and he still couldn't believe what had just happened. City Lord, the odd crystals. I took them away. Lin Xiu patted his shoulder and walked out of the room. Bailey Haoling stared at Lei Chong as if he was an idiot and left with Lin Xiu. She knew that Lin Xiu was able to retrieve and keep the long spear as he pleased. and could already guess that Lin Xiu must have had a special space to keep them. Where did it go? Lei Chong looked at Lin Xiu, and figured that there was nothing on him that would allow him to keep all these odd crystals. Lei Chong was starting to get confused. Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling continued exploring the place and noticed that there were other things inside. Rare traditional medicine, as long as sharp weapons made out of unique materials were seen all over the place. Shakyong has had so many treasures kept here. What's this? As they walked to the end of the room, Lin Xiu noticed a huge oval-shaped crystal ball. In the center of it, there was a sphere. The sphere was black in color. It looked like a dark element energy stone. Kuo. Roly, who would usually be quiet while it sat on Lin Xiu's shoulder, suddenly looked excited and was jumping on his shoulder. Roly, what's wrong? This was the first time that Lin Xiu had seen Roly being so excited, and he was curious. Kuo. Roly continued making the same sound and was bouncing around like a ball. It looked incredibly excited. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately threw a punch onto the energy ball. Boom! With a loud explosion, there was a dent formed on the huge sphere. Then, Lin Xiu took out the pitch-black thing that looked like a ball inside it. It looked creepy. Lin Xiu assumed that it might be a dark element energy stone. However, when he placed his hands on it, it was heavy. This thing must have weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. What on earth is this? Lin Xiu was even more surprised. You can't eat this. Roly's mouth was already opened as its body grew in size. Roly was ready to engulf the entire thing. Lin Xiu gently stroked his head and stopped Roly. Roly stopped as well and started rubbing himself against Lin Xiu's neck. It was trying to act coquettish. Howling. Do you know what this is? Lin Xiu didn't have the time to deal with Roly and asked Bailey Haoling instead. Lin Xiu could clearly feel that there was an intense amount of energy coming from the sphere, along with how Roly was desperate to engulf this thing. It was obvious that this sphere was something special. As for what it was, Lin Xiu still had no idea. The analytic eye couldn't tell him anything. I don't know either. Bailey Haoling looked at it for a minute, but shook her head as well. This sphere that was pitch black looked like a huge metal ball. However, it gave off a weird and peculiar aura, and it seemed to be covered with powerful energy. Forget it then. I'll bring it back first. Since Shakyong left this here, it must be something special. Chapter 1247 Liu Chang. 1247 Liu Chang. Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel that there was some special ability to these black balls. He didn't think much about it and kept the black ball inside his storage space. Due to how all of the odd crystals have been kept into Lin Xiu's expansion space, he could clearly see that the entire area has been stuffed with odd crystals. Don't you want any of these? Bailey Haoling looked at the weapons that were gathered on the ground, and she couldn't help but ask. None of these weapons were made of ordinary material, and they were definitely considered to be something rare. It wouldn't be a bad choice for them to distribute them to the people in Lynxian City. I would love to take it, but I can't. Lin Xiu spoke helplessly. Although most of these weapons were not as good as the black spear that he had, these weapons were still quite good. If he was able to bring them back for his guards, it would definitely elevate the strength of his men in Lynxian City. You can get Roly to bring them back. Bailey Haoling thought about it for a moment before suggesting. Roly. Lin Xiu was stunned and he looked shocked. Then, he turned around and looked at Roly, who was seated on his shoulder. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. You'll see. Bailey Haoling then showed a mysterious smile. Roly, come here and bring these back. With that said, Roly, who was seated on Lin Xiu's shoulder, suddenly leaped into the air. Its body grew as well while it was in the air. Then, its mouth was stretched wide open. Its huge mouth was like a black hole, and it started absorbing all of the weapons that were on the ground. Ziu. The weapons on the ground were instantly sucked into Roly's mouth. Then, all of them entered Roly's mouth and into the stomach. Lin Xiu's eyes widened when he saw this. Roly had just sucked all of these weapons into his stomach. After sucking them, Roly gently patted his stomach and his body slowly returned to its former size. Then, it went back onto Lin Xiu's shoulder. Seeing how Roly was now resting on his shoulder, Lin Xiu was in awe. He just ate all of those weapons. These weapons were not ordinary ones. All of them would have been deadly heavy. Wouldn't it cause Rolly's stomach to burst now that he has swallowed all of them? Don't worry. Rolly would be able to bring all of them back. Bailey Hailing spoke with confidence. Lei Chan, who was standing behind them, had his eyes opened wide as well. The evolved beast has just swallowed all of the weapons into his stomach, and it instantly returned to its original form. This was something that he has never heard of. Well, it looks like there's nothing left here. After scavenging for some time, Bailey Hailing pouted before commenting about it. They have already taken everything that they could, and the ones that are left were just ordinary things that they could just leave behind. City Lord, are you planning to combine both cities? Lei Chan asked Lin Xiu. This was because Lin Xiu has killed the City Lord of Shachang City, while Sha Qiang himself has killed all of his own men. There was no one left to rule this city. If they didn't take this chance to combine both city and expand their territory, it would be a waste opportunity. No. However, Lin Xiu shook his head. That won't be necessary. Lin Xiu was only here to seek for Liu Yu. It was already a huge headache for him that he had to take care of Lynxian City. If he expanded the territory, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? For Lin Xiu, who hates dealing with all these troubles, it was unnecessary. Why would we want such a useless place? Bailey Hailing stared at Lei Chan with a judgmental look in her eyes. Lei Chan felt helpless as this city was much bigger than Lynxian City. If this place was useless, then what about their city? Let's go. We already borrowed the odd crystals that we need. Lin Xiu then showed a peculiar smile. Seeing the hideous smile on Lin Xiu's face, Lei Chan couldn't help but shudder in fear. They didn't borrow it. They just destroyed the other person's home. When they came out of the City Lord mansion, Lin Xiu sat on top of Little Bai and returned to Lynxian City. The rest of the warriors left behind in Shachang City thought that Lin Xiu will continue going after them, and they were initially feeling frightened. However, seeing how these people suddenly left, these warriors were confused. They must be heading back to bring more warriors here. Sha Qiang is killed and it will be our turn soon. There were also a few warriors who were close to Sha Qiang that started to panic. All of them left the city that night. However, Lin Xiu had no idea about all these. Lin Xiu didn't even care about Shachang City. Soon, the news of Sha Qiang being killed spread like wildfire. In Changqing City, there was a man with a head full of white hair that held onto a huge sword as he walked into the hall. There was also a huge white tiger that followed behind him. The white tiger had a pair of teeth that were incredibly sharp, and there was a cold aura around them. As they stepped into the hall, the ground beneath them turned into ice. The rest of them inside the hall could feel that the temperature inside has dropped significantly. Father. The man with a head full of white hair stared at Liu Mo. The man who entered the hall was his son, Liu Chang. Looks like your abilities have improved once again. Good job. Liu Mu took a good look at Liu Chang before nodding his head with satisfaction. This is. Liu Mo looked at the tiger next to Liu Chang. The white tiger has a pair of sharp blue eyes. It caused Liu Mo to feel cold and pressured. I have been able to tame this god-level evolved beast. Liu Chang slowly explained himself. After hearing what Liu Chang said, the rest of the warriors inside the hall gasped. A god-level evolved beast. It may be difficult for them to kill one, but it was possible to do so. However, to be able to tame one would be something impossible. This was because after a certain level, most of these evolved beasts were incredibly intelligent. It would be impossible for one to tame them. This was enough to prove that Liu Chang was someone incredibly powerful now. You would have known that your brother, Liu Qinglan, has been killed. Liu Mo looked at his son as he spoke. Rubbish. Liu Chang scoffed. He was killed by a man from Lynxian City. Liu Mo frowned. Just before he could say anything, Liu Chang spoke instead. Even if he was a piece of trash, he is still my brother. I will avenge for my brother's death. Chapter 1248 1248 in Changqing City. 1248 in Changqing City. Very good. Now, you go to Lynxian City and slaughter all the people in that city. Liu Mo nodded in satisfaction. That city is not weak, so treat it as gaining experience. Report. Before Liu Mo finished speaking, There was a hurried voice outside the door. A warrior rushed in at this moment. What happened? Looking at the warrior who rushed in, he couldn't help frowning. This man was so anxious, which made him a little angry. Shacheng City. Shacheng City was killed. After the warrior walked in, he said, "Painting." What? After hearing the warrior's words, Liu Ma's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Shakyong was not an ordinary god warrior-level warrior, but a figure with the title of a noble god. Although his overall strength should be at the bottom among the noble gods, the dark attribute energy he uses is also extremely difficult to deal with. Besides, there were many powerful fighters in Shacheng City. Yet Shakyong was killed just like that. Do you know who did it? At this time, Liu Mo said with a gloomy face. Shacheng City and Changqing City had a certain cooperative relationship. So after hearing that Shacheng City was destroyed, Liu Mo also wanted to know what happened. It's said to be from Lynxian City. After hesitating for a while, the warrior gritted his teeth and said. Hearing the warrior's words, the pupils in Liu Ma's eyes shrank slightly. This is impossible. Liu Mo shook his head and said, the city lord of Lynxian City can deal with a warrior like his son Liu Qinglan, but it is impossible for Shakyong to be killed. Even if he himself wanted to kill Shakyong, it was not an easy task. The subordinates have already obtained the information. Through the comparison of the information from the satellite monitoring station, it is indeed the new city owner of Lynxian City. The technology in the God Warrior realm is also very advanced. Through satellite monitoring, apart from hiding inside the house, every move outside was monitored and there is almost no way to hide. Liu Ma's face turned livid. If this is the case, the strength of the new city lord will have to be reassessed. Liu Cheng, don't go for now, Liu Mo said to Liu Cheng. Originally, he wanted his other son, Liu Cheng, to slaughter Lynxian City as an experience. But looking at it this way, the new city lord of Lynxian City must have some kind of hidden power. If he don't analyze it carefully first and attacked rashly, it may have bad consequences. I've already seen the battle video, so there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that Liu Cheng still looked calm and composed and didn't feel any fear at all. I have encountered more dangers in the Fury Frost. I will personally take the head of Lynxian City Lord back. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. City Lord, young master. Seeing this scene, some of Liu Ma's subordinates seemed to want to persuade Liu Mo to stop Liu Cheng. But Liu Mo waved his hand at this time. Forget it. Since Chenger has watched the battle video of the city lord of Lynxian City, it means that he already has a good idea of this person's strength. Liu Mo looked at Liu Cheng's retreating back and said faintly. Besides, Liu Cheng was a warrior who came back from Fury Frost. How big of a wave do you think a mere city lord of Lynxian City can really turn up? Only a fool like Shakyong capsized in the gutter. Liu Mo is quite confident in Liu Cheng. Liu Cheng has already become a god warrior level warrior and now he has practiced in the Fury Frost for several years and his strength is comparable to his. Although he doesn't have the title of a noble god yet, his strength should have reached the level of a noble god. That's right. I think the young master should be able to easily remove the head of the new city lord of Lynxian City. At this time, the rest of the warriors also agreed. By the way, City Lord, I heard that the city lord of Lynxian City left Shacheng City directly after killing Shakyong, and did not send anyone to enter Shacheng City. The warrior who came in to report just now continued to speak. Oh, is that so? Liu Mo was taken aback, and he never thought that after the lord of Lynxian City killed Shakyong, he didn't take the opportunity to occupy Shacheng City. One must know that Shacheng City is also considered a big city. It was many times better than Lynxian City. He didn't occupy it, but returned to his own Lynxian City. Liu Mo felt a little confused. Send people to garrison Shacheng City. Liu Mo thought for a while and the corners of his mouth curled up. Yes. As soon as the warrior heard Liu Ma's words, he knew what Liu Mo wanted to do. Take over and occupy Shacheng City. Liu Mo was very happy at this time. This Shacheng City will be the territory of Changqing City. The merger of the two cities would double his circle of influence. At this time, Lin Zhu had no idea what happened here. relying on Xiaobai. He quickly flew back to Lynxian City. Finally back again, Lei Tong felt Xiaobai's claws loosening his body and jumped down immediately. After stabilizing himself, he patted his chest and said to himself, what happened in Shacheng City was really too dangerous. But being in Lynxian City gave him a sense of security. City Lord, you're back. Mr. Hang saw Xiaobai fly into the sky above Lynxian City just now, and he stood in the courtyard of the City Lord's mansion to welcome Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu and Bailey Howling also jumped off Xiaobai's back. By the way, can those weapons really be taken out? Lin Xiu seemed to think of something, then said, nonsense. Bailey Howling gave Lin Xiu a blank look, then said to Rolly standing on Lin Xiu's shoulder, Rolly, quickly take out your weapon. Hearing Bailey Howling's words, the billowing body jumped to the ground in front and the body became bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mr. Hang is no stranger to Rolly that can freely change in size. But the next scene made his eyes widen, because from Rolly's black hole-like mouth, a large number of weapons flew out. Den. The weapons that flew out and fell on the ground collided with each other, making crisp and clear sounds. Soon, piles of weapons appeared in the vast courtyard. Mr. Hang and Lei Tong were dumbfounded at this moment. Rolly, you even have this ability. Lin Xiu also opened his mouth slightly, full of disbelief. Chapter 1249 Devouring Black Ball. 1249 Devouring Black Ball. The weapons that were absorbed in the Shacheng warehouse before have all appeared here. This Rolly was simply like a mobile warehouse. A sword made of black marble. A long sword made of gold, rock and iron. The well-informed Mr. Hang, looking at the mountains of weapons on the ground, couldn't help but gasped. These weapons were all made of very precious materials. They were very good weapons. These kinds of weapons were like free of charge, piled up like a mountain. Mr. Hang, let's distribute these weapons to the guards in the mansion first. Lin Xiu said to Mr. Hang, who was still in shock. Okay. Wait. City Lord. Really? Mr. Hang was about to nod, but when he came to his senses, he stared at Lin Xiu in disbelief. Of course. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. These weapons were no use to him at all. But for other guards, they were indeed very rare. You can choose one too. Lin Xiu looked at Mr. Hang, then said, this Mr. Hang didn't seem to have a decent weapon either. His city lord's mansion was really poor. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu was a little dumbfounded. Yes. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Mr. Hang froze for a moment, then suppressed his inner excitement and said, I've brought back the materials. Lei Tong, can I make an energy barrier now? While watching Mr. Hang lead the guards of the city lord's mansion to choose weapons, Lin Xiu said to Lei Tong at the back. You can do it now, Lei Tong said a little excitedly. Before that, Lin Xiu searched a lot of odd crystals in the warehouse of the city lord's mansion in Shacheng City. There were also many god-level odd crystals. Using those odd crystals, it is possible to build a powerful energy barrier. How much do you need? The more the better, Lei Tong said seriously. The more god-level odd crystals for the energy cores, the stronger the energy barrier would be. Lin Xiu thought for a while, then waved his right hand and a large number of odd crystals appeared in front of Lei Tong. Looking at the odd crystals in front of him, Lei Tong opened his mouth wide and seemed to be stunned, then used these 100 god-level odd crystals as energy cores. Lin Xiu said seriously to Lei Tong, not sure how many years it took Shacheng City to collect these god-level odd crystals. Any warrior would probably go crazy seeing so many god-level odd crystals. But now Lin Xiu actually wants to take out these 100 god-level odd crystals, all of which are used as the core driving force for building the energy barrier. For real, Lei Tong's eyes were still wide open and his eyes were full of disbelief. After all, these are 100 god-level odd crystals. Why? Didn't you say that the more god-level odd crystals you have, the stronger the energy barrier you can build? Lin Xiu frowned. Could it be that you can't build it? Of course I can. Speaking of this, Lei Tong said excitedly. He was very confident in building an energy barrier. Now that the most critical power core is in place, there wouldn't be any issue. Then take them, Lin Xiu said lightly. Okay. At this time, Lei Tong was not pretentious either and held the 100 Godoval odd crystals in his hands. I'm going to build it now. Seeing that Lin Xiu trusted him so much that he directly handed over the 100 odd crystals to him, and was not afraid of him running away with them. Lei Tong also suddenly had the feeling that he would die for his confidant. Holding these odd crystals, he walked directly to the workshop that was built a few days ago. You gave him so many odd crystals directly. Aren't you afraid of him running away? Bailey Haoling asked. He can't even run if he wanted to. Lin Xiu shrugged, and he could tell that Lei Tong was not this kind of person. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a rest. Lin Xiu stretched and walked directly to his room. Bailey Haoling also returned to her room. After returning to his room, Lin Xiu sat down cross-legged and took out the black energy ball found in the warehouse in Shacheng City. This is clearly an energy group. Lin Xiu held the black ball with one hand and said to himself. Although the black ball was extremely heavy, Lin Xiu didn't feel anything. With Lin Xiu's current strength, the weight he can carry with one arm was ridiculously high. Rolly was still on Lin Xiu's shoulder. Its small eyes were staring at the black ball in Lin Xiu's hand. It seemed as if it wanted to devour the black ball. Do you want to eat this? Lin Xiu held the black ball, shook it in front of Rolly and said, Goo goo. Rolly could understand Lin Xiu's words and seemed very excited at this moment. But I won't give it to you. Seeing that Rolly seemed a little excited, Lin Xiu directly moved the black ball to the other side, so that Rolly could not touch it. After rolling on Lin Xiu's shoulder for a while, it felt helpless and stopped moving. Lin Xiu thought about it for a while, then tried to use the analytic eye. But as soon as he used the analytic eye, the words unable to analyze appeared in his mind. There is still no way to analyze it. Lin Xiu was a little sad. According to Rolly's reaction, this thing is obviously an excellent thing. Otherwise, Rolly wouldn't want to devour it. But, can I devour it myself? Lin Xiu thought about it. Rolly can eat anything, so it would be fine, but Lin Xiu was Rolly in case something happens after eating. Originally, he wanted to put the black ball directly into the expansion space, but he thought that my fury and reset skills were currently in a cooling state. During this period of time, if a warrior with the same strength as Shakyong came to make trouble, it would be a great threat to Lin Xiu. Why don't I give it a try? Looking at the black ball held by his right hand, Lin Xiu was a little moved. Although this thing looked like a black iron ball, Lin Xiu used a little force and found that the black ball was a bit elastic. It can be pinched down, but soon the sunken position returned to its original state. Lin Xiu was surprised. Before Lin Xiu didn't realize that this thing was not completely hard. Could it be really edible? Lin Xiu mumbled to himself. Looking at the black sphere in front of him, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, then opened his mouth and bit down. Shafter Wapen Tuadefti engulfing success. 1250 engulfing success. As Lin Xiu bit down, the black sphere instantly had a bite mark. Gulu. The bitten piece entered Lin Xiu's mouth and it felt like jelly. And it's very slippery. In the next moment, it was directly in Lin Xiu's mouth. Just swallowed it like this, Lin Xiu said to himself in surprise. It seems there is no smell. Lin Xiu smacked his mouth, then looked at the remaining black ball. Without doing anything, Lin Xiu continued to open his mouth wide and bit down on the remaining black ball. Soon, the black ball were swallowed by Lin Xiu. It's a bit like eating jelly. After eating everything, Lin Xiu burped. He didn't feel anything. What effect does this have? After carefully feeling his body, Lin Xiu still didn't feel any signs. So he couldn't help but let out a depressed voice. This thing is obviously not an ordinary thing, and he could feel that it contains extremely strong energy. But why after swallowing? It seems that there is no change in his body. Just when Lin Xiu felt a little helpless, a cold feeling rose from the bottom of his heart instantly. Okay, I have a reaction. Lin Xiu felt the coldness and immediately became nervous. After all, He swallowed something he didn't know what it was just now. He wasn't sure if there would be a problem. And at this moment, Xiao Bai, who was standing by the window, seemed to see something and made a loud and clear sound towards Lin Xiu. "What's wrong?" Hearing Xiao Bai's cry, Lin Xiu said in confusion. In the next moment, Lin Xiu found that there was a faint black energy floating around his body. "What is this?" Looking at these smoky black energies, Lin Xiu was surprised. Soon, Lin Xiu could clearly see these black energies surging everywhere in his body. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide and looked at the black energy pouring out of his body. His eyes were full of shock. How come this kind of thing keeps coming out of my body? What made Lin Xiu feel even more horrifying was that the black energy coming out of his body covered his entire body. The sight in front of him instantly became dim. That cold feeling continued to hit and spread throughout the whole body. Damn. At this time, Lin Xiu couldn't help but swear, and his body kept struggling, trying to break free from the dark power emanating from it. But what he didn't expect was that this dark energy was so weird that he couldn't break free at all. The cold feeling became more and more strange, and it seemed to come with a special feeling. Very depressing. Lin Xiu felt that he was in some kind of strange world now. Everything here is dark. There was no one, no sound and no light. Lin Xiu felt dizzy, as if he was constantly drifting in this dark world. His eyes were distracted and he seemed to have lost his mind. Unknown energy has been detected, beginning to engulf. But at this moment, a cold electronically synthesized sound came from his mind. Lin Xiu, whose eyes were starting to lose sight, regained his spirit at this moment, as if his whole body was jolted. Lin Xiu woke up instantly. Oh right. He swallowed that black ball just now. Thinking of the state just now, Lin Xiu couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. These dark energies were really weird. Just now, it seemed that he was about to put myself in a situation where he lost any ability to think. But fortunately, there was a systematic engulf skill. Although the body is still surrounded by the dark energy emanating from it, everything in front of him was pitch black. But Lin Xiu could no longer feel any other abnormalities. As long as the engulf skill was used, all these dark energies can be swallowed up. After entering the system interface in his mind, Lin Xiu could clearly see that the progress of the skill engulf had reached 1, 2. But when it reached 1, 2, Lin Xiu found that the progress of the engulf skill became extremely slow. After some time, Lin Xiu realized that the progress had increased by 0.1. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu was speechless. This engulfing speed is too slow. However, Lin Xiu was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the ground at this moment, ignoring the black energy completely covering his body. Time passed minute by minute, and I don't know how long it had passed. Lin Xiu heard a crisp sound of ding coming from his mind. The engulfing is complete. Engulf skill upgrade. What followed was the system's notification sound. When he opened his eyes, he could clearly see the scene in his room. Those black substances that surrounded his body and blocked his vision have completely disappeared. It seems that it has been completely swallowed by the system's engulf skill. At this time, Lin Xiu quickly entered the system panel to see how much the experience progress bar had increased. Generally speaking, after devouring so much energy matter, the experience progress bar will definitely increase. What? But when Lin Xiu looked at his experience progress bar, he was stunned, because his experience progress bar was still the same as before. About 20, and it hasn't increased at all. Damn it. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help but swear. This black ball obviously contains such a powerful energy. The system's engulf skill took so long to absorb it completely. But now it has not risen. Not at all. Then what is the effect of swallowing this black ball? Rolly, do you know what this thing is for? After returning to reality from the system interface in his mind, Lin Xiu spoke to Rolly, who was still standing on his shoulder. Goo goo. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Rolly made a sound. It seemed that it was very excited. But Lin Xiu couldn't understand what it meant at all. I forgot that you can't speak human language. Lin Xiu smacked himself on the head and said a little dumbfounded. Squeak. At this moment, the door of his room was opened. Hey Lin Xiu, are you awake? It was Bailey Hyaoling who pushed the door open. She looked at Lin Xiu now and seemed to be surprised. Could it be that I fell asleep for a long time? Lin Xiu was startled when he heard Bailey Hailing's words and subconsciously said, Chapter 1251 Energy Barrier Completed. 1251 Energy Barrier Completed. I saw you staying in for a whole day the day before yesterday, so I wanted to come over and take a look. When I came in, I saw you sitting cross-legged on the ground, motionless. Bailey Hailing said helplessly. She thought that Lin Xiu was cultivating and she didn't wake him up. However, it was already the third day and she came back to have a look because she was afraid of something unexpected happening to Lin Xiu. Didn't you see the black energy around me? Lin Xiu seemed to think of something, subconsciously said, Black energy. Bailey Hailing was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head after thinking about it carefully. She came to Lin Xiu's room before and saw that he was sitting cross-legged and there was no dark energy on his body. Don't tell me. You engulfed that black ball. Bailey Hailing seemed to have thought of something at this time, looked at Lin Xiu suspiciously and said, But Lin Xiu doesn't seem to have changed much now, so it shouldn't be possible. That thing is too weird. If you engulf it hastily, it will most likely cause irreparable consequences. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. Oh, what did you say? Bailey Hailing nodded, then came back to her senses and her eyes widened. You really engulfed this black ball? Yes. Lin Xiu spread his hands helplessly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly engulfed the black ball. But fortunately, with the existence of a system, this energy didn't have any bad influence on him. Of course, there was no good influence either. Didn't die? Bailey Hailing stared at Lin Xiu with wide eyes. What are you talking about? Lin Xiu was speechless for a while, with black lines all over his head. Ahem. I just care about you. At this time, Bailey Hailing coughed deliberately in embarrassment. But soon she opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Xiu. It seems that nothing has changed. Do you feel anything? Although she didn't know what the black ball was, what was certain is that this black ball has extremely strong energy. Nothing has changed. Speaking of this, Lin Xiu was also extremely upset. This black ball obviously possesses extremely strong energy. It took him so long to use his system skill engulf to absorb all the energy, but he didn't gain any experience, and there wasn't any special changes in his body. This is really strange. Bailey Hailing thought at this time. Boom! 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 But at this moment, the whole ground shook suddenly. What happened? Feeling the vibration on the ground, Lin Xiu frowned. This tremor is not like an ordinary natural earthquake. It should be Lei Tong. He must have built the energy barrier. He's been experimenting over there for the past 2 days, always making this kind of earthquake. Bailey Hailing seemed to know something and said at this time, Come on, let's go out and have a look. Lin Xiu said directly. After walking out with Bailey Hailing, he could clearly feel that the earthquakes were shaking more frequently. It seemed that the whole ground was shaking crazily. If it weren't for the well-built buildings, Lin Xiu felt that his city lord's mansion would collapse. Without thinking too much, Lin Xiu flew up at this time and flew towards the workshop on the north side of the city lord's mansion. The workshop built for Lei Tong was over there. Looking carefully at this time, there was a huge machine in that workshop, which was emitting a bright light at this moment. This machine slowly drilled into the ground. It was because this huge machine was constantly drilling into the ground that it made the whole ground vibrate crazily. Lei Tong stood in front of the machine, watching it continuously drill into the ground, showing an extremely excited expression. Finally completed. He was now excitedly muttering to himself. In this huge machine, there was already an energy core composed of hundreds of odd crystals. And after this machine enters the ground, it will link up with the machines on the walls of Lynxian City to build an energy barrier. City Lord. At this moment, Lei Tong, who was extremely excited, saw a black shadow flying towards him and was startled. After seeing Lin Xiu's face clearly, he immediately said respectfully, How's it going? Lin Xiu flew to Lei Tong's side, looked at this strange machine that looked like a huge missile head and kept drilling into the ground and said in surprise, Once this machine enters the ground, the energy barrier system will be considered fully constructed. Lei Tong said. Done. And Bailey Howling also flew over at this time. Seeing that the machine had sunk into the ground, she was surprised. Well, 100 odd crystals were used as the power core, and this machine also has the effect of recycling these 100 odd crystals. Even if the energy barrier is turned on all the time, can last at least 1 year. Lei Tong suppressed his excitement and said, being able to continuously deploy the energy barrier for 1 year, it is already considered very good. However, we must send someone to take care of this place. Otherwise, if someone attacks inside and destroys the power core, the energy barrier system will also be destroyed. Lei Tong said solemnly. The power core of this machine is made up of 100 odd crystals. Anyone who knows it will be crazy about it. It will be troublesome if it is dug out by someone. No one will be able to take it out. Lin Xiu said lightly. At this moment, all the strength of his body burst out. Then it surged on Lin Xiu's right hand. With a wave of Lin Xiu's right hand, the burst of source strength rushed towards the machine that had been embedded in the ground. Soon, the machine was surrounded by a large amount of white light. These white lights quickly formed special patterns. Divine mark. This is. When Lei Tong saw this scene, he was taken aback. I wonder how strong this energy barrier is. Lin Xiu watched the machine wrapped in divine marks continue to sink into the ground and subconsciously said, I can assure you that no one can shake this energy barrier. Speaking of this, Lei Tong was full of confidence. Is it? Lin Xiu frowned. After about an hour, the vibrations on the ground began to disappear. A large amount of soil buried the hole created by the machine. It can be unfolded. Lei Tong held a special small remote control and pressed a small red button on it. Woo woo woo. As he pressed the button, in the next moment, the entire Lynxian city seemed to make a sound like the sound of a whistle. Lin Xiu, who was flying in the sky, looked around the entire Lynxian city and he was able to see a purple energy barrier began to appear slowly in the surroundings of Lynxian city. Chapter Waban 252 Liu Chang arrives. 1252 Liu Chang arrives. Liu Chang arrives. These energy barriers quickly unfolded. It formed a semicircle covering the entire Lynxian city. Success! Lei Tong looked at this scene and suddenly said excitedly, it worked. Lin Xiu and Bailey Howling also took a closer look at the huge energy barrier that had been deployed. Because of the appearance of this energy barrier, the entire sky is now purple. Let me try. With a thought, the dark edge spear appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. City Lord, feel free to attack. Lei Tong looked at Lin Xiu in the sky and shouted loudly. He was very confident in the energy barrier he built. Then he'll try. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, he continued to charge towards the sky above. I'm coming too. At this time, Bailey Howling also drew out her 2 swords and flew into the sky. Holding weapons, the 2 of them directly attacked the energy barrier with all their strength. If the energy barrier can't even withstand the attacks of the 2 of them, then it's useless. At this time, Lin Xiu was already holding the dark edge spear in his hand and blasted towards the energy barrier. Boom! As the spear pierced past, there was a loud noise. But this energy barrier is still motionless. It doesn't seem to be affected in any way. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu showed surprise in his eyes. The hardness of this energy barrier was beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to mobilize all the strength in his body. With the mobilization of the body's strength, the dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand also became full of light due to the transmission of the source strength. Torrential storm of rose flowers. With the use of skills, the dark edge spear once again turned into hundreds of spears and stabbed out. Bang bang bang. At this time, the entire energy barrier continuously burst out with muffled sounds. But this energy barrier was still motionless. On the other side, Bailey Howling continued to attack the energy barrier with a pair of swords. Same as before, this energy barrier has not been broken yet. It's really good. Lin Xiu stopped what he was doing at this moment. Looking at the energy barrier close, he said, even if he used fury, There should be no way to break this energy barrier. 100 Godlevel odd crystals became the energy cores, and the energy barrier built to this extent really satisfied Lin Xiu. Howling. Can't you break it? Lin Xiu turned around and looked at Bailey Howling. Bailey Howling nodded, feeling a little numb in both hands. Just now she attacked the energy barrier crazily with force. But now it seems that there were no cracks on the energy barrier. As firm as a rock. Now we wait for other warriors to come over and see how the energy barrier holds up. Lin Xiu himself was very interested in this energy barrier. When the warriors from other cities attack, he would like to see how this energy barrier holds up. After all, among the fighters from the 3 cities he killed last time, besides Shachang City, there were also people from Heiwing City and Changqing City. The people from these 2 cities haven't come over yet, but from what it looks like now, they should be sending people over soon. Boom! The moment Lin Xiu finished speaking, Lin Xiu felt something appearing behind him. Turning around abruptly, he saw a huge snowball rushing from behind. When it hit the energy barrier, there was an extremely loud sound, but the energy barrier was still motionless. Speak of the devil. Lin Xiu's eyes widened at this time, and his eyes were full of surprise. Look over there. Bailey Howling, whose body was also suspended in the sky, saw a black spot in front of her, and her pupils shrank slightly, looking at the direction Bailey Howling was pointing at. Lin Xiu also looked there. A man riding a huge white tiger was charging over. The white tiger opened its mouth wide, and the sharp claws of both hands directly grabbed the energy barrier. Boom! As its claws caught the energy barrier, a loud sound suddenly erupted. Damn it! Someone is here. Lei Tong looked at the scene in the sky below, and his eyes widened. And it seems that this enemy seems to be quite strong. However, the energy barrier built by me, Lei Tong, is not so weak. Lei Tong clenched his hands tightly. He has great confidence in the energy barrier he built. And, at the same time, Liu Cheng, who was outside the energy barrier, frowned watching this scene. This energy barrier, even my own mount can't directly break through it. Continue, Liu Cheng said coldly. The white tiger he was sitting on continued to attack the energy barrier frantically at this moment. Loud noises sounded continuously. But the energy barrier was still motionless. So you want to break through the energy barrier of my Lynxian city? Looking at the huge white tiger and Liu Cheng on the white tiger through the energy barrier, Lin Xiu couldn't help saying. Although Lin Xiu didn't know this person, but judging by his actions, he knew that he must be looking for trouble in Lynxian city. Liu Cheng's face became gloomy when he heard Lin Xiu's mocking words. He pulled his right hand back and immediately pulled out a white frosty giant sword. What a strong energy fluctuation. After he pulled out the giant sword, Bailey Howling clearly felt something, and the look in her eyes changed slightly. Feeling it carefully, this powerful energy fluctuation was transmitted from this frosty giant sword. Lin Xiu, there is something wrong with this man's giant sword. Bailey Howling flew to Lin Xiu's side, then spoke to Lin Xiu. I feel it too. Lin Xiu nodded slightly and said. The weapon in his hand was comparable to his dark-edged spear. It can be said to be a magical weapon. It's just that with his sharp weapon, can he break through the energy barrier that Lei Tong built? Break it. And at this moment, Liu Cheng, who had a cold face, held the frosty giant sword and slashed down toward the energy barrier from top to bottom. His sword was extremely sharp and had killed countless hard-bodied beast godlevel evolved beasts. He was confident that he could break through this energy barrier directly. Whoosh! As his frosty sword swung down, a piercing sound erupted in the air. Even the space was split open. Shafter 12 3 go back and drink tea. 1253 go back and drink tea. Boom! In the next moment, the frosty giant sword directly slashed at the energy barrier. At this moment, the entire energy barrier seemed to shake slightly. Just when Liu Cheng thought that the energy barrier was about to be broken, the look in his eyes changed drastically. Not broken. This energy barrier was not broken. And not only was it not broken, there was not even the slightest damage to the energy barrier. There weren't even any cracks. This is impossible. Liu Cheng roared in his heart. When he swung his sword just now, even the space was broken, but now he can't cause even a single crack in the energy barrier. Liu Cheng felt that his heart had been hit. At this time, he frantically held the huge sword in his hand and waved it at the energy barrier. Dan dan dan. There were incomparably loud sounds, and the energy barrier seemed to vibrate slightly under Liu Cheng's constant attacks. But there was no damage at all. There isn't even a single crack. It seems that the energy barrier built by Lei Tong is really good. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at this scene and couldn't help saying aloud. And Bailey Hailing also nodded slightly, looking at Liu Cheng, who was still madly attacking the energy barrier. There was also fear in his eyes. Liu Cheng frantically swiped the giant frosty sword and attacked, causing a large number of space cracks to appear in the surrounding space. It's really terrifying. What shall we do next? Looking at Liu Cheng, who was still madly attacking the energy barrier, he spoke to Lin Xiu. Go back and drink tea. Lin Xiu shrugged. He looked at Liu Cheng and he could clearly feel that Liu Cheng's power was very strong. Without fury, it was still a little dangerous. Most importantly, if this person cannot be killed directly, the threat to Lynxian City is too great. The entire Lynxian City might be destroyed by him. I want to see when he would break this energy barrier. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Now he can already feel that this energy barrier is very hard. Lei Tong, you said that even if this energy barrier is deployed all the time, it can last at least a year. Right. Lin Xiu said to Lei Tong at the bottom. Yes, at least 1 year. Lei Tong said confidently. Although he was shocked by Liu Cheng's strength, Lei Tong was still full of confidence in his energy barrier. Well, let's go back and drink tea. Lin Xiu didn't even look at Liu Cheng and said lightly. Then he returned directly to his city lord's mansion. Time passed and a week passed quickly. Liu Cheng was still frantically attacking the energy barrier as if he wasn't tired at all. And Lin Xiu, at this time, is flying in the sky sitting on Xiaobai's back. A table was placed on Xiaobai's broad back, and he was drinking tea while looking at Liu Cheng, who was only isolated by an energy barrier. Oh, it's been so many days. Why hasn't it been breached yet? Lin Xiu took a sip of tea and said to Liu Cheng, who was still swinging his sword wildly. Bailey Hailing was drinking tea at this time, and when she heard Lin Xiu say that on purpose, she almost spit out a mouthful of water. Your words will probably piss him off. Bailey Hailing smiled and said, he can't come in anyway. Lin Xiu said calmly as before. Although isolated by an energy barrier, Liu Cheng was able to hear Lin Xiu's words. At this time, Liu Cheng completely exploded and the strength of his whole body burst out at this moment, frantically attacking the energy barrier. The same is true for the white tiger. Lei Tong, get ready. I'm going out. Lin Xiu said to Lei Tong, who was standing below and was already ready. You can just wait here. I will deal with him personally. Seeing that Bailey Hailing was also about to move, Lin Xiu said lightly. Yes. Lei Tong, who was below, heard Lin Xiu's carefulness and immediately pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. Click. As he pressed it down and wiped it, a crisp sound suddenly sounded. Lin Xiu's figure rushed directly toward the energy barrier. This switch is the switch that allows people inside the energy barrier to rush out. As Lin Xiu rushed out, the dark edge spear instantly appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Liu Cheng clearly saw Lin Xiu's figure and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Die. In the past few days, while Liu Cheng was constantly attacking the energy barrier, Lin Xiu was constantly mocking and sarcastic. Over the past few days, Liu Cheng's hatred for Lin Xiu has accumulated to a certain extent. The giant frosty sword held in both hands slashed toward Lin Xiu. The speed of his sword was extremely fast and the explosive power was also very powerful. It was obvious that he will split Lin Xiu in half. Diang? Lin Xiu snorted coldly. At this moment, he held the dark edge spear in both hands to resist and made a clear and crisp sound in an instant. There was an extremely icy aura in his frosty giant sword, which was transmitted to the body of Lin Xiu's spear. It made Lin Xiu feel like his fingers holding the spear would be frozen. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly and with a thought. The entire barrel of the spear was filled with dark blue flames. The hands holding the dark-edged spear exerted force again, and the frosty giant sword he had hacked bounced away. Torrential storm of rose flowers. While shaking his frosty giant sword away, Lin Xiu directly used a skill. The dark-edged spear with dark blue flame stabbed towards Liu Cheng frantically. At this moment, with a lot of piercing sounds, thousands of spear shadows pierced out. Liu Cheng's complexion changed drastically, and the frosty giant sword in his hand instantly burst into dazzling white light. At the next moment, the huge sword became extremely large, blocking Liu Cheng like a shield. Bang bang bang. The tip of the spear pierced the blade of the frosty giant sword and a strange sound erupted. This frosty giant sword does not look like a giant sword made of metal at all. Under the attack of Lin Xiu's torrential storm of rose flowers, the magnified frosty sword remained motionless. Get lost. And at this moment, Liu Cheng let out a roar. The frosty giant sword once again burst into dazzling white light. That light formed an incomparably terrifying energy ray, which directly charged towards Lin Xiu. What is this? Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's pupils couldn't help shrinking. The body subconsciously unfolded the sphere. Boom! Impacted by this energy ray, Lin Xiu felt that his sphere was violently shaken and his whole body flew out. Lin Xiu. Chapter 1254 Powerful Roly. 1254 Powerful Roly. Bailey Haoling, who was inside the energy barrier, couldn't help shouting loudly when she saw the scene. Humph! At this time, Liu Cheng's frosty giant sword returned to its original size. Holding the giant frosty sword in his hand, Liu Cheng's expression was cold as he watched Lin Xiu fly away, because he saw that Lin Xiu, who flew out, rushed back at this moment, holding the frosty giant sword in both hands. He slashed directly at Lin Xiu, who flew back, following the frosty giant sword in his hand slashing in the air. An extremely terrifying ice-cold sword energy slashed towards Lin Xiu in an instant. Lin Xiu looked at this extremely huge crescent-shaped ice sword energy and immediately snorted coldly. The dark-edged spear in his hand also danced in the air. Following the dancing of the spear, a series of dark blue flaming birds burst out directly. The ice sword energy charged towards the huge crescent moon. The skills released by the two sides collided and exploded in the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong covered their ears, as if their eardrums were going to explode. Lin Xiu's body was also sent flying a short distance by the explosion. Roar! And at this moment, Lin Xiu heard a huge beast roar. From the corner of his eye, he looks to the side and saw a giant white beast rushing towards him. That giant ice tiger. This giant tiger has a pair of very slender and sharp fangs and it is about to bite him. When Lin Xiu saw the scene, he didn't dodge. Holding the dark-edged spear in his hand, he stabbed at it. Boom! But this giant ice tiger wasn't afraid of Lin Xiu's spear at all and even slapped it with his palm. It collided with the tip of Lin Xiu's spear and a loud sound erupted. The sharp tip of the spear did not penetrate the palm of the ice giant tiger. Instead, Lin Xiu felt that he had endured an incomparably huge impact, and his hands holding the dark-edged spear became slightly numb. At this moment, the giant ice tiger grabbed the end of Lin Xiu's spear and the other paw was about to slap Lin Xiu's body. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly. His body turned around the spear and he dodged directly. And at this moment, with the movement of Lin Xiu's mind, a large amount of source strength from his body was instantly transmitted to the body of the dark-edged spear. At this time, the source strength directly transformed into a large number of hellfires. Roar! Just as the giant ice tiger wanted to continue attacking Lin Xiu, it felt a sharp pain in its claws that was grabbing Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear. He was originally an evolved beast of the ice attribute, but now he was scorched by the flames of hell and its entire palm suddenly became scorched black. Instantly let go of the dark-edged spear. At the same time as it let go, Lin Xiu was about to directly stab it in the head with the dark-edged spear. But at this moment, from the corner of Lin Xiu's eyes, he clearly saw a cold light coming. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu originally wanted to continue to attack the giant ice tiger, but at this moment he could only give up the attack, turn offense into defense. Dang! As soon as he blocked himself with a long spear, he realized that it was Liu Cheng who was attacking with a frosty giant sword. Bailey Haoling, who was standing on Xiao Abai's body, frowned slightly as she watched Lin Xiu and Liu Cheng fight. This Liu Cheng has been attacking the energy barrier continuously for so many days, but he hasn't used up all his energy yet. At this time, he was still fighting with Lin Xiu and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Goo. But at this moment, Rolly, who was also standing on Xiao Bai's body, jumped up. Rolly, you want to go out? Seeing Rolly's movements, Bailey Haoling said subconsciously. Rolly's body swayed for a while, as if he was nodding. Okay. Go and get rid of that giant ice tiger. Bailey Haoling believed in Rolly's ability. At this time, she thought for a while, then said to Rolly, the strength of this ice giant tiger was not weak and it was affecting Lin Xiu, who was fighting with Liu Cheng. At this time, Rolly understood Bailey Haoling's words, flicked its body and flew out directly. The giant ice tiger was still staring at Lin Xiu, who was fighting Liu Cheng on the other side, as if it was ready to seize the opportunity to kill Lin Xiu with one blow. But at this moment, its eyes seemed to see something flying towards it. Roar! It roared and a terrifying icy air spat out from its mouth. The billowing body that flew over was instantly frozen into ice cubes. Seeing the scene, Bailey Haoling couldn't help covering her mouth. Rolly, you're just frozen like this. But at this moment, when the frozen block of ice was about to fall, a large number of cracks appeared. Pata! With a crisp sound, the billowing body broke free from the ice in an instant, and its body burst out with dazzling white light. The whole body became incomparably huge. Goo. Its body was suspended in the air and it seems to be very excited. A pair of dark eyes stared at the giant ice tiger, with excitement in their eyes. Roar! The ice giant tiger looked at Rolly at this time, and there seemed to be a hint of fear in its eyes. However, it seemed that because it showed fear, it felt ashamed and annoyed, then roared angrily. They are showing their strength. At this moment, Rolly's mouth opened wide. As its mouth opened wide, like a black hole, a strong suction soon sucked towards the giant ice tiger. The giant ice tiger's eyes widened and it kept roaring. At this level, it could already clearly sense the danger. It wanted to fly away. But at this moment, Rolly's body rushed over. The entire mouth has become even bigger, like a monster devouring heaven and earth. It actually swallowed this giant ice tiger. And because of devouring this giant ice tiger, Rolly's body was stretched a lot in an instant. Rolly, Lin Xiu, who was fighting Liu Cheng, obviously saw this scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This Rolly, it swallowed up that giant ice tiger. Courting death. When Liu Cheng saw the scene, his eyes were filled with shock. His own mount was devoured by this monster. Liu Cheng was so enraged that he wanted to kill Rolly with his sword. Where are you going? But how could Lin Xiu let him succeed with a wave of the spear in his hand? He blocked Liu Cheng's way. This Liu Cheng seemed to be on par with him in the fight just now, and even faintly suppressed him. But Lin Xiu knew that he was already at the end of his battle. Chapter Wafen 285 Hei Wang Sid comes. 1255 Hei Wang Sid comes. Get away! Seeing Lin Xiu holding a spear to block him, Liu Cheng roared angrily, holding the frosty giant sword in both hands. He continued to attack Lin Xiu. Boom! Lin Xiu's spear collided with the frosty giant sword he was hacking over, and a loud noise erupted immediately. Because of the existence of the dark blue hellfire on the body of the dark edge spear and the icy air of the frosty giant sword, it has no effect on Lin Xiu. When the weapons of the two collided, Liu Cheng's body flew directly to the back. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu gave a cold snort and directly pursued the victory. These days of constant attacks, Liu Cheng has obviously consumed a lot of power. Now he has no strength to resist anymore. Watching Lin Xiu continue to chase after him, the pupils of Liu Cheng who flew out suddenly shrank. At this moment, a huge hole was torn in the space behind him. A giant black hand grabbed Liu Cheng's body and pulled him directly into the space crack. Before Lin Xiu arrived, the space crack was instantly closed. Lin Xiu's spear pierced through the air at this moment. Where did you go? Lin Xiu frowned. It was obvious that Liu Cheng was caught in the space crack. Was he rescued? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt a little pity. He would have been able to kill him just now. Looking towards the other side, he found that Rolly's body was shaking constantly. The swallowed giant ice tiger seemed to be struggling continuously in Rolly's body. It made the original round body of Rolly continuously change into various shapes. This guy escaped. At this time, Bailey Haoling was also riding on Xiaobai's body, and flew out together with Xiaobai. Well, should have been rescued, Lin Xiu said regretfully. This Liu Cheng was very proud. He was provoked a few times by Lin Xiu and he has been attacking the energy barrier here for so long. Fortunately, this energy barrier was hard enough that it cannot be broken at all. Is this person from Shacheng City? Bailey Haoling thought for a while and said, probably not. Might be from the other two big cities. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. This person was very powerful and he should not be very old. Rolly, have you finished swallowing? He didn't think about those things anymore. Lin Xiu looked over there. He saw that Rolly body, which was still shaking, had gradually stabilized at this time. Goo! Rolly seemed to be hiccuping. At this time, his body slowly returned to its original small size at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Rolly jumped directly onto Lin Xiu's shoulder. Rolly. Seeing Rolly that jumped onto his shoulder again, Lin Xiu subconsciously called out. But Rolly seemed to be asleep and ignored Lin Xiu. Are you asleep? Lin Xiu said dumbfoundedly. Rolly swallowed that white tiger. It's really amazing. Bailey Haoling stared at Rolly standing on Lin Xiu's shoulder. Lin Xiu was equally astonished. Rolly became more and more mysterious. What exactly was this Rolly that he dug out from the body of that evolved beast? Lin Xiu always felt that it was not just an ordinary evolved beast. Hoo-hoo! At the same time, in the city on the other side, Liu Cheng was half kneeling on the ground, panting. There was hot sweat on his forehead and he looked extremely tired. The battle with Lin Xiu did consume a lot of his strength. And just now he had the feeling that he was almost killed by Lin Xiu. My own mount. Thinking of the icy white tiger being devoured by that weird evolved beast, Liu Cheng clenched his fists tightly, showing an extremely ferocious expression on his face. Thought you would be able to get that kid's head back, but I didn't expect you to attack that energy barrier for 7 days and 7 nights, exhausting your physical strength first. In the main hall of Changking City, Liu Mo said with a gloomy face, if your Uncle Chen hadn't rescued you, you would have been killed by that kid. Hearing Liu Mo's words, Liu Cheng immediately showed displeasure on his face. Impossible. I was just a little careless. That kid, I will kill him with my own hands. Thinking of Lin Xiu's face, Liu Cheng's eyes showed infinite killing intent. Can you break the energy barrier of Lynxian City? Liu Mo stared at Liu Cheng and said lightly. Liu Cheng wanted to say something, but at this moment, it felt like a lump was stuck in his throat. That's right. The energy barrier is too strong. There is no way to break through it. He attacked one point for 7 days, but failed to break through. Now even if he went there again, as long as Lin Xiu didn't come out, there was nothing he could do. You guys first come up with a solution on how to break through that energy barrier. At this time, Liu Mo glanced at the warriors in the hall, then said aloud, yes. The warriors around heard Liu Mo's words and immediately responded. At this time, Lin Xiu was sitting cross-legged in the city lord's mansion of Lynxian City, doing daily practice. For some reason, those dark energies never appeared after being absorbed, and Lin Xiu couldn't feel it in his body, which made Lin Xiu feel extremely depressed. He finally managed to swallow those dark energies through the system's skill engulf, yet there was no change at all. Isn't that funny? City Lord. And at this moment, a hurried voice came from behind. What's wrong? Hearing Mr. Hang's words, Lin Xiu frowned immediately, then slowly opened his eyes. Did someone come over again? In order to prevent anyone from attacking during this time, Lin Xiu has already unfolded the energy barrier. It is impossible for someone to break through this energy barrier, unless a large number of god warriors or the god king came. Heiwang City. The people from Heiwang City are here, Mr. Pang said. Painting. People from Heiwang City. Lin Xiu frowned. Is it the kid from last time? Probably not. I didn't see that person. Mr. Pang shook his head. Where are they now? Lin Xiu stood up and looked at the sky. But he didn't find any warriors. And they didn't hear the sound coming from outside the energy barrier. It seems that no one launched an attack on this energy barrier. Outside the city gate. Mr. Pang replied. And also, at this time, Mr. Pang's face was a little strange, as if he wanted to say something. Chapter 156 a sincere apology. 1256 a sincere apology. What else? Lin Xiu was indeed getting curious. Those from Heiwang City came here to apologize to you. Mr. Pang spoke with a peculiar look on his face. Most of the people who came here for the past few days were seeking revenge. He didn't think that the city lord of the Heiwang City would be here to apologize. This was definitely something that Mr. Pang did not expect. Oh. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and was feeling interested. Let's take a look then. As he walked towards the gates with Mr. Pang, Lin Xiu could see that there was a large group of warriors that were blocked outside the energy barrier. All of them were dressed like those who came and caused havoc a few days earlier. There was a middle-aged man that stood in the middle. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu. You must be the city lord of Lynxian City. The middle-aged man smiled. He looks like a kind mind with no evil intentions. You're right. Lin Xiu gave a short reply. I am Lin Sheng. I apologize on behalf of my people from Heiwang City for the mess that they have caused here. The man known as Lin Sheng apologized to Lin Xiu. Then, Lin Xiu frowned. He came here to apologize. Lin Xiu still felt that it was impossible. From how everything has happened, most of the warriors that returned would definitely want to seek revenge. Why did this one suddenly apologize? Lin Xiu couldn't understand what was happening. This is a gift from us to you. Lin Sheng snapped his fingers and then, there were two warriors from behind him that walked out with the chest. When they opened the chest, Lin Xiu could clearly see that there were 10 odd crystals inside the chest. All of them were beast god odd crystals. Lin Xiu's eyes were opened wide as he saw what was inside. Although Lin Xiu had already found 100 god level odd crystals in Shachang City, that was everything that city had. The Heiwang City wasn't any bigger than Shachang City, and it was still surprising that they were willing to take out so many god level odd crystals. Are you serious about this? Lin Xiu finally spoke up. This felt a little unrealistic. Of course. Lin Sheng nodded his head. I shall leave these here. I am just hoping to seek forgiveness from you. With that said, he signaled his men. The warriors then left the chest on the ground. The warriors from a few days ago. Were they from your city? Lin Xiu stared at the rest of the warriors before asking. A few days ago. We didn't send anyone here. Lin Sheng was a little surprised. It's nothing. My apologies. There has been an urgent situation back in Heiwang City, which is why we came so late. Lin Sheng apologized sincerely. We will be taking leave now. He slightly bowed at Lin Xiu, waved his arm to his men and left with the rest of the warriors. Seeing how they were leaving, Lin Xiu was in shock. These people really came all the way here to deliver these odd crystals. They came all the way here to deliver these. Lei Chong asked the same question as well. He was surprised with what he had just witnessed. These men came all the way here just to send these odd crystals, and it was definitely something out of his imagination. I found it weird as well. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders. Those from Heiwang City. They actually surrendered so easily. It has to be noted that the man that Lin Xiu killed in Heiwang City was the younger son of the city lord of Heiwang City. But, since they gave this to us, we shall take it then. Lin Xiu then signaled to Lei Chong as he stepped forward. Lei Chong then pressed on one of the buttons on the remote. The energy barrier that was around Lin Xiu then instantly disappeared. This allowed Lin Xiu to leave and enter as he pleased. When Lin Xiu walked out of the energy barrier, he carefully picked up the chest that was on the ground. It was rectangular in shape, long and wide. as he picked up the box. Other than it being a little heavy, Lin Xiu did not notice anything peculiar with it. It doesn't look like those people were up to something odd. When he opened the box, there were indeed 10 god-level odd crystals. Lei Chan, what level are you at right now? Lin Xiu stared at the box that held 10 god-level odd crystals before asking Lei Chan, a saint warrior. As Lei Chan answered the question, he was getting excited. That's right. For the past few days that he has been here, he has made tremendous improvement. He was already a saint warrior now. This was all because Lin Xiu had given him lots of beast saint odd crystals. He was indeed grateful toward Lin Xiu. Here, suddenly, Lin Xiu picked up 5 of the odd crystals from the chest and tossed them to Lei Chan. Lei Chan quickly caught them when he saw what Lin Xiu was doing. This, as he stared at the odd crystals in his hands. Lei Chan's eyes were open wide in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Xiu was giving these odd crystals to him. Mr. Pang, you are also a saint warrior, right? Lin Xiu continued asking. Yes, sir. Mr. Pang was caught off guard. Although he has no idea why Lin Xiu would ask such things, he still nodded his head. You shall have these then. Lin Xiu threw the rest of the odd crystals over to Mr. Pang. City Lord, this. Mr. Pang's eyes were wide opened as well. Lin Xiu was giving him 5 god-level odd crystals. Keep them carefully and try to make good use of these odd crystals. Hopefully you'll become warrior gods soon. Then, Lin Xiu burnt the chest that used to hold the odd crystals. Although he had no idea what these people had in mind, given how they were being sincere and even apologized, Lin Xiu decided that there was no need for them to cause trouble with these people. Well, looks like those were from Chengqing City. As Lin Xiu recalled the warriors who attacked them with frosty giant swords, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Chengqing City was a city 1 level above Lynxian City. It was obvious that these people wouldn't give up so easily. These few days have been peaceful, but it was highly likely that they were planning something. It looks like they should be more careful these days. Lei Chan, keep these energy barriers running for as long as possible. Lin Xiu gave his instructions to Lei Chan. Of course. Lei Chan nodded his head respectfully. Both of you should head back and cultivate so that you can reach the warrior god level as soon as possible. Lin Xiu waved his hand. For the past few days, Lin Xiu was busy trying out how he could control the dark energy inside him, and he didn't have the time to be bothered with those from Changqing City. Alright. Lei Chong and Mr. Pang looked at each other as they could no longer suppress the excitement inside them. With 5 god-level-eyed crystals, it wasn't impossible for them to become warrior gods. Chapter Fen 2 and Fen 2 and Book of Reform. Fen 205 and Book of Reform. Soon, a week went by quickly. Everything was still the same and nothing happened. Bailey Hyaling continued to cultivate, and within a week, she managed to become a warrior god. This was something that surprised Lin Xiu. When he first met Bailey Hyaling at the warrior god realm, she was only a saint warrior, but now she has already progressed to become a warrior god. Most importantly, she did not get any help from cultivating the odd crystals. She did it all on her own. Lei Chong and Mr. Pang had help from the odd crystals, but their speed in absorbing them was slow. This was why they were still cultivating them. It wasn't that easy for them to become warrior gods. I still don't feel anything. During one of the mornings, Lin Xiu was still training as per usual and regained consciousness from his cultivation. However, he still couldn't find the dark energy anywhere in his body. This meant that he still had no control over them. As he thought of how Shakyong was able to control these horrifying energies to fight him, Lin Xiu was dying to know how he could get his hands on them. Lin Xiu stretched his back and entered the system interface. As he took a closer look, he realized that there were 5 chances now in his lucky draw. Let's do it then. Lin Xiu thought about it as he mumbled to himself. Without much hesitation, Lin Xiu clicked onto the start button and started the lucky draw. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the familiar interface. The distribution of the rewards were similar to the ones before. There were still 10 slots. 3 of them were warrior skills cards. 3 were odd crystals, and the last 3 only had a question mark written on them. The last one, which had a small space, was the huge reward as per before. There was nothing different found on it. When Lin Xiu saw that it was the same thing, he turned speechless. He was thinking that he might be able to get something interesting, but in the end, it was still the same. Forget it. Just finish the draw then, Lin Xiu muttered to himself. Then, he spun the wheel. With that, he clicked onto the start button once again and the lucky draw started. As he was doing continuously, the wheel spinned extremely quickly. Ding, congratulations, master. You have been awarded with odd crystals. Ding, congratulations, master. You have been awarded with healing potion. Ding, congratulations, master. You have been awarded with a giant war hammer. Ding, congratulations, master. You have been awarded the Book of Reform. Ding, congratulations, master. You have been awarded with odd crystals. When Lin Xiu heard the notification that appeared, he turned speechless. He got odd crystals twice. As for the rest of them, all of them sounded like they were useless items. Then, there was a bright light that appeared above him and a large amount of odd crystals fell onto his lap like a heavy rain. It was all over the floor. Saint-level odd crystals. Lin Xiu noticed how half of them were Saint-level odd crystals and he was a little surprised. There were at least 100 of them and they were all of good quality. As for the others, they were Beast King odd crystals which would be useless to him. Healing potion, instant recovery of 20 of source energy used. Lin Xiu read the instructions that came with the 12 bottles of healing potion. With the control of his mind, he kept all of it into his expansion space. Boom! Suddenly, an eye-blinding light appeared before him and there was a war hammer that fell from the sky. The entire ground shook as the war hammer landed on the floor. With that, the bright light that appeared earlier slowly disappeared. When Lin Xiu took a closer look, the war hammer was still glowing, but it was not as bright as before. The war hammer was huge and there were lots of weird ridges seen on it. Although it was not a suitable weapon for Lin Xiu, he still tried playing with it. It was a heavy weapon, but it was still nothing compared to his long spear. As he moved the warhammer, there was a sharp explosion that appeared in the air. Lin Xiu could feel that as he transferred the source energy into the warhammer, the weapon started glowing brightly once again. The weight of it increased as well. Lin Xiu could clearly feel the difference on the warhammer and he was shocked. He didn't think that this war hammer would be something different as he assumed that it would only be a normal war hammer. Should I give this to Lei Chong or Mr. Pang? Lin Xiu continued muttering to himself. Coo-coo. Before he could make up his mind, Rolly, who had been quietly sitting on his shoulder, started making a loud sound. Rolly, what's wrong? Lin Xiu was a little curious about what Rolly wanted. Rolly has always been quietly sitting on his shoulder the entire time. It was as if it was hibernating. Now that Rolly was suddenly chirping so loudly, Lin Xiu felt that it was a little odd. It leaped onto the war hammer that was glowing and it looked incredibly excited. You want this? Lin Xiu hesitated a little before asking. Coo! Rolly nodded his head. You shall have it then. Lin Xiu was a little caught off guard at first, but he still chuckled. This war hammer seems to be a good weapon, but Lin Xiu already had Dark Edge and he wouldn't need anything else. Coo-coo. After hearing how Lin Xiu gave him the war hammer, Rolly jumped around in excitement. Its body suddenly grew big and his mouth was opened wide like a black hole. Then, in an instant, he swallowed the entire war hammer. When everything was done, his body returned to its original size. So, you wanted to eat the war hammer. Lin Xiu finally realized what Rollier wanted. Right. What about this book? Lin recalled that there was a book known as the Book of Reform. What on earth was this? Lin Xiu took a closer look at it and noticed that it was a scroll made of lambskin. Lin Xiu then gently opened it and noticed that it was empty. There was nothing written on it. Lin Xiu turned speechless. This must be a joke. Please place the weapon above the scroll. Suddenly, Lin Xiu noticed that there was a row of words on the scroll. Lin Xiu, who was so pissed that he almost swore, suddenly looked at it with his eyes wide open. He did not hesitate and took out Dark Edge from his expansion space. Am I supposed to put it here? Lin Xiu continued muttering to himself as he placed his spear on top of the scroll that was long and wide. As soon as he placed it on top of the scroll started shining brightly. Would this actually work? Lin Xiu was surprised and he was in disbelief as he muttered to himself. The long spear might have been carefully curated to his needs, but as Lin Xiu became more powerful, his weapon would also have to be strengthened as well so that it would be more comfortable for him to use. Chapter 1258 Rare Materials. 1258 Rare Materials. As the blinding white light started to slowly move across the long spear, the entire dark edge was glowing brightly. Lin Xiu stared at his weapon and waited for the glow to slowly disappear. Everything returned to its original state. However, Lin Xiu noticed that there were words that appeared on the scroll. Weapons type spear. Weapons name dark edge. Weapons level authentication saint level. Options high grade saint level beginners grade god level. When Lin Xiu saw the options at the end, it seemed like he could choose one of the options. His long spear. Was it a weapon that belonged to a saint level? Lin Xiu looked at the analysis of his weapon and was surprised. At the end of it, Lin Xiu was actually given a choice to actually upgrade his weapon. But, how would he be able to choose it by pressing onto it with his fingers? Lin Xiu didn't know what to do and decided to reach out towards the scroll. A god-level weapon would definitely be much better than one that was of a saint level. Who would choose to upgrade their weapon to a saint level one? As Lin Xiu clicked onto the option of a god-level weapon, there was another bright light that came from the scroll. When he took a closer look at it, the bright light was getting absorbed into the scroll. Damn it! Lin Xiu was beyond shocked when he saw what was happening. The long spear has been absorbed into the scroll. Lin Xiu quickly picked up the Book of Reform. When he took a good look at it, he could clearly see that there was a picture of his long spear inside the scroll. His long spear was stuck inside the scroll. Lin Xiu quickly looked towards the words that were written at the bottom. Materials needed: spirit stone, energy stone, the root, a frost metal of 1,000 years old, odd crystal of 1,000-year-old, beast god. There were also pictures of the materials that were requested. After looking at it, Lin Xiu pursed his lips. Forget about those that he had never seen before. How was he going to get an odd crystal of a beast god that was 1,000 years old? Give it back to me, give it to me now. Lin Xiu picked up the scroll and started shaking it vigorously. He wanted to shake the long spear out of the Book of Reform. However, it was useless. It's over. Lin Xiu widened his eyes and sat on the ground helplessly. From what he could understand now, before he gathered all of the materials needed to upgrade his long spear, he would not be able to get it back from the scroll. What a trap! Mr. Pang, get over here. Lin Xiu, who was furious, screamed for Mr. Pang. Soon, Mr. Pang's figure came running into Lin Xiu's room. City Lord, what's wrong? Mr. Pang was trying to catch his breath. This was the first time that Lin Xiu had heard him being so angry. He completely disregarded his own cultivation and ran to Lin Xiu. Do you know where to get these? Lin Xiu passed the scroll to him. Mr. Pang took over the scroll and carefully looked at the items that were written on it. He couldn't help but gasp. What's wrong? Would I be able to find these things? Lin Xiu panicked as he asked Mr. Pang. Each of these items are rare other than the odd crystal. Mr. Pang gulped as he spoke. It's that difficult. Lin Xiu's eyes were opened wide. Did he just dig his own grave? If he couldn't use his long spear as his weapon, it would be a major blow to him. None of the other weapons would be able to allow him to release all his strength. But, I do know where to get the medal of 1,000 years old. Mr. Pang carefully thought about it before informing Lin Xiu. Where? Lin Xiu's body shook a little before asking. At the multi-city contest that happens every October, amongst the 9 states that we live in, there is a god king and he would be the one who will host the contest. All the city lords would be allowed to participate in it. If I remember correctly, one of the rewards for the contest would be the medal of 1,000 years old. Mr. Pang was trying his best to jog his memory. Which month is it now? It's 13th August now. Well, from the looks of it, there is about 1 month left before the contest. Lin Xiu's eyes were narrowed when he heard what Mr. Pang said. All of the weapons that we brought back. Have you distributed all of them? Lin Xiu thought about the weapons that had been taken from Shacheng City. The weapons found there may not be as good as his long spear, but they were still considered to be good weapons. Although there were lots of them in the warrior god realm who were warrior gods, The weapons that most of them have were not as skillful as they look. There are still a few of them left. They've been placed in the storage room, Mr. Pang answered carefully. Lin Xiu took the Book of Reform and placed it in his expansion space before heading to the storage space. Most of the weapons have been taken away by the guards, and amongst those that were left behind, there were daggers, whip, claws and a pair of boxing gloves. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up brightly when he saw the boxing gloves. Other than using his spear, Lin Xiu also had experience with using his fist. This was because Lin Xiu had cultivated skills related to fist technique, and he even got a god-level warrior skill Destroy the Sky. Lin Xiu immediately picked up the boxing gloves from the ground. It was a heavy pair of boxing gloves, which was why no one picked it. For the ordinary warriors, these boxing gloves may make it difficult to throw punches. However, for Lin Xiu, it was indeed something that suited him. Nice. Lin Xiu threw a few air punches and instantly felt relieved, as the energy in his body slowly got transferred into the boxing glove. Lin Xiu could clearly see that there were faint red marks on the gloves. Lin Xiu could feel a strong surge of energy that came from the gloves when the red marks appeared. It looks like these faint marks would be able to make him stronger. Looks like I unexpectedly found a treasure. Lin Xiu was overjoyed, as he already lost his long spear. Lin Xiu started training on his fist techniques. This was to ensure that his actions would be smooth. Time passed quickly and it was already the second day. Let's head to Changqing City. Lin Xiu was at the city lord mansion, and he gave his instructions to Bailey Haoling, Lei Chong and Mr. Pang. You want to go to Changqing City? When they heard what Lin Xiu had said, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Those from Changqing City were obviously planning on how to attack Lynxian City. Instead of defending their city, they would be attacking first. I need odd crystals. Lin Xiu answered shamelessly. Odd crystals, I still have 4 of them. Lei Chong quickly spoke up when he heard what Lin Xiu needed. Lei Chong and Mr. Peng weren't quick with how they absorbed their odd crystals, and they didn't even finish absorbing even one off crystal after so many days. City Lord, I have some as well. Mr. Peng quickly spoke up as well. Chapter Waping 259 Envoy Liu. Wafizan 259 Envoy Liu. It's alright. I gave those to you. Lin Xiu shook his head. What I need would be more than these. How many do you need? Lei Chong asked subconsciously. About 1,000 of them. Lin Xiu glanced at him. 1,000? Lei Chong's eyes were widened as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. It was already extremely difficult for them to even find 100 odd crystals, and now he wants 1,000 of them. How would that be possible? Changqing City should be bigger than Shacheng City. Right. Lin Xiu asked Mr. Peng, who was standing next to him. Mr. Peng nodded his head. I have also heard that after we've destroyed the Shacheng City, those from Changqing City have taken over that city. Oh. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows when he heard what Mr. Peng said. Those from Changqing City seemed pretty ambitious. I guess we shall head over and borrow some from them. Bailey Haoling already knew about how Lin Xiu needed odd crystals to rebuild his weapon. She gently moistened her lips as a murderous look appeared in her eyes. She was ready to fight and was always willing to start a mess. Lei Chong and Mr. Pang, make sure you take good care of our city. Haoling and I will be out to borrow some odd crystals from them. Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Lei Chong, on the other hand, felt his scalp turn numb when he heard how Lin Xiu wanted to borrow odd crystals. While Lin Xiu was saying that he wanted to borrow them, he was just there to rob these people. However, those from Changqing City would be more powerful than those in Shacheng City, and Lei Chong couldn't help but start getting worried for them. Please be careful. Mr. Pang knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Lin Xiu, and this was the only thing that he could say. Just take good care of our place. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Boom! Just when Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling were about to leave, there was a loud explosion that appeared in the air. Those from Lynxian City, show yourself. There was another loud explosion that followed. Envoy Liu. When they heard the man's voice, Mr. Peng's face turned pale. Who's that? Lin Xiu was feeling curious. He is the special envoy of Changqing City, and he's responsible for monitoring the cities that are under the control of Changqing City. Mr. Peng quickly explained it to Lin Xiu. Let's take a look outside. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and walked out with the rest of them, before flying into the sky. When he took a good look outside, he could see that there were dozens of drones in the air. All of the drones had powerful laser cannons installed in them, and they were attacking the energy barrier of Lynxian City. Boom! Explosions followed one after another. However, the energy barrier remained firm and there wasn't even a single crack. Envoy Liu was a middle-aged man with long hair. As he stood on one of the bigger drones and looked at what was happening, he had a hideous expression on his face. The city lord of this city, show yourself otherwise. You will regret this. Envoy Liu gathered his energy and screamed as loudly as possible with his penetrative voice. Just as he was done, he saw Lin Xiu and his gang, who was in the air as well. When he saw who they were, Envoy Liu sneered. I was just thinking that perhaps all your idiots finally had the guts to go against our rule. Mr. Pang, what do you think you're doing now that you saw who I am? How dare you still leave this energy barrier open? Seeing how one of them was Mr. Pang, Envoy Liu was mad. Mr. Pang was his name since he only has a last name. Everyone was only calling him Mr. Pang as such, and it wasn't because they were being respectful. Envoy Liu, what do you think you're doing by attacking our energy barrier? Mr. Pang wasn't afraid of him and in return, questioned the man opposite him. Ha 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 ha, just because you are working with a warrior that is slightly skillful. You've got the audacity to talk to me in such a wild manner. Envoy Liu was pissed when he heard how Mr. Pang had answered him. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Mr. Pang before diverting his attention to Lin Xiu. So, you're the new city lord? Yes. What is it that you want? Lin Xiu smiled as he spoke in a cold tone. Lin Xiu also noticed that there was a familiar mark on his uniform. This mark seems to be representative of Changqing City, and it was the same as the one seen on the man who came with the frosty giant sword. From how this was going, this man must be from Changqing City. As he thought about it, there was a murderous look that slowly appeared in Lin Xiu's eyes. Since these people dug their own graves, Lin Xiu would then slaughter all of them here in exchange for EXP. Our city lord had sent me to invite you for lunch at Changqing City. Envoy Liu spoke proudly. He acted as if this command was a blessing from the gods. Oh, I was heading towards Changqing City as well. Lin Xiu purposely looked shocked. Without the approval of the city, why would a small warrior like you from Lynxian City want to go to Changqing City? Envoy Liu frowned as he screamed with rage. To borrow some odd crystals. We ran out of it and thought of getting some from Changqing City. Lin Xiu shrugged his shoulders as if he was innocent. You're dead. After hearing how Lin Xiu was provoking him, Envoy Liu was pissed. Boom boom. All of the drones around them continued firing at their energy barrier. However, it remained untouched. Howling. We shall kill them all. With that said, Lin Xiu and Bailey Howling went straight towards the drones. Xiu. In the blink of an eye, both of them appeared outside of the energy barrier. Kill them all. Envoy Liu was fuming mad when he saw this. With that said, there was a large amount of laser beams that were shot at Lin Xiu and Bailey Howling. Xiu Xiu Xiu. However, both of them had quick reflexes, and none of the laser beams landed on Lin Xiu and Bailey Howling. All of them landed on the energy barrier behind them. HMPH. Bailey Howling's eyes were blood red and she started attacking one of the drones with her daggers. Boom! One of the huge drones was chopped into pieces by Bailey Howling's daggers. A few of the warriors ran out of the drones and started attacking Lin Xiu. You came at the right time. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who surrounded him and started moving both his arms. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. It has been a long time since Lin Xiu has used these warrior skills, and it wasn't a high-grade one as well, but Lin Xiu's abilities have been greatly improved, which was why it still let out a surge of horrifying energy. Boom! When these warriors were hit by Lin Xiu's fist, their skull instantly ruptured. There was a large amount of lightning around the warriors and all of their skin had been charred. Envoy Liu, who was standing far away, couldn't help but look shocked when he saw what happened. He didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be someone so powerful. Even if you're strong, it would still be impossible for you to defeat me. Chapter 260 Taking the Initiative. 1260 Taking the initiative. Envoy Liu roared with rage. He waved his right arm and a longsword flew out of his drone. He instantly grabbed onto it. As he transferred his energy onto the weapon, the longsword that he held onto started shining brightly in gold. Envoy Liu's figure shifted quickly and he appeared right in front of Lin Xiu. With the golden sword in his right hand, he swung it toward Lin Xiu's body. He wanted to chop Lin Xiu's body into two halves. Xiu! Just as he swung the long sword, Lin Xiu's body disappeared into thin air. Envoy Liu's swing hit the air. Where did he go? His eyes narrowed in shock. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying, strong energy coming from behind him. Envoy Liu quickly turned around with both his hands on the sword, hoping to stop the attack. Boom! Lin Xiu threw a punch onto Envoy Liu and it landed on his longsword. The impact of it was so huge that he went flying into the distance with the sword in his hands. His entire body shook because of the impact. Boom! Not only was it a powerful punch, there was also terrifying lightning that came along with it. The currents that came from the lightning traveled through the sword and went onto Envoy Liu's body. Damn it! As the terrifying current traveled through his body, Envoy Liu felt his entire body turn numb. Goodbye. At the same time, there was another voice that came from afar. When Envoy Liu looked up, Lin Xiu was headed towards him with another punch. This was different from the one earlier. This fist was filled with unlimited strength. By just looking at it, Envoy Liu shivered in fear. Run! He had to run away from this attack. This was what he had in mind, but his body couldn't keep up with him. This was because the current itself had caused his body to turn numb. Xiu! Lin Xiu's body flashed and disappeared. When he appeared once again, his fist was already inches away from Envoy Liu. Nuo! Envoy Liu shivered as he shouted in denial. The sword in his arms then split into 10 different figures and it turned into a shield that protected him. Lin Xiu's eyes turned cold. He did not hesitate and landed the punch on Envoy Liu. Destroy the sky. Lin Xiu threw the punch without holding back. The markings on the gloves were shining brightly with a red glow. The power of his punch was at its peak. Boom! With a loud thud, the shield that Envoy Liu had scattered. Envoy Liu might have released his sphere, but Lin Xiu's punch was enough to cause his sphere to explode. It landed directly on his head. Envoy Liu didn't even get the chance to speak when his head exploded into a million pieces. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a warrior god. EXP rewarded 1,365,44. Lin Xiu heard a clear notification in his mind. When he looked at his progress bar, there was only a 0.3 increase. Lin Xiu was speechless. Why were the warrior gods worth nothing nowadays? Boom! At the same time, Bailey Haoling was still attacking the drones around her. With each of her attacks, there will be a few drones that would fall onto the ground, followed by multiple explosions. Envoy Liu brought along a large number of men to fight them, but he would have never thought that all of them would be defeated in such a short period of time. All of these things can be used as materials. Lei Chong looked at the drones that fell to the ground and his eyes shone brightly. Mr. Peng couldn't help but laugh. They were not at war with Changqing City. He was hoping that their city lord would be able to defeat their enemy. Otherwise, even if their energy barrier was indestructible, they would not be able to leave the city. There would be a day where they would be defeated. Let's go. Lin Xiu spoke to Bailey Haoling as she finished killing the rest of the warriors. Bailey Haoling nodded her head. After making sure of their direction, they got onto Little Bai and flew in the direction to Changqing City. They killed Envoy Liu. At the same time, in one of the halls in Changqing City, Liu Mo was listening to his men's report. He was the one who sent Envoy Liu over to Lynxian City. He wanted to test out Lin Xiu's attitude towards them. However, he didn't think that Lin Xiu would disregard them. They even killed the men that they sent over. And, not only that, all of the drones that were sent there were all destroyed. According to the latest news, they are headed here now. One of the warriors was on one knee as he spoke to Liu Mo respectfully. He's coming to Changqing City. Upon hearing what the warrior said, Liu Ma's face turned cold. The cup in his hand was instantly crushed into pieces. How dare he show himself here in Changqing City? He's asking for it. Liu Mo roared out of rage. This was too much. Did Lin Xiu really think that they were afraid of him? We are at level 1 DEFCON now. Although he was pissed, Liu Mo still quickly calmed his mind. Yes, sir. The rest of the warriors answered in unison. This time, I want him to stay here forever. Liu Mo had a hideous look on his face. Lin Xiu was lying on Little Bai's body where he could vaguely see Changqing City. Changqing City was a place of slightly higher level than Lynxian City, and both cities weren't very far from each other. This city seems to be much bigger than Shacheng City. Bailey Haoling stared at the city that they were approaching and was a little surprised. This place was bigger than Shacheng City. Does this also mean that this city would be much stronger? It is indeed quite big. Lin Xiu nodded his head. It looks like it wouldn't be that easy to defeat them this time. With that said, Lin Xiu had a solemn look on his face. However, this battle was inevitable. Instead of waiting for these men to attack his city, it was better for him to take the initiative. He still needed 1,000 Godlevel odd crystals. He shall then see what this city has to offer to him. With that thought in mind, Lin Xiu's heart was pounding with excitement. Boom! As Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling flew across Changqing City, there was a loud explosion heard. As they took a closer look, they could see that the entire city was protected by an energy barrier. Lin Xiu also noticed with his good eyesight that there was large number of energy cannons that were aimed at him. Chapter 1261 1261 The Function of the Healing Potion. 1261 The Function of the Healing Potion. Looks like those from Changqing City were prepared. Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It wasn't that he was feeling afraid, but instead, it was excitement. At that moment, all of the cannons were filled with a large amount of energy. Boom! Suddenly, all of the cannons released 1,000 energy beams and all of them were targeted at Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling. The energy barrier over the sky of Changqing City was designed in a way where they would be allowed to attack the outsiders, but no one was allowed to attack them. Careful! Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed unconsciously when he saw what was happening. Xiu! He quickly shifted his body in order to dodge these attacks. Lin Xiu could even hear some of them passing by his ears. These attacks were too dense. Although Lin Xiu was quick enough, it was still impossible for him to dodge every single one of it. With the control of his mind, he quickly released his sphere. Bailey Haoling did the same as well. They released it at the same time. Boom boom boom. The energy beams landed on their spheres continuously and there were loud explosions that followed. These beams looked powerful and scary, but with his sphere released, Lin Xiu didn't suffer any injuries. Lin Xiu looked at the cannons that were still attacking him. Then, he raised his right fist and gathered his source energy onto his fist. Although using this skill would exhaust most of his source energy, Lin Xiu did not care about it. As the energy continued accumulating around his left fist, he quickly selected a healing potion from his expansion space and consumed it immediately. Break it. At that instant, Lin Xiu shifted his body and rushed downwards. As he got closer to the energy barrier, Lin Xiu threw his fist onto the energy barrier. The ultimate fist technique destroyed the sky. Boom! As the fist landed on the energy barrier, the entire energy barrier of Changqing City started shaking. HMPH, that is merely a god-level warrior skill. Did you really think that you can destroy this barrier? Liu Mo stood on the highest point of his mention as he stared at Lin Xiu. City Lord, should we attack now? There were a few warriors standing around Liu Mo, and all of them were looking at their city lord. They were waiting for his commands. No. Liu Mo shook his head. That boy is trying to destroy our energy barrier. We shall let him try it then. He spoke in a cold tone. Lin Xiu was using such a powerful warrior skill and it would definitely use up his source energy. Once Lin Xiu's energy gets used up, he would be able to defeat Lin Xiu in one blow. Lin Xiu. Should we wait for them to come out before attacking? Bailey Haoling could see clearly that the energy barrier did not break because of Lin Xiu's punch. It seems like this one was similar to the one that they had in Lynxian City. No. Lin Xiu shook his head and consumed another bottle of healing potion. All of the source energy that he used earlier have all recovered. Huh. Seeing how Lin Xiu was still trying to transfer energy into his fist, Bailey Haoling was confused. You still have energy left. She was aware that in order for Lin Xiu to use such skills, it would use up a lot of his source energy. This is a healing potion and it would help me recover all my source barrier. Lin Xiu smiled as he explained it to Bailey Haoling. When there was enough energy in his fist, Lin Xiu continued attacking the energy barrier. Destroy the sky. Lin Xiu landed another punch on the same spot. With that, there were loud sounds heard as the energy barrier shook. I was waiting for that. Liu Mo sneered when he saw what Lin Xiu was doing. For warrior skills of this level, after using it twice, it would have caused Lin Xiu to lose all of his source energy. That brat would have run out of energy by now. Liu Mo was confident about it, but then he soon realized that Lin Xiu was once again gathering energy in his right fist. Boom! When another punch landed on the energy barrier, it let out another loud explosion. Liu Mo couldn't help but frown when he saw what was happening. What on earth was happening? How was it that he had unlimited energy? This time, he would no longer have energy left to release such a powerful attack. Liu Mo sneered. However, he was immediately proven wrong. This was because there was energy seen accumulating in Lin Xiu's fist once again. He was about to release another warrior's skills. Liu Ma's eyes were filled with surprise. Boom! Lin Xiu's punch landed on the same spot. Looks like it can be destroyed. Lin Xiu looked at the spot on the energy barrier that he had been punching. Then, he realized that there were cracks on it and he was pleasantly surprised about it. This way, the energy barrier in this city wasn't as tough as the one that they had in Lynxian City. There was a possibility that he could break it apart. Lin Xiu thought about it before taking another healing potion. Then, he gathered his source energy and released the same warrior skills. Boom! As Lin Xiu continued his attack, there were thunder and lightning that filled the sky, followed by loud explosions. There were also huge cracks that appeared all over the energy barrier. City Lord! The rest of the warriors widened their eyes in shock. This was entirely different from what they had expected. This man was able to continuously release god-level warrior skills. Wouldn't he be exhausted? He's drinking something. Some of them realized that after every attack, Lin Xiu would drink from a bottle, a potion that would help with recovering his source energy. Liu Mo noticed the same as well. This was why this brat was able to use the same warrior skills over and over again. From what they could see, that potion must have been restoring his source energy. This was something incredible. As he thought about it, there was greed in Liu Ma's eyes. Break it! Lin Xiu threw another punch onto the energy barrier. The power of this punch was similar to those before. Boom! There were already cracks all over the energy barrier. As it tried to withstand another impact, there was a loud explosion. The entire energy barrier scattered. It worked. Bailey Haoling was shocked to see what had happened. Chapter 1262 1262 The attack begins. 1262 The attack begins. With his own strength, Lin Xiu actually broke through the energy barrier of Changqing City. At the moment when the energy barrier was broken, Bailey Haoling also quickly reacted. The long swords in both hands danced in the air. As the long swords in her hands danced in the air, crescent-shaped sword auras burst out from the sky. Charge towards the fort that is still firing continuously below. Now Bailey Haoling's strength has reached the god warrior level. The sword auras released at this time were also extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Those forts were hit by the sword auras released by Bailey Haoling and they were all blown up in an instant. At this time, Xiaobai also made a loud and clear sound and the pair of huge wings began to flap. A large amount of icy air rushed toward the fort below. Not only the fort, but also some buildings below, were all frozen at this time. Lin Xiu obtained a lot of odd crystals when he was in Shachang City, except for the god-level odd crystals that were handed over to Lei Tong as the power core of the energy barrier. There were also a lot of other beast saint-level odd crystals. These odd crystals were of no use to Lin Xiu. Even if they were absorbed completely, his experience would not increase much. So Lin Xiu fed all these beast saint-level odd crystals to Roli and Xiaobai. Now Xiaobai's strength should have reached the top level of beast saint. Kill him. At this time, Liu Ma's face became extremely gloomy, and he no longer had the calm expression he had at the beginning. It never occurred to him that Lin Xiu really exploded the energy barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warriors who had been prepared for a long time flew into the sky and attacked Lin Xiu. There are quite a lot of warriors. Bailey Haoling, who was beside Lin Xiu, looked at the skyfilled warriors flying up from all around, and his eyes showed surprise. The number of warriors in Changqing City is many times greater than what they encountered in Shacheng City. Are you afraid? A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xia's mouth. Of course not. I am excited. Bailey Haoling held the two swords in her hands. Her eyes were full of excitement. A pair of eyes have turned red now. In this state, her own strength continued to improve. Xiao Bai looked at the warriors rushing over and immediately made a loud and clear sound. Opening its mouth wide, it spewed out a large amount of icy air. Some weaker warriors were shocked by the terrifying icy air at this time, and their bodies instantly turned into ice sculptures, falling directly to the ground. But more warriors rushed to Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling. They unfolded the sphere, and the frosty air sprayed out by Xiao Bai was completely blocked by their sphere. Their primary goal was to kill Lin Xiu. Just in time, Bailey Haoling looked at the warriors who rushed to her side and were about to kill her, and immediately let out a sneer. The long swords in her hands turned blood red at this time due to the source strength of her body being transmitted. And her divine soul, the blood-red twin swords, also appeared above her body. Whoosh whoosh. Bailey Haoling, who possesses extremely fierce sword skills, instantly cut through the spheres of several warriors with her two swords dancing and directly chopped their bodies into several pieces. Those warriors who thought they could easily kill Bailey Haoling panicked at this moment. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. How could this person be so strong? Those warriors also trembled slightly after seeing their comrades who unfolded the sphere and were easily killed. Divine Soul. And Liu Mo, who was still watching the scene in the sky from the top floor of the city lord's mansion, could not help but shuddered. The divine soul. Among the god warriors, few god warriors could comprehend it. This girl has actually realized the power of the divine soul. And when he looks toward Lin Xiu, his expression changed drastically. Because Lin Xiu was surrounded by a little black dragon. The little black dragon blasted out with Lin Xia's fist, and it also passed through directly, piercing through the sphere of those warriors, then piercing through the bodies of those warriors. The speed of this little black dragon was very fast, and it keeps shuttling back and forth, directly piercing through the chests or heads of those warriors. A large number of sage warrior-level warriors were constantly falling. Liu Mo stood here and looked towards the sky, only to see warriors constantly falling from the sky. Looking at this scene, his heart was bleeding. Those were the backbone of Changqing City that he cultivated with great difficulty. Originally, he thought that he wanted my subordinates to consume Lin Xia's physical strength first. Then he would kill him himself. But seeing this scene, Liu Mo couldn't help it anymore. With a movement of his body, at the next moment, he swung his right hand and a blood-red long sword flew from below into his hand, following Liu Ma's thoughts. At this moment, Liu Ma's figure disappeared directly. Boom! 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 Lin Xiu in the sky kept moving his fists. Lin Xia's current boxing skills were also very powerful, and every punch was full of extremely strong power. The fist hit the sphere that those warriors had spread out, instantly blowing up their sphere. And Lin Xiu has already released his divine soul. The little black dragon does not need to be controlled by Lin Xia's thoughts. At this time, with Lin Xia's attacks, it will continue to attack the surrounding warriors. This little black dragon killed those warriors faster than Lin Xiu. Those warriors had no way to dodge, so they were pierced through the body by the little black dragon. In Lin Xia's mind, the prompts of gaining experience kept coming. A lot of experience. These prompts of gaining experience made Lin Xiu feel unusually pleasant. Upgrade. You have to hurry up and upgrade again. Whoosh! Just when Lin Xiu was about to swing his fist again to attack the surrounding warriors, there was a sound piercing through the air. Lin Xiu clearly felt something, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. His head subconsciously shifted to the left. In the next moment, he could clearly see a blood-red long sword passing by his forehead. A few strands of Lin Xia's hair were cut off directly. Whoosh whoosh. The bloodred long sword didn't hit Lin Xiu, but it didn't stagnate either. It continued to attack Lin Xiu. The person holding the sword was different from the weapon he dealt with just now. His strength was obviously much stronger. Chapter 1263 1263 Fierce Battle with Liu Mo. 1263 Fierce Battle with Liu Mo. Just now, in order to maximize the use of his sword strength, after destroying those forts, Lin Xiu no longer unfolded the sphere. At this time, he clearly felt the danger. Lin Xiu had no choice but to continue to unfold the sphere. Bang bang bang. The bloodred long sword crazily attacked Lin Xiu's sphere in the next moment, bursting out with loud noises. Who are you? Lin Xiu looked at the middle-aged man holding a bloodred long sword and said coldly. The strength of this middle-aged man was obviously not comparable to that of ordinary warriors. Under the inspection of the analytic eye, Lin Xiu found that the strength of this warrior was not only at the level of a god warrior, but also extremely powerful in every aspect. Almost twice as strong as him. You came to my city yet you don't know who I am. Liu Mo laughed when he heard Lin Xiu's words. Liu Mo. Lin Xiu heard Mr. Pang mention Liu Ma's name, so he quickly realized it. Liu Mo. Right. Lin Xiu looked at the bloodred long sword he continued to slash, and directly blocked it with his fist. The firmness of the glove wrapped by Lin Xiu's powerful sword strength was also very high. Although this person's bloodred long sword is extremely sharp, it is impossible to smash his gloves directly. And if he keeps attacking his sphere, then his sphere is very likely to be in danger of bursting. I came to your Changqing city to borrow hundreds of godlevel odd crystals, Lin Xiu said while resisting Liu Ma's attack. Rampant. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Liu Mo became even more furious. Lin Xiu's words were obviously full of provocation. Liu Mo was angry and the long sword in his hand seemed to have turned into magma, exuding an extremely scorching temperature. When the long sword collided with Lin Xiu's glove, Lin Xiu immediately felt an incomparably burning sensation. But Lin Xiu was always playing with fire, so the burning sensation was nothing to Lin Xiu. Destroy this guy. While resisting Liu Ma's attack, Lin Xiu was secretly accumulating sword strength. At the next moment, a punch filled with a lot of sword strength was thrown out again. This punch directly slammed on the long sword he stabbed again, and an incomparably loud sound erupted immediately. Boom! After all, it was a godlevel skill. This terrifying impact, at this moment, directly caused the body of Liu Mo who was holding the sword to be blown away. Go away! And at this moment, Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who were about to besiege him and let out a roar. His body moved, and the dark attribute energy ball on his neck trembled crazily. Soon, a large amount of dark matter gushed out from Lin Xiu's body. Silence. With the use of this skill, a large amount of dark matter swept towards the warriors attacking around. Those warriors were attacking Lin Xiu, and there was no way to dodge them. The sphere they unfolded seemed to have been corroded under the impact of the dark matter. All the spheres burst, and in the next moment, those dark substances entangled their bodies and continued to corrode them. A large number of warriors couldn't even howl or scream before their bodies turned into bones. Liu Mo, who was sent flying by Lin Xiu's punch, felt the pain in his right hand holding the sword. It's as if the bones were broken. The power of Lin Xiu's punch was too great. It was impossible to take it head-on, but when he raised his eyes and looked ahead, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. What is this? Seeing a large amount of dark matter surge out, a look of shock appeared on his face. When his subordinates were impacted by those black substances, even the sphere was directly corroded and their bodies couldn't resist it and turned into white bones. Liu Ma's body was shaking. Not fear, but anger. Incomparable anger. So many of his subordinates were killed in such a short period of time. Die. He must be killed. A purple pattern appeared on Liu Ma's forehead. Boom! 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 With the appearance of the pattern, the entire sky began to become cloudy at this time. A large number of thunderbolts and lightning surged continuously in the sky. Die! Because of the black matter released by Lin Xiu, those warriors no longer dared to approach and they all stayed away. Following Liu Ma's roar, The lightning in the sky struck Lin Xiu at this very moment. It was as if hundreds of lightning bolts of different thicknesses were all coming toward Lin Xiu. This was the power of his source-mark crushing thunderbolt. After Lin Xiu used silence to kill a large number of warriors around him, he saw the terrifying lightning above the sky. Looking at the lightning, Lin Xiu was not only not afraid, but the corners of his mouth curled up. Lightning. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a large amount of lightning struck Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu's entire body was surrounded by terrifying lightning. These lightning bolts were really terrifying. It was as if they could destroy the world. There was no doubt that he will die. The other warriors in Changqing City looked at this scene and there was a sneer in their hearts. They were still very confident in Liu Ma's strength. How can that be? But at the next moment, a warrior seemed to see something. His eyes widened and his mouth also opened wide, as if he was incomparably shocked. Not only him, even Liu Ma's face changed drastically at this moment, because he clearly saw Lin Xiu who was enduring the extremely terrifying lightning and he was unharmed. That's right, there was no injury at all, and Lin Xiu seems to be enjoying the baptism of lightning. Refreshing. Lin Xiu clenched his hands into fists, letting the lightning strike him, and laughed loudly. Lin Xiu had already finished those restoration fluids. Originally, his body's original strength was consumed a lot, but these lightning bolts were absorbed by Lin Xiu and instead replenished his body's strength. Damn! At this time, Liu Mo also clearly felt that his lightning power not only did not cause damage to Lin Xiu, but seemed to replenish Lin Xiu's energy. This guy must also be a person who cultivates the power of lightning. Thinking of this, Liu Ma's face became even uglier. Goo goo. And at this moment, as some warriors wanted to slaughter Xiaobai, the billowing figure leaped out from the other side. While flying out, Rolly's body became enormous. It's like a huge balloon suspended in the air. Goo! After Rolly made another crisp sound, it opened its mouth wide. Chapter 1264 Rolly with a Warhammer. 1264 Rolly with a Warhammer. Rolly's mouth was wide open, but it didn't try to suck those warriors into its body. But at this moment, with a flash of light, it seemed that something spat out from its mouth. Taking a closer look, it was a huge warhammer, shining giant hammer. It was the warhammer that Lin Xiu got in the lottery. As the shining giant hammer spit out from Rolly's mouth, Rolly's hands suddenly stretched out and grabbed the handle of the shining giant hammer. What? Lin Xiu's eyes obviously noticed this scene, and his eyes widened in surprise. Before, he thought that Rolly wanted to devour this weapon, but he didn't expect that Rolly seemed to store this shining giant hammer in his body, intending to use it as a weapon. Rolly has always looked chubby. Lin Xiu was even more surprised to see it stretch out a pair of small hands at this time. Goo goo. Seeing those warriors besieging Xiaobai, Rolly seemed to be angry. Holding the shining warhammer, it attacked those warriors. This shining warhammer was already very huge. As it swung the hammer, even if those warriors unfolded the sphere, they would all be blown away by the hammer. The shining warhammer exuded a dazzling light, and as Rolly danced, it crazily hammered at the surrounding warriors. Even warriors of the Sage Warrior level couldn't resist this blow. So strong. Bailey Haoling was holding a pair of swords and was fighting with several warriors around her. Seeing the Rolly movements over there, she was very surprised. And she also clearly felt that the shining giant hammer exploded with even stronger power after Rolly used it. This is too amazing. Rolly was still frantically dancing the shining giant hammer, knocking out a large number of warriors. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiaobai also opened its mouth wide, spraying out a large amount of frosty air. Those warriors were affected by the frosty air and instantly turned into ice sculptures. They fell from the sky to the ground and broke into countless pieces. Bailey Haoling was watching the battle over at Rolly's side, but at this time the surrounding god warriors had already continued to attack. Humph! Bailey Haoling quickly came to her senses. Holding the two swords in her hands, she started to fight. With two swords in both hands, she crazily attacked the warriors who were attacking around her. The best defense is offense. and after her strength reached the god warrior level, she became even stronger. Against these fighters, she was on par with them. Thank you for your lightning power. At the same time, Lin Xiu looked at Liu Mo, who continued to fly towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What's the use of talking so much bullshit? Although Liu Mo wished to tear Lin Xiu's body into pieces, at this moment, he still kept a sneer on his face. Of course it's useful. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Before Liu Mo could attack again, Lin Xiu waved his right hand and a red lotus fire was instantly released. Seeing the slap-sized red lotus fire rushing towards him, Liu Mo said coldly, "Small tricks." He didn't even unfold the sphere. At this moment, he was about to extinguish the red lotus fire with his hand. Boom! But the moment his hand touched the red lotus fire, there was an extremely loud sound. This red lotus fire, like a bomb, exploded, made an extremely loud sound, and the entire flame directly covered Liu Ma's body. But in the next moment, the red lotus flames covering Liu Ma's body began to slowly disappear. Lin Xiu frowned when he saw this scene. "You think you can hurt me with a mere flame?" Liu Mo still said coldly. "Your hair is burnt." Lin Xiu pointed to Liu Ma's hair. Liu Mo remained expressionless for a moment, and the next moment, he roared angrily, "I want you to die." He felt that Lin Xiu was really annoying, so he must be killed. Whoosh! The blood-red longsword in his hand was thrown out the next moment. The blood-red longsword that came out of his hand directly turned into tens of thousands. Moreover, these longswords did not directly stab at Lin Xiu, but combined into a sharp cone, then charged toward Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu saw the scene, there was no fear in his eyes. The heavenly array was directly activated. With the use of the heavenly array, Lin Xiu obviously felt that his body's strength had increased a lot. On the fist of the right hand, there were also a lot of hellfire erupting. Seeing the thousands of longswords coming towards them like a cone, Lin Xiu directly blasted them with his fist. Boom! When Lin Xiu's fist blasted out, an even bigger fist suddenly appeared, which collided with the cone formed by thousands of longswords. "What?" Lin Xiu roared angrily. At this moment, he directly activated the skill of Fury. Originally, his strength had improved because of Heavenly Array. Now, after using the skill Fury, his strength has been greatly improved. The power of this punch was also much stronger. In the next moment, the cane-shaped attack composed of thousands of long swords was directly impacted by the power of Lin Xiu's fist, and collapsed. Poof! At this time, Liu Mo also spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Lin Xiu not far away, his eyes were full of shock. How can that be? He clearly felt that Lin Xiu was weaker than his own. But at this moment, Lin Xiu's strength had greatly improved, and it was not just a little bit. This kid has taken forbidden drugs, or did he burn his own vitality to forcibly increase his strength? Liu Mo didn't have time to think about it, because at this moment, Lin Xiu had already swung his fist with hellfire and smashed it over. Looking at the fist that appeared in front of him, Liu Mo didn't react for a while and was directly hit in the face by Lin Xiu's fist. Boom! With a dull sound, Liu Ma's body flew out directly. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Looking at Liu Mo who flew out, Lin Xiu continued to chase after him. In a flash, he appeared behind him again and continued to punch his body. Bang bang bang. He kept attacking Liu Mo crazily. At this time, Liu Mo was like a sandbag being beaten and flew around by Lin Xiu constantly. Die! With the last punch, Lin Xiu punched Liu Ma's chest from top to bottom directly to the ground. Whoosh! Liu Ma's body instantly fell to the ground. The whole ground shook violently. Chapter 1265 1265 Domains that can't be suppressed. 1265 domains that can't be suppressed. The warriors of Changqing City not far away saw the scene, and their eyes widened. Their city lord was actually blasted down from the sky by Lin Xiu. On the ground below, Liu Mo, who had been blasted down, directly caused a bottomless pit. There was also a lot of dust around. Lin Xiu didn't care whether Liu Mo was dead or not and rushed toward Bailey howling at this moment. Several god warriors are besieging Bailey Howling, and she was obviously under great threat. There were also many injuries on her arm. Go to hell. One of the warrior gods roared angrily, holding the saber in his hand. He was about to strike at Bailey Howling from behind. Bailey Howling killed too many of his subordinates just now, filling him with incomparable killing intent. Boom! But just when he was about to strike Bailey Howling's body from behind with a saber in his hands, a bright light flashed over. From the corner of his eye, he looks to the side and he clearly saw a fist full of light, smashing toward him. Sphere. With a roar in his heart, he directly turned the offense into defense and unfolded his sphere. Boom! The fists land into his unfolded sphere and a loud noise erupted immediately. There were a lot of cracks in his sphere. His whole being was directly blasted to the building below by this powerful impact. Poof! The warrior's body hit the building behind it, and the sphere that had cracks in it broke immediately. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Damn! Damn! He opened his eyes wide, looking at Lin Zia's figure in the sky in disbelief. He had no idea when Lin Ziu rushed over. However, although the power of this punch was terrifying, it was impossible for it to kill a god warrior like him. He was about to get up. But at this moment, his eyes clearly saw several lotus flames rushing toward him. 3 lotus fires of different colors. These 3 lotus fires look small and they don't seem to pose any threat to people at all. He suddenly stretched out his hand wanting to slap the 3 lotus fires away. But just when his hand was about to touch the 3 lotus flames, they seemed to gather together in an instant. And something extremely terrifying happened. Boom! Following the sound of a huge explosion, there was a crisp sound in Lin Zia's mind. This is the sound of the experience prompt for killing the god warrior. Everything just happened in a flash. At this time, Bailey Howling obviously realized that Lin Ziu was coming to support her and she frantically waved her 2 swords. Lin Ziu also waved his fists and attacked these warriors. While attacking, the divine soul power was also released. At this moment, the little black dragon appeared. As Lin Ziu swung his fist, it also attacked those warriors. Bang bang bang. Although those warriors spread out their spheres, under the impact of the little black dragon, their spheres were all pierced and exploded. And Lin Ziu also directly punched those warriors who didn't have the sphere protection. Under the state of fury, Lin Zia's strength has improved so much that it is really terrifying. Although these fighters are all at the level of god warriors, they are nothing to Lin Ziu. Soon, under the attacks of Lin Ziu and Bailey Howling, all of these skilled fighters were killed. On the other side, Roly has already swung the shining giant hammer in its hand, directly hammering a large number of warriors to death. The remaining warriors from Chengqing City were already trembling and some of them fled away. Lin Ziu and Bailey Howling's strength was extremely terrifying and even the evolved beast was equally perverted. They had no desire to fight at all. Is everything dealt with? After beheading the last warrior in the sky with the double swords held by Bailey Howling, she looked around. No warrior dared to attack. Don't think so. Lin Ziu shook his head, thinking of the man holding the frosty giant sword. This person hasn't appeared yet. What? At this moment, a loud roar came from the other side. This sound was too loud and extremely penetrating. Both Lin Ziu and Bailey Howling felt their eardrums ache from the shock. The entire Chengqing City shook at this moment. When Lin Ziu heard the roar, he easily realized that it must be Liu Mo. This guy attacking him crazily just now. Although he didn't die, Lin Ziu also believed that his body must be paralyzed and unable to move. That's why he went to support Bailey Howling first. But looking at it now, this guy seems to have retained some strength. While Lin Ziu was thinking, a figure slowly rose up from the bottomless pit over there. Lin Ziu took a closer look and it really was Liu Mo. It's just that Liu Mo was in pretty bad shape now. Because of Lin Zia's attack just now, Liu Mo now has scars on his cheeks and blood at the corner of his mouth. He has disheveled hair, but his whole body was surging with incomparably terrifying power. Crackling, there were a lot of lightning bolts around his body. These lightning bolts were different from ordinary lightning bolts. They were actually black lightning. When Lin Xiu saw the scene, the look on his face changed slightly. Liu Mo looked at Lin Xiu in the distance with both eyes, and his eyes were filled with infinite killing intent. With a wave of his right hand, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying force was directly transmitted. As the power spread out, a huge array-like domain began to form in the sky. Is it domain force? When Lin Xiu saw this scene, with a thought, a white light also burst out from his body. Purification domain. With a wave of Lin Xiu's right hand, the domain force released by Lin Xiu directly covered Liu Ma's domain. Lin Xiu originally thought that it would be the same as his usual fights and it would be able to directly cover the opponent's domain. But at this time, Lin Xiu discovered that there was no way to cover Liu Ma's domain. Moreover, at this time, the force of his own domain also disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boy! You forced me! At this moment, Liu Mo roared angrily. It can be seen now that this Liu Mo seems to have become older than before, with many wrinkles appearing on his skin, but his strength has indeed been greatly improved. This was completely beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. What's going on? Life Force. Chapter Fen 266 Burning Life Force. 1066 Burning Life Force. He burned his own life force with a secret method. At this moment, Bailey Haoling clenched the two swords in her hands and spoke seriously. Now her eyes were also full of vigilance. This Liu Mo was now crazy. He even burned his own life force just to kill them. Is it do or die now? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. His own purification domain did not cover his domain, so it is very likely that his current strength was much stronger than Lin Xiu's. That's why his own domain couldn't cover his domain. And now Liu Mo had burned his own life force to obtain such a powerful force. For Lin Xiu, this was indeed quite troublesome. Crackling. And at this moment, the entire sky seemed to be covered by Liu Ma's domain force. A large number of black lightning appeared around, making strange noises continuously. At this time, Liu Mo was staring at Lin Xiu's figure not far away. With a wave of his right hand, the blood-red long sword flew up from the ground. While flying up, hundreds of long swords appeared. He stabbed directly at Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling in the sky. Dang dang dang. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Her body skill started to work and she quickly dodged. And Bailey Haoling has already unfolded her sphere, and with the constant dancing of the two swords in her hands, the blood-red sword that was thrusting up was constantly blocked. Roly also flew over from the other side, dancing wildly with the shining warhammer, helping Bailey Haoling knock away the blood-red long sword stabbing up from below. And Lin Xiu, who dodged to the other side, was about to make a move when he realized that Liu Mo had already rushed in front of him at some point. So fast. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly, and he realized that Liu Mo had threw a punch. Lin Xiu's reaction speed was not slow at all, and he punched back directly. The fists of the two collided together and there was a crackling sound. Because Lin Xiu is using Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist, of course there was extremely terrifying lightning on the fist. And Liu Ma's fist also has lightning, but his lightning is different from ordinary lightning. It is black. This kind of black lightning quickly spread to Lin Xiu's entire body as the fists of the two collided. Pain. A tingling sensation that surrounds the whole body hits instantly. Originally, if it was the normal power of lightning, even the more terrifying power of lightning, Lin Xiu would have the means to resist it. But this power of lightning is obviously extraordinary. It has a sinister feeling. What shocked Lin Xiu even more was that the lightning made his body feel a little numb. At this time, the ferocious Liu Mo punched him again. He hit Lin Xiu's head directly. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xiu's head exploded. Liu Mo clearly knew that the Lin Xiu whose head was blown up by him was a fake. He glanced around with his pitch-black eyes and found that there were 4 Lin Xius around him. Cloning skill. Liu Mo sneered when he saw this scene. As soon as he triggered his mind, a large amount of black lightning burst out in his domain space. These black lightning bolts rushed toward Lin Xiu's avatars like whips. Although Lin Xiu's reaction speed was very fast, The speed of these whip-like black lightning was really too fast. Lynx's body was soon entangled by these black lightning bolts. Only one of the avatars was still dodging the impacting black lightning. This is the real one. Liu Mo grinned grimly and he started to move, like phantoms, quickly moving toward Lynx's real body. Damn. What the hell are these? Lin Xiu looked at the whip-like black lightning that appeared in all directions and the expression on his face became ugly. Go to hell. Just when Lin Xiu dodged a streak of black lightning, Liu Ma's figure appeared in front of Lin Xiu. His right hand with the extremely terrifying black lightning directly blasted toward Lin Xiu's head. Lin Xiu's body was a little paralyzed by the black lightning. At this time, there was no way to dodge. This punch was about to hit Lin Xiu's head. Lin Xiu, not far away. Bailey Haoling just finished dodging the impact of those bludgeoned long swords attacks. Raised her eyes to look forward, and saw this horrifying scene. She could feel that Liu Ma's punch was very powerful. If Liu Ma's punch hits the head, Lin Xiu's whole head will be blown off. Bailey Haoling wanted to help, but it was too late. Boom! At the same time Liu Ma's punch hit Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu's body suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. What is this? Seeing the golden light, even Bailey Haoling's pupils shrank slightly. The golden light was so dazzling that Liu Ma's eyes narrowed slightly. But his punch still hit Lin Xiu's head for real. But he found that Lin Xiu's head suddenly became like an extremely hard object, and there was no way to smash it. Boom! And at this moment, he felt his arm being grabbed by Lin Xiu's hand. Boom! A dark blue flame burst out from the right hand that grabbed Liu Mo. The hellfire was already very terrifying. At this time, Liu Mo felt as if his arm was going to be melted away. What? At this moment, Liu Mo let out a scream. His whole arm was torn apart with Lin Xiu's forceful pull. But at this moment, Liu Mo kicked Lin Xiu's chest with his right foot and sent Lin Xiu flying. Lin Xiu's body flew out and hit the invisible barrier behind Liu Ma's domain. Poof! The powerful force made Lin Xiu feel a sharp pain in his chest and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Originally, he wanted to use the divine soul power. But using the divine soul power all the time consumes too much energy for the body. So Lin Xiu has to stop using it for now. Lin Xiu, who hit the invisible barrier, wanted to move but found that there was a lot of black lightning entwined around his body. These black electric currents were like ropes, binding his body tightly. The current Lin Xiu didn't have any power to fight back. Chapter 1267 Crazy Liu Mo. 1267 Crazy Liu Mo. The domain force of a warrior was very strange. If Lin Xiu didn't have purification domain, it would not be so easy to kill the warrior quickly. But this time, Lin Xiu's purification domain failed, which made Lin Xiu feel extremely troublesome about the domain force released by Liu Mo. In this domain, there were many black lightning bolts. These black lightning bolts were different from ordinary lightnings. They were extremely weird. Moreover, Lin Xiu, who has a strong resistance to lightning, also found that he could not block the impact of these black lightning bolts on his body. Bang bang bang. And at this time, Bailey Haoling also rushed in front of Lin Xiu, and with the two swords in her hands, she slashed at the black lightning bolts on Lin Xiu's body that seemed to bind Lin Xiu's body. But these black lightning bolts did not break due to Bailey Haoling's slashing. Instead, through Bailey Haoling's double swords, they were directly wrapped around Bailey Haoling's arms. Damn! Bailey Haoling's red eyes widened, because she clearly noticed that, as these black bolts of lightning wrapped around her arms, she felt a sharp pain in both arms. In addition to the pain, it seemed to have a paralyzing effect. The hands holding the two swords became a little uncontrollable. I want you guys to die. I want you guys to die. Liu Mo, whose arm was torn off by Lin Xiu just now, has already become a little crazy. Originally, when he got the news that Lin Xiu was going to come to Changqing City on his own initiative, he was pleasantly surprised, because in his opinion, Lin Xiu was courting death. But he never expected that Lin Xiu's strength would be so powerful. Not only did he destroy all the attack machines in Changqing City, but even almost all of his subordinates were killed. You know, Lin Ziyu was only with a young guy and two weird evolved beasts and he destroyed everything. He had trained so many subordinates. But in such a short period of time, all of them were killed. With infinite killing intent, Liu Ma's only remaining hand pointed at Lin Ziyu. Crackling. In an instant, a large number of black lightning bolts in this domain gathered in his palm. Die. Following his roar again, these terrifying black lightning bolts directly charged toward Lin Ziyu. The gathered black lightning bolt was huge. Like a giant black snake, Lin Ziyu looked at this extremely huge black lightning bolt and the look in his eyes changed drastically. What powerful energy. Go away. Seeing that Bailey hailing, Roli and Xiaobai were coming over, Lin Ziyu immediately shouted angrily. The power emanating from the body directly shook them away. Prevent them from being affected by this terrifying force. This Liu Mo obviously wants to use up all the black lightning generated in this domain and directly destroy Lin Ziyu. This move was indeed extremely terrifying. Even if Lin Ziyu unfolded the sphere, Lin Ziyu felt that there may be no way to deal with it. However, he still has golden body immortality. Before this extremely terrifying black lightning struck, Lin Ziyu directly activated the system's reset skill, then release golden body immortality again. At the same time that the seemingly incomparably terrifying black lightning hit Lin Ziyu's body, a dazzling light burst out again. Seeing this scene, Liu Ma's face became extremely ferocious. Golden light. This kind of golden light again. It was because of this golden light that his attack was ineffective just now and one of his arms was torn off by Lin Ziyu. Unexpectedly, the golden light burst out again. I want you to die. Liu Ma's face was full of unwillingness and his right hand was facing Lin Ziyu. A large number of black lightning continued to charge toward Lin Ziyu. The duration of the golden body immortality was only 1 second, which was just enough to resist the most terrifying bolt of lightning. But at this time, the rest of the lightning continued to hit him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. At this time, it was already getting dark. Lin Ziyu endured the pain caused by the black lightning and after looking up at the sky, surprise appeared on his face. Power of the stars. This skill can only be used in the dark. And at this time, Lin Ziyu can just release this skill. As soon as the power of the stars came out, thousands of stars twinkled in the sky, and the light from those stars quickly converged on Lin Ziyu's body. Taking a closer look, at this moment, Lin Ziyu's entire body was filled with white light. Like a god of war, time was almost up for fury, because Lin Ziyu just used the reset skill. At this time, he continued to use fury. Lin Ziyu found it a pity that the second use of fury cannot be superimposed. It can only increase the duration of fury. Impossible. This is impossible. Liu Mo looked at Lin Ziyu who was not far away. At this time, he, who possessed the power of the stars, became even stronger. Liu Mo roared like crazy. Because he had just burned his life force, he forced himself to become extremely powerful. However, the two attacks that he gathered with his strongest strength failed to kill Lin Ziyu, and he had already consumed a lot of energy. And at this time, his already wrinkled skin became even more wrinkled. Obviously, his life force was about to be completely exhausted. When abnormal energy is found, the engulf skill will be activated automatically. And at this moment, those black lightning bolts seemed to want to penetrate Lin Ziyu's body and destroy it. But at the same time, the notification sound from the system that made Lin Ziyu feel extremely pleasant sounded. Can engulf these dark lightning bolts. Lin Ziyu was extremely pleasantly surprised when he wasn't able to swallow it just now. The black lightning caused pain and paralysis to the body. Now with the devouring of the system's engulf skill, Lin Ziyu instantly felt much better. Seeing the scene not far away, Bailey hailing couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what happened just now, Lin Ziyu did resist the attack of the terrifying black lightning. It was his turn to fight back. Lin Ziyu looked at Liu Mo not far away and wanted to gather those black bolts of lightning in this domain to attack him. With the triggering of Lin Ziyu's thoughts, Heart of Frost started to work. The surrounding air became extremely cold at this moment. Kala Kala. Following the crisp sounds, Liu Mo felt an extremely cold feeling coming from his feet. What is this? The pupils in Liu Ma's eyes suddenly shrank and he looked up at his feet. Chapter 1268 1268 The Heavens Wallowing Roly. 1268 The Heavens Wallowing Roly. He could clearly see that his feet had been frozen, and these ice cubes were still spreading and soon spread to his waist. Liu Ma's face changed drastically and his body burst out with strength, wanting to shatter these ice cubes. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, these ice cubes couldn't be shattered. Impossible. Impossible. How could he suddenly become so strong? Liu Mo roared in his heart. What he didn't know was that although Lin Zia's power has become stronger, his power was constantly disappearing and becoming weaker. At this time, Lin Ziu didn't give Liu Mo any chance. Flashing Soul's body skill was activated and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Liu Mo. There was an extremely terrifying energy gathering in the fist of the right hand. Destroy the sky. All the power in his body was gathered in his hands, and the power emanating from this godlevel skill became even stronger. But when Lin Zia's fist was about to hit Liu Ma's head, Liu Mo showed a strange smile. You will also be buried with me. Boom! As soon as he said his last words, Lin Zia's punch hit him directly on the head. An incomparably loud sound erupted. His head was blown off by Lin Ziu. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a warrior at the level of a warrior. Gaining experience 1 bev 6 at 4 mif then 1 bev 4. At this time, Lin Ziu also heard the sound of gained experience in his mind. There were simply too many numbers from this increase in experience and it was confusing to see. Phew! Seeing Liu Ma's head explode and falling below, Lin Ziu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. With Liu Ma's death, those domains that could create black lightning also began to disappear. And at this moment, Roly's huge body flew over and let Lin Ziu stand on his head. A white light was also released from Roly's body, then transmitted to Lin Zia's body. At this moment, Lin Ziu could clearly feel a sense of comfort coming from it. Is this the kind of power that heals oneself from the sequelae of fury? However, the duration of fury was not over yet, so Lin Ziu was not too sure about it. Are you okay? Bailey Hailing flew over at this time, then spoke to Lin Ziu. I'm fine. What about you? Are you okay? Lin Ziu shook his head, then looked at Bailey Hailing's arms and shoulders with many injuries. Just now she faced several god warriors by herself. Although those god warriors were not as powerful as Liu Mo, they were also difficult to deal with. By the way, did you see that person? Lin Ziu looked around and saw that there were no living warriors around. No. Of course. Bailey Haoling knew that Lin Ziu was talking about the man who attacked the energy barrier of Lynxian City for 7 days and 7 nights with the frosty giant sword. But during the battle just now, the man was indeed not found. Strange. Isn't he from Changqing City? Lin Ziu frowned and said as if talking to himself. Could it be someone from Heiwang City? But it doesn't look like it. And the people from Heiwang City even made a special trip to apologize and presented the odd crystals. Lin Ziu shook his head and didn't think much. He looked at the City Lord's mansion in Changqing City not far below. The City Lord's mansion in Changqing City looks much more imposing than the City Lord's mansion in Shacheng City. You can search for things again. Bailey Hailing's recovery energy was also quite strong. At this time, the wound has stopped bleeding and she became excited when she thought of going to the warehouse in Changqing City. Seeing Bailey Hailing's reaction, Lin Ziu couldn't help but smile. Now the warriors in the entire Changqing City were almost completely gone. The entire City Lord's mansion was also empty. This time, Lin Ziu found the warehouse very quickly. Those warriors guarding the warehouse had already fled. And this warehouse was the same as the warehouse in Shacheng City. Although it can only be opened with specific iris and DNA certification. However, relying on Lin Zia's fury, he directly threw a punch, destroying all these defensive devices. Damn. After entering the warehouse in Changqing City, Lin Ziu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bailey Hailing was also very surprised, because there were too many odd crystals in this warehouse. If the odd crystals they saw in Shacheng City seemed to be piled up like a small hill, then the odd crystals in Chengqing City were piled up like a peak. Although there were many low-level odd crystals, seeing this scene was shocking enough. Lin Xiu was shocked for a while, then came back to his senses. After all, Chengqing City was the superior city of many small cities, and those small cities pay a lot of tribute to Chengqing City every year. Coupled with the original strength of Chengqing City, it was normal for so many odd crystals to be stored in the warehouse after so many years. Continuing to search inside, Lin Xiu found that there were not only odd crystals, but also many high-quality battle uniform weapons and other things inside. But there were too many of these things, and there was simply no room in his expansion space. Lin Xiu, who was planning to make a return trip, remembered that Rolly seems to be able to swallow these things and bring them back. Rolly, can you take all these things back? After Lin Xiu put all the god-level odd crystals into the expansion space, looking at the remaining odd crystals, a large number of weapons and equipment and various precious materials, he couldn't help saying, "Goo goo." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Rolly suddenly made a crisp sound. Soon, it opened its mouth wide and absorbed a large number of items. Those piles of odd crystals and materials were all absorbed crazily by Rolly. Rolly was like a black hole. No matter how much it has absorbed, it can still continue absorbing, all sucked into the stomach. After Rolly absorbed it, Lin Xiu looked at the huge empty warehouse. His eyes widened. His eyes were also full of shock. This was simply like a divine beast that can swallow the sky and the earth. It's too scary. After searching the things here, Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling were ready to go back. Lin Xiu, are you ready to bring together the Chengqing City and Shacheng City? Bailey Haoling, who was sitting on Xiaobai's back, said to Lin Xiu, who was sitting on the other side, "Now the power of the two cities has been wiped out. If we don't occupy them, other warriors will occupy them too, and it's inevitable that new warriors will come to cause trouble." Before Lin Xiu could speak, Bailey Haoling continued to explain. "I do have this consideration." Lin Xiu nodded slightly and said, "Moreover," he thought of another thing. Chapter 1269 Betrayal. 1269 Betrayal. According to what the person said at the beginning, he had to work in Lynxian City for 3 years before he could have an identity certificate to go to other cities. But if he integrated these cities and made his city a big city, will this time be shortened? With this thought, Lin Xiu will soon arrive at Lynxian City. What happened? But at this moment, the sharp-eyed Lin Xiu clearly saw Lynxian City in the distance, which made his body tremble slightly. The energy barrier of Lynxian City was gone. What made Lin Xiu's face change even more was that the entire Lynxian City had been turned into ruins, as if it had been destroyed. How can that be? Bailey Haoling also clearly saw this scene, and the pupils in her eyes shrank slightly. The energy barrier of Lynxian City is so strong. How could it be destroyed? Unless... At this moment, Lin Xiu didn't think too much. He jumped up from Xiaobai's body and flew directly to the front. Lin Xiu's speed was very fast and he reached the airspace above Lynxian City in an instant. That's right. Lynxian City. The buildings in the entire city were destroyed. Only the solid city wall was not directly destroyed. On the surrounding ground, there were many corpses of warriors. Those were all ordinary warriors living in Lynxian City. Now, there were corpses everywhere. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu clenched his fists with both hands and his body trembled slightly. Who did this? At this time, Bailey Haoling also flew into the sky with Xiaobai. Seeing this situation, her face changed greatly. At this moment, Lin Xiu flew towards the front with a gloomy expression. He flew directly to the city lord's mansion. Cough cough. He saw two familiar figures in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Lei Tong and Mr. Hang. However, Lin Xiu, who saw the scene at this time, was not surprised. Instead, his face became angrier. His lips trembled slightly and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't, because Mr. Pang and Lei Tong were here now lying on the ground. All their hands and feet were cut off. They were cut into a human sticks. It's just that they haven't completely died yet. They coughed and spat out blood. City Lord. I'm sorry. Lei Tong and Mr. Pang looked at Lin Zia's appearance, coughed a few times and spit out blood, then spoke out with difficulty. Who did it? Seeing this scene, Lin Zia's face turned cold. The vitality of warriors was very tenacious. Although the hands and feet of Mr. Pang and Lei Tong were cut off, for them, as long as their heads were not directly blasted, or the blood was completely drained, they can still survive. For a while. This person did this on purpose. Thinking of this, Lin Zia's face became even uglier. You're back. It seems that you have dealt with my father and the others. And at this moment, a voice came from the front. This voice sounded a little familiar. Looking up, Lin Zia saw Liu Cheng's figure. It's you. Lin Zia's eyes were cold. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be him. And beside him, there were several warriors. These fighters look familiar. Take a closer look. Weren't they the guards of his city lord's mansion? Seeing this scene, Lin Zia had completely figured it out. It was impossible for this man to break through the energy barrier. The only possibility was that this energy barrier was open from the inside. Obviously, it was these assholes who did it. The guards of the original city lord's mansion looked at Lin Zia's cold eyes full of murderous intent at this time, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Unexpected. Right, you think your energy barrier is very strong, but you never imagined that this could happen. Liu Cheng said coldly. There was inevitably a trace of complacency in the words. After attacking for so long before, he failed to break through the energy barrier, which really made him very angry. You also know that all the warriors in the city lord's mansion of Chengqing City were killed by me. Lin Zia looked at him with cold eyes and said, Bailey Hailing was in the sky. Looking at Liu Cheng, her eyes turned red at this moment. Now she clenched the two swords tightly, but she didn't move yet, waiting for Lin Zia's action. So what? I can only say that they are too weak. Liu Cheng didn't seem to care at all. He didn't even care about the death of his father Liu Mo. What he cared about was that today he wanted to take revenge and kill Lin Zia. It's the same with them. People who are too weak can only have their hands and feet cut off by me. As he spoke, he squinted at Mr. Pang and Lei Tong and sneered. You made them betray me. Right. Lin Zia continued to stare at those warriors. Those warriors looked at Lin Zia's eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. Sufficient benefits. They have no reason to refuse. Liu Cheng said lightly. Lin Zia looked at what they were holding in their hands. They were the weapons he had brought back from Shacheng City and asked them to choose. It's really ironic. Kill him, Liu Cheng said lightly. The warriors beside him trembled when they heard Liu Cheng's words. They thought that Lin Zia would definitely die if he went to Chengqing City. But who would have thought that Lin Zia would come back alive? And it seems that the city lord of Chengqing City was killed. Tell them to attack now. As if they dared to. If you don't go, you will die. There was killing intent in Liu Cheng's eyes. When the frosty sword in his hand was about to move, he saw a large amount of black matter rushing toward him. What? The pupils in Liu Cheng's eyes shrank slightly. At this moment, with a movement of his body, he dodged to the other side. But those warriors who were beside him just now were not so lucky. Those black substances directly corroded their bodies. What? Howling and screaming continued. The bodies of these warriors were directly corroded and became riddled with holes. One by one, holes appeared on their bodies. These people were in pain, frantically fell to the ground and struggled. Silence. Lin Zia could control the power of this skill, just to prevent them from dying so happily. Next. It's your turn. Lin Zia's cold eyes turned to Liu Cheng, who was in front of him. Is it? Liu Cheng snorted coldly and clenched the frosty giant sword in his hand. Those eyes full of killing intent stared at Lin Zia. From his point of view, Lin Zia has just experienced a big battle and his current physical strength must be very weak. He is dead meat. Chapter 1270 The Mighty Liu Cheng. 1270 The Mighty Liu Cheng. Thinking of this, Liu Cheng rushed toward Lin Zia in the next moment. When he used his body skills, it seemed that he couldn't catch his figure at all. He appeared in front of Lin Zia in an instant. The frosty giant sword he held in both hands slashed toward Lin Xiu. Dang! But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xiu's reaction speed was also very fast. The fists with gloves directly blocked his blow. But the power of his sword was so great that Lin Xiu felt severe pain from both of his fists. At this moment, the whole person flew out directly. But Liu Cheng obviously wouldn't stop his movements. With a movement of his body, he continued to attack Lin Xiu, who flew out. Bailey Haoling, who was in the sky, also moved at this time, holding the two swords in her hands and flew down directly. Bailey Haoling moved very fast, but still couldn't catch up with Liu Cheng's speed. Liu Cheng was still holding the frosty giant sword in his hand and appeared behind Lin Xiu, who was sent flying. The frosty giant sword in both hands continued to chop down. Boom! This time, Lin Xiu seemed unable to dodge. This incomparably sharp frosty giant sword cut Lin Xiu's body in half. But as Lin Xiu's body was cut in half, Liu Cheng didn't see any blood flow out at all. Fake! He quickly reacted. When he glanced around, he found several Lin Xiu around. These several identical Lin Xiu directly raised their hands and attacked Liu Cheng. Get lost! Seeing the scene, Liu Cheng roared angrily. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. The surrounding space seemed to be rippled and rippled. This powerful force directly shattered the body of Lin Xiu. These were all fake, but the real Lin Xiu appeared behind him at the next moment. Lin Xiu's fist carried an incomparably terrifying sword strength and directly blasted towards his body. Snapped. But just when Lin Xiu's fist was about to hit Liu Cheng's body, Liu Cheng suddenly turned around and grabbed Lin Xiu's fist with his left hand. Sure enough, you seem to have consumed a lot of power. Seeing that he easily grabbed Lin Xiu's fist, Liu Cheng said coldly. He can clearly feel that Lin Xiu's power is not strong now. And the moment he finished speaking, the frosty giant sword in his right hand slashed towards Lin Xiu. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu's pupils shrank slightly, but his fist was firmly grasped by Liu Cheng's left hand. There was no way to break free, even if he wanted to dodge. He couldn't dodge. Sphere. There was no way. Lin Xiu can only expand his sphere directly at this time. Boom! The next moment, his sword hit Lin Xiu's sphere and a loud noise erupted. Watching Lin Xiu unfold the sphere to resist his own sword, Liu Cheng's left hand grasping Lin Xiu's fist suddenly exerted force and was about to crush Lin Xiu's fist. But at this moment, Liu Cheng's fist had an intense burning sensation. What? Liu Cheng wailed in his heart and let go of Lin Xiu's fist. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu's fist was filled with terrifying dark blue flames at some point. This terrifying flame burned his left hand that had grasped Lin Xiu's fist. Hoo-hoo! Lin Xiu was also a little out of breath at this time. He had already consumed a lot of power at Chengqing City. Now when he fought Liu Cheng again, Lin Xiu's power could not be exerted to 100. But when he saw the tragic situation of Mr. Hang and Lei Tong, Lin Xiu's eyes were also filled with infinite killing intent. Kill him, Dang Dan Dan. At this moment, Bailey Haoling rushed down from the sky. At this time, Bailey Haoling held two swords and directly attacked Liu Cheng. But Liu Cheng's reaction speed was very fast. He held the frosty giant sword and blocked Bailey Haoling's crazy attack in an instant. Too weak. After resisting Bailey Haoling's attack for a while, Liu Cheng roared angrily. His frosty giant sword burst into dazzling light in an instant. The moment Bailey Haoling's twin sword slashed against the frosty giant sword she was using to resist, she immediately felt a strong sword aura bursting out from his frosty giant sword. Affected by the frightening sword aura of the frosty giant sword, Bailey Haoling had a lot of scars on her hands. The battle uniform she was wearing had many holes directly cut into it. There was blood flowing out of the neck. Die! Taking advantage of this moment, Liu Cheng slashed out with a single sword. But at this moment, Bailey Haoling's body was directly captured by a white shadow. Liu Cheng's attack hit nothing in an instant. He looked up and found that Xiaobai had captured her and flown to a high place in the sky. Humph! Looking at this scene, Liu Cheng snorted coldly. Just when he was about to make a move, another extremely huge figure appeared in the sky. Rolly jumped down from the sky and still held the huge shining hammer in his hand. It's this damn thing. Looking at the billowing figure falling from the sky, Liu Cheng's expression became even uglier. He clearly remembered that it was this monster that ate his mount. Now he still dares to attack him with a big hammer. Courting death. Liu Cheng roared angrily and without dodging at all. He directly slashed out with the giant frosty sword he held in both hands. Boom! The frosty giant sword collided with the shining warhammer Rolly was holding, and there was an extremely loud explosion sound. What? Liu Cheng roared angrily, and the power of his whole body was transmitted to the frosty giant sword crazily. Holding the shining warhammer, Rolly was directly thrown out by the impact, but after its huge body swayed a few times in the air, it stabilized. Liu Cheng was about to take advantage of this to pursue and kill this evolved beast that had devoured his mount, but just as he was making a move, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Xiu rushing over again. Trash. Looking at Lin Xiu who continued to rush over, Liu Cheng didn't pay attention at all now. He roared, turned around abruptly, and slashed toward Lin Xiu with the frosty giant sword. Lin Xiu's fist was blasting toward him. At this moment, he saw a flash of cold light and he felt his fist hit his frosty giant sword. The frosty giant sword is really too sharp. With a crisp sound, Lin Xiu felt that his fist was about to be cut in half by the frosty giant sword. Boom! Lin Xiu's body took a few steps back at this moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Take a closer look at his right hand that just touched with the frosty giant sword. It was covered in blood. Chapter 1271 Dark Power. 1271 Dark Power. The glove has been destroyed. The flesh on the fist had also been split and the exposed bones could be clearly seen. There was also severe pain in the body. On the face, because of the sword aura bursting out from the frosty giant sword, there were many bloodstains. Hoo-hoo! There was blood dripping down from his lips. This Liu Cheng was no weaker than that of Liu Mo. It took too much energy to deal with Liu Mo before. Although his recovery speed was very fast, he was not yet in a state of complete victory. What's more, Fury was in a cooling state. Now he couldn't use the Fury skill at all. Don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. At this time, Liu Cheng slowly walked toward Lin Xiu. He glanced at Bailey Haoling who was caught by Xiaobai in the sky over there. Obviously, Bailey Haoling was injured by his sword aura just now, and now she was also in a state of serious injury. There was nothing to be afraid of now and she couldn't run away even if she wants to. Turning his gaze to Lin Xiu again, he said in a cold voice, I will chop off all your limbs first, then torture you all slowly. But Lin Xiu didn't pay attention to his words at all and was still out of breath. At this time, the body also trembled slightly. Looking at the red clothes of Bailey Haoling who was taken into the air by Xiao Bai, and Lei Tong and Mr. Pang who had their limbs cut off not far away, his body trembled slightly. There was an infinite killing intent in the eyes gathered together. Why? Do you think that you can still resist now? Seeing Lin Xiu's eyes, Liu Cheng sneered. From his point of view, Lin Xiu was just in his final struggle now. He held the frosty giant sword in his right hand and a large amount of source strength was transmitted to the giant sword. Just now he attacked Lin Xiu's sphere and he clearly saw a little crack in Lin Xiu's sphere due to his attack. Now even if Lin Xiu unfolded the sphere again, he was confident that he could directly destroy it, then directly behead Lin Xiu. Liu Cheng stared at Lin Xiu, who seemed to be immobilized and would not run away, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Just now he wanted to behead Lin Xiu directly, but he changed his mind again. He wanted to cut off Lin Xiu's limbs first, turn him into a worm and torture him slowly. Yes, that's right. That's it. With that in mind, he held the right hand of Frosty Giant's sword and swung it directly into the air. Whoosh whoosh. The moment he swung the sword, streams of frosty sword aura burst out directly from this huge frosty sword full of incomparably terrifying energy. All these sword auras rushed toward Lin Xiu's hands and feet, obviously to cut off all of Lin Xiu's hands and feet. But just when those sword auras were about to hit Lin Xiu's hands and feet, those sword auras suddenly disappeared as if they were blocked by something. What happened? When Liu Cheng saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes couldn't help shrinking. His sword auras were extremely powerful. Even if Lin Xiu uses sphere now, he can't resist it. What's more, now Lin Xiu was using sphere at all. Crash. Clatter. With a strange sound, Liu Cheng could clearly see some strange dark energy slowly being released from Lin Xiu's body. These weird dark energies are like black mist. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, Lin Xiu was also panting. He felt a burning sensation all over his body. It's hot. Very hot. Hot sweat broke out on his forehead. Something hidden in the body seemed to emerge at this moment. Upon closer inspection, it was some black matter. The dark energy that could not be used before seemed to start to emerge from his body at this time. It was also these dark energies that blocked the impact of Liu Cheng's sword aura just now. With the appearance of these dark energies, more killing intent emerged in Lin Xiu's heart. That killing intent even made Liu Cheng feel a sense of fear. At this time, Liu Cheng already felt that the situation was a bit unexpected. Without any hesitation, he mobilized all the energy in his body at the next moment. Clenching the frosty giant sword with both hands, he rushed directly in front of Lin Xiu. He wants to use all his strength to strike and kill Lin Xiu. Go to hell, Liu Cheng roared in his heart. He didn't want to torture Lin Xiu slowly anymore, and the frosty giant sword he held in both hands was going to chop Lin Xiu in half. Boom! But when the huge sword he raised was about to chop Lin Xiu's body in half from top to bottom, those dark forces directly blocked Lin Xiu. Liu Cheng's frosty giant sword also slashed at those black mist-like dark energies at this moment. It was as if he had chopped something extremely hard. There was no way to chop Lin Xiu's body. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Liu Cheng opened his eyes wide, filled with disbelief. At this time, Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered and those dark energies rushed toward him crazily. Liu Cheng's expression changed drastically at this time. He instinctively felt the horror of these dark energies. At this time, he did not continue to attack Lin Xiu but retreated directly to the back. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Cheng who was dodging away. At this time, he stretched out his right hand and a large amount of dark energy rushed toward the front. Moreover, the dark energy at this time quickly turned into iron chains, surrounding Liu Cheng from all directions. Go away! Looking at these dark iron chains, Liu Cheng roared angrily and swung the frosty giant sword in his hand, intending to chop off all these dark iron chains. But the iron chains formed by these dark energies can't be chopped off at all. And in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Taking a closer look, his shoulders have been pierced by an iron chain. The severe pain made his face extremely ugly. The frosty giant sword in his right hand wanted to cut off the dark iron chain running through his shoulder. Boom! But when the frosty giant sword slashed on the dark iron chain, there was only a dull sound. Still haven't been able to cut off the dark iron chain. And at this time, more dark iron chains came rushing over. At this time, Liu Cheng wanted to expand the sphere to resist but found that it was too late. What? A large number of iron chains penetrated his body and Liu Cheng couldn't help but let out a wailing cry at this moment. The frosty giant sword in his hand also fell directly to the ground. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Cheng who was pierced by a large number of dark iron chains. Without any expression on his face, step by step, he walked toward Liu Cheng. Soon, he stood in front of Liu Cheng. At this time, a large number of iron chains had already penetrated Liu Cheng's body, but they did not penetrate to his fatal point. Looking at the frosty giant sword on the ground, with a thought triggered, the frosty giant sword flew directly into Lin Xiu's hands. An extremely cold feeling was transmitted to Lin Xiu's hands. It seemed that Lin Xiu's hands were going to be frozen. But with the operation of Heart of Frost, this freezing feeling gradually weakened. Holding his frosty giant sword, Lin Xiu looked at Liu Cheng and slashed down. Chapter 1272 Surging Dark Power. 1272 Surging Dark Power. Liu Ma's right hand, which was pierced through the body by the iron chains and could not move, was directly cut off by Lin Xiu. Liu Ma's face was full of pain. Kill me if you dare. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiu and roared with a ferocious face. Kill you. No. I won't just kill you like that, Lin Xiu said rhetorically, thinking of Mr. Hang and Lei Tong's hands and feet being cut off by him in this way. Lin Xia's eyes also revealed a hint of cruelty. The frosty giant sword in his hand continued to chop at his arms and feet. This time, the severe pain finally caused Liu Cheng to let out a scream. Wait for yourself to die slowly. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Cheng, whose hands and feet were cut off by him, bleeding profusely, and said in a cold voice. At this moment, Liu Cheng screamed crazily. Kill me quickly, he yelled frantically. But Lin Xiu didn't reply. He threw away the frosty giant's sword in his hand and walked directly to the other side. Xiaobai also flew down at this time. It also let Bailey Haoling down, allowing Bailey Haoling to stand on the ground. Lin Xiu. Bailey Haoling looked at Lin Xiu, who was coming, and was startled, because now Lin Xiu's state looks very strange. There was a large amount of weird dark energy released from the whole body. What Bailey Haoling found really strange was that killing intent in Lin Xia's eyes was too strong. It was so strong that even Bailey Haoling felt a sense of fear when she saw it. Haoling, are you okay? But when Lin Xiu walked over, the dark power released from his body began to dissipate slowly. The killing intent in the eyes also began to disappear quickly. At this moment, the eyes also returned to their original expressions. I'm fine. Bailey Haoling shook her head. Although there were many wounds on her body, her healing energy was very strong and the bleeding has completely stopped at this time. It was only a matter of time to heal. I'll go and see them first. Lin Xiu walked over to Mr. Hang and Lei Tong. Although their hands and feet were cut off, they were not completely dead at this time, because they were peak sage warriors after all. It will take some time for them to die completely. That Liu Cheng had his hands and feet cut off by Lin Xiu just now, and there were dark iron chains running through his body. But he would have at least 2 or 3 hours to die completely. This means that he will still experience 2 or 3 hours of pain. City Lord. Lei Tong and Mr. Hang looked at Lin Xia's arrival and seemed to be able to speak, but their bodies were already extremely weak. Both hands and feet were cut off, and those hands and feet were still around their bodies and blood flowed all over the ground. Do not speak. Looking at their miserable situation, Lin Xiu felt complicated in his heart. In this situation, it is impossible to save them, unless time can be turned back. Lin Xiu sighed in his heart. But at this moment, the pupils in Lin Xia's eyes shrank slightly, as if thinking of something. Unless time can be turned back. Time can be turned back. That's right. Lin Xiu said excitedly at this time. He could give it a go. What's wrong? Bailey Haoling, who came over at this moment, was taken aback. I want to save them. Lin Xiu looked at Mr. Hang and Lei Tong and said. Bailey Haoling also looked at their bodies. Seeing their miserable situation, Bailey Haoling couldn't bear it anymore. After all, they worked closely with Lei Tong and Mr. Hang and were very familiar with each other. She didn't expect them to become like this now, but it should be impossible to save them. At this time, Lin Xiu stretched out his hands and aimed at the area where Lei Tong and Mr. Hang were. With a thought, the sore strength in the body surged crazily. Boom! 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 At this moment, the whole ground shook. What's happening? Seeing this scene, Bailey Haoling's eyes were full of surprise, especially seeing Lin Xia's hands stretched out, facing Lei Tong and Mr. Hang's words. Bailey Haoling felt that Lin Xiu wanted to end Lei Tong and Mr. Hang's miseries. But soon, as Lin Xia's power was released, Bailey Haoling felt an aura coming from him. Not only was there an earthquake around, but there was also a strong wind. The space around Mr. Hang and Lei Tong seemed to be distorted. What is Lin Xiu going to do? Bailey Haoling became more and more shocked. Go back. At this time, Lin Xiu let out a low growl and all the strength in his body was released. Soon, the area between Mr. Hang and Lei Tong seemed to undergo changes visible to the naked eye. The cracks on the ground were restored rapidly. Lei Tong and Mr. Hang's limbs also began to move slowly by themselves at this time. Soon, as Bailey Haoling looked at them in astonishment, These severed arms and broken feet automatically moved towards their broken wounds. The wounds on Lei Tong's and Mr. Pang's bodies also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Poof! But at this moment, Lin Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. The earthquake stopped and the surging wind also stopped. Lin Xiu gasped heavily and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. "I'm fine." Seeing Bailey Haoling approaching, Lin Xiu waved his hands. Just now he used time control. This skill may be able to control the time at will. Lin Xiu took control of this range, allowing time to go back to the past. Originally, he thought that after he reached the God Warrior level, it would be easier to control, but he didn't expect that it would actually make his body so uncomfortable. Just now, the strong pressure seemed to explode Lin Xiu's internal organs. Seeing Lin Xiu's appearance, Bailey Haoling didn't bother Lin Xiu either. At this time, Lei Tong and Mr. Pang opened their eyes wide and their eyes were full of surprise. Their hands moved subconsciously. Then they looked at their own hands. They found that their severed hands were back. Not only the arms, but also the feet have returned to their appearance before they were cut off. "Are you guys okay?" Lin Xiu had already recovered slightly at this time, but his face was extremely pale. Looking at Lei Tong and Mr. Pang, he wiped the blood from his lips and said, "Thank you, City Lord." When Lei Tong and Mr. Pang heard Lin Xiu's words, they came back to their senses in an instant, knelt down on the ground, and said gratefully, Chapter 1273 1273 Pupa 1273 Pupa. They completely recovered at this time. Their limbs were back. It was because of Lin Xiu. While shocked by Lin Xiu's strength, they were also full of gratitude toward Lin Xiu. It was Lin Xiu who saved them. "Glad that you guys are fine." Lin Xiu waved his hands. Painting. This time control skill was really exhausting. "Lin Xiu, do you want to take a break?" Bailey Haoling said aloud at this time. At this time, Lin Xiu was really haggard. After fighting Liu Mo previously, he didn't even look so pale. "Okay." Lin Xiu nodded slightly, and when he was about to move, he felt a little dizzy. Boom! Just when Lin Xiu was about to fall backward, he felt as if there was something behind him to lean on. Rolly. Lin Xiu felt the furry feeling on his back, which was obviously Rolly, and a faint white light was released from Rolly's body. Soon, Lin Xiu felt this extremely comfortable feeling. Warmth. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and soon, leaning on his Rolly body, he half sat on the ground and slowly fell asleep. Looking at this scene, Bailey Haoling was surprised. What are these white rays of light released from Rolly's body? Before Bailey Haoling got close to this white light, she could faintly feel that it brought a strange sense of comfort. Looking at the tired Lin Xiu, Bailey Haoling didn't speak anymore. Time passed quickly. Lin Xiu didn't know how long he had slept. On this day, he tried his best to open his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light came into his eyes, causing Lin Xiu to narrow his eyes slightly. After slowly getting used to the bright light, Lin Xiu fully opened his eyes. "Who?" Lin Xiu took a deep breath, feeling a little sore. Looking carefully, he was lying on a bed. Kala. After the body moved a bit, there was a sound of joints cracking. Comfortable. Lin Xiu stood up completely and stretched. It's comfortable. It's really comfortable. He hasn't been this comfortable for a long time. Oh right. Now that Lin Xiu came back to his senses, he remembered what happened before. He fell asleep after using the time control skill. How long have I been asleep? Lin Xiu said to himself and walked out the door. After walking out the door, Lin Xiu found that his originally destroyed City Lord's mansion had been completely repaired now. It's almost exactly the same as the original one. If it wasn't for Lin Xiu's sharp eyes, he almost thought it hadn't been destroyed. Lin Xiu, are you awake? At this moment, a familiar voice came from the other side. If you look closely, you can clearly see the figure of Bailey Haoling. How long did I sleep for? Seeing Bailey Haoling walking over, Lin Xiu smiled and said. He remembered that not only the surrounding buildings were destroyed, but even the ground had a lot of pits and cracks. But now the ground has already been repaired and a floor has also been laid. He knew it must have been a long time. 10 days. Bailey Haoling said. Seeing that Lin Xiu seemed to be fine now, Bailey Haoling couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. 10 days have passed. Lin Xiu muttered to himself. City Lord. At this time, Mr. Pang and Lei Tong walked over from behind excitedly. During Lin Xiu's deep sleep, the City Lord's mansion has been completely restored, and the energy barrier has been repaired. Looking into the sky, he could clearly see the energy barrier unfolding. The energy core driven into the ground has not been destroyed, so it was still very simple to deploy the energy barrier again, and Lynxian City has many underground refuge rooms. Although Liu Cheng destroyed the buildings of Lynxian City that day, many warriors still survived. The entire Lynxian City was currently undergoing reconstruction, and the reconstruction this time was based on the latest technology brought by Lei Tong. Once it is fully constructed, this Lynxian City will be even stronger than before. Not bad. Lin Xiu nodded in satisfaction after listening to Mr. Pang and Lei Tong's report. This time, it was a blessing in disguise, and Lin Xiu felt that he had become stronger. He was able to use the dark power hidden in his body. By the way, where is Roly? Lin Xiu saw Xiaobai hovering around here, but the billowing figure seemed to have disappeared. Roly. Speaking of Roly, Bailey Haoling showed a strange look on his face. What's wrong? Lin Xiu was taken aback. In the next moment, with Bailey Haoling leading the way, he could clearly see the current Roly. Roly is in the yard on the other side, but there were a lot of white silk threads on Roly's body. These thousands of silk threads wrap Roly, making Roly seem to be wrapped in a pupa. Not long after you fell into a deep sleep that day, Roly became this way. Seeing Lin Xiu's surprised expression, Bailey Haoling spread her hands helplessly and said, It's like a pupa. Could it be turning into a butterfly? Lin Xiu said with his eyes wide open. Maybe it's about to evolve. Bailey Haoling thought for a while, then said, It's very likely. Lin Xiu also nodded in agreement. Roly also devoured that godful big white tiger before, so it probably hadn't completely digested it back then. I don't know what Roly will become. Lin Xiu looked at this scene and said to himself, By the way, Mr. Pang, have you integrated Changqing City and Shacheng City? Lin Xiu seemed to think of something at this time, then said to Mr. Pang behind him, Lei Tong was still in charge of rebuilding Lynxian City and has already went off first. City Lord, the integration work has already been carried out. But, speaking of this, Mr. Pang hesitated for a moment. Speak freely. Lin Xiu frowned and said directly, The guide said that our Lynxian City cannot take over the power of Changqing City and Shacheng City. Mr. Pang continued to speak out. The guide, huh? At this moment, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. If I remember correctly, the guide has the same name as you. He's also called Mr. Pang. Chapter 1274 1274 Pang Tong. 1274 Pang Tong. Don't dare to be. A guide is an important person with high status. I'm just a nameless person. Mr. Pang said modestly. But why the guide doesn't allow us to integrate these two cities? At this time, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly. The owner of Changqing City was able to take over and integrate Shacheng City before, so why couldn't he integrate these two cities and become a bigger Lynxian city? Different treatment, huh? Lin Xiu said lightly. And also, Mr. Pang seems to have something to say. Speak. The guide would like you to make a trip down once you are awake. Mr. Pang said. Well, I have nothing to do now. I'll go and have a look. Lin Xiu stretched and said. It's been a while since he had been in the God-Warrior realm, so we should go and find out how to go to other areas to find Liu. Haoling, you stay. I'll go and have a look. Looking at Bailey Haoling, Lin Xiu said. Alright. Bailey Haoling shrugged helplessly. Initially, she also wanted to go and have a look, but someone really needed to be here. After walking out of the City Lord's mansion, Lin Xiu looked at the scene on the street and was surprised. Because the current City Lord's mansion was rebuilt under the management of Lei Tong, The new buildings had more peculiar Chinese architectural features than the original ones. But these buildings only looked this way. Everything inside was the latest technology. "Hello, City Lord." Those warriors around who helped build the building saw Lin Xiu approaching, and immediately spoke to Lin Xiu respectfully. Their eyes were full of admiration. Lin Xiu saved the entire Lynxian city. If it weren't for Lin Xiu, then Liu Chang would probably continue to blow the entire Lynxian city to pieces. After walking out of the city, Lin Xiu walked towards the place where he first arrived at the God Warrior realm. "You're here." Not long after, he saw a slightly familiar figure. The middle-aged guide. "You're looking for me. What's the matter?" Lin Xiu looked at him, then said lightly. When the guide heard Lin Xiu's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a faint killing intent in his eyes. "Lin Xiu, do you know what you did?" The guide stared at Lin Xiu and said lightly, "I have no idea." Lin Xiu shook his head, showing a puzzled expression. "What did I do? I fell asleep for 2 days and seemed to have done nothing. As the city lord of Lynxian City, you left Lynxian City without authorization before completing your 3-year term. This is one of them. The second thing is to kill the city lord of a superior city, as well as the warriors of other cities. All these are enough to give you the death penalty." He stared at Lin Xiu and continued to speak. "You even want to take over Changqing City and Shachang City. This is impossible." Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes after listening to his words. "So you're saying it's allowed that they come and kill me and I have to wash my neck and let them kill me? And 3 years is too long. I can't wait." Lin Xiu said directly. It has been a while since he had arrived at the God Warrior realm, and he probably understood the strength of the warriors in these big cities. Liu Mo is the conferred noble god. Shakyang, too. He stared at Lin Xiu and continued to speak. "Do you know? If the God King finds out that the noble god was killed, what will be the consequences?" "Noble god." There was no change in Lin Xiu's expression. "I, Hang Tong, have received countless warrior gods from other lower plane planets here. This is the first time I met someone like you." Speaking of this, the man who called himself Pang Tong rubbed his brows helplessly. "If you hadn't saved him, I would have killed you just now." Pang Tong stared at Lin Xiu for a while, then sighed and said. Lin Xiu was also slightly taken aback at this time, and the dark force in his palm also slowly disappeared. Just now Lin Xiu clearly felt the killing intent coming from Pang Tong's gaze. Lin Xiu was also ready to fight, but he never expected that things would turn out like this. However, this person's strength was not low. Even with his analytic eyes, it showed unable to analyze, and Lin Xiu didn't want to fight with him. But who did he save? "Take it." Just as Lin Xiu was wondering, Pang Tong directly threw a card at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu caught it quickly. Taking a closer look, it was a black card. Apart from a light golden pattern in the middle, there was nothing special about it. The token for the Muttley City contest. This time, the competition venue is in the City of God. If you can get the ranking and canonized to be a noble god, you can immediately obtain an identity certificate and go to any city at will. Pang Tong said. Muttley City contest. At this moment, Lin Xiu frowned slightly, and soon the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. "Isn't this the place where Mr. Pang said that he could get the materials he needed? This is really a coincidence. Recently there are other new warriors from the lower plane. I sent them to take over Changqing City and Shachang City. Let's forget about this matter. Don't even think about expanding Lynxian City." Pang Tong looked at Lin Xiu and continued. "Anyway, you've already taken all the advantages." Speaking of this, Pang Tong seemed to have a little helplessness on his face. "I don't want to manage such a large area anyway." Lin Xiu shrugged his hands and said. "Anyway, they already emptied the warehouses in these 2 cities, so there was no need for the cities. There is still a period of time. Practice hard. The strength of the people in City of God is not comparable to that of Liu Mo and Shakyang," Pang Tong said expressionlessly. "Stronger than those 2 guys." Not only did Lin Xiu not show fear, but his eyes lit up. If he is stronger than them, it means that as long as he kills these warriors, he can gain more experience and upgrade. Leave. Seeing Lin Xiu's expression of excitement instead of fear, Pang Tong was speechless for a while and simply uttered a word. Lin Xiu pouted. Okay. Goodbye. Lin Xiu turned and left. After a few steps, he stopped. Thanks. After that, he left without looking back. This kid. Pang Tong looked at Lin Xiu's leaving figure and shook his head. At the next moment, there was a look of expectation in his eyes. I always feel that he will grow up to be even more terrifying. Chapter 1275 1275 Have you ever seen a talking evolved beast? 1275 Have you ever seen a talking evolved beast? The city lord is back. Mr. Hang was standing at the gate of the city at this time and he was relieved when he saw Lin Xiu back safe and sound. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. Looking at Mr. Hang, he seemed to have thought of something, then subconsciously said, Mr. Hang, do you know the guide? Mr. Hang was taken aback, then shook his head. I've only met the guide a few times, so we aren't really considered acquaintances. Well, it's okay then. Lin Xiu nodded slightly, then returned to the city lord's mansion of Lynxian City. October 1st will be the multi-city contest. At that time, city lords from various cities will go to the so-called City of God. It is said that the strength of those people is even stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Xiu then began to cultivate. Because there was no way to use the dark edge spear, Lin Xiu now focuses more on boxing. When he was in Shachang City and Changqing City before, Lin Xiu obtained a lot of skill cards in the warehouses of these two cities. There were also quite a few skill cards for boxing. Eliminating the rubbish ones, Lin Xiu selected 3 new boxing skill cards, all of which were high level. They are Savage Tiger Fist, Sonic Star and Fire Devours the Sky. These 3 skill cards were all fist techniques and they were quite powerful. It was soon the end of September. At this time, Lynxian City has been completely restored, as if it has become a brand new city. These days, there have been quite a few visits from city lords from other cities. It seems that they heard that Lin Xiu had wiped out the warriors in Changqing City and Shachang City before, so they all seemed very respectful. Nothing else happened. This day, Lin Xiu recovered from his cultivation, opened his eyes, and let out a breath. Kala kala. He moved his body a bit and his joints made some cracking sounds. The body was covered in sweat and it felt extremely comfortable. It's almost time. Lin Xiu opened his eyes and said to himself. This time, the city he was going to was the largest city on the continent he was in. The City of God. It is said that this is the city where the God King in this continent was located. The city was so big that it seemed to be boundless. And the city lords of tens of thousands of selected cities in this continent will go here to participate in the multi-city contest that only happens once in a few years. Level 72. It's only level 72 now. Lin Xiu was a little depressed. After so long, he still couldn't upgrade. It seems that after reaching the God Warrior realm, it is indeed too difficult to upgrade. Although the level has not improved, Lin Xiu felt that his strength has improved a lot. With a thought, a large amount of dark energy surged in Lin Xiu's right fist. During the battle with Liu Chang, the dark power brought by the black ball that he swallowed finally allowed him to extract the power inside and use it. These dark forces were different from ordinary forces. They were not only weird but also extremely powerful. Perhaps, it can become a force that surprises and wins. Lin Xiu. At this moment, a voice came from the side. What's wrong? It was undoubtedly Bailey Haeling. Lin Xiu looked over and asked. Bailey Haeling ran over in a hurry, then said excitedly, Roly seems to be waking up. For real. Hearing her words, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Roly has not moved for a long time in that weird chrysalis. At this time, when Bailey Haeling suddenly said that Roly was about to wake up, Lin Xiu was also extremely surprised. Bailey Haeling nodded seriously. Then let's go and have a look. As Bailey Haeling walked towards the large courtyard on the other side, Lin Xiu was able to clearly see the huge thing that looked like a silkworm chrysalis. Roly's body was inside this chrysalis. And at this moment, the whole chrysalis seemed to be shaking slightly. It was as if there was something about to pop out of it. Is it turning into a butterfly or is something about to pop out? Lin Xiu watched this scene. His eyes widened and spoke to himself. I am not sure as well. Bailey Hailing was equally astonished. Roly has not moved for so long, but today it suddenly trembled, which was really beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. Kala kala. At the next moment, a crisp sound resounded. This chrysalis seems to have a lot of cracks. It seems that it will be completely torn apart soon. This is. Lin Xiu stared at this scene with wide eyes. Boom. Soon. With that dull sound, the chrysalis exploded completely. A dazzling white light flashed and a figure instantly appeared from the chrysalis. Then it jumped onto Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu was startled when he saw this scene, but he subconsciously caught the flying thing. Soon, Lin Xiu felt a touch of softness against his chest. Roly. Taking a closer look, it's indeed Roly. It's almost the same as before, with a round body and dense white hair, like layers of goose feather snow. The difference is that at this time, he could already see its pair of small hands and its small feet that were hidden under its body. A pair of dark eyes and seemed to be full of joy. Lin Xiu. And at this moment, a childish sound came out from Roly's mouth. Damn. Fuck. You can talk now. Lin Xiu's eyes widened and his eyes were full of disbelief. Roly talked. It's not just Lin Xiu. Bailey Haoling's eyes widened at this time, equally astonished, because just now, she did indeed hear it talking. Lin Xiu. Roly continued to speak, but it doesn't seem to be able to say anything else. Just like a babbling baby, it can only repeat Lin Xiu's name over and over again. Haoling. Have you ever seen a talking evolved beast? Lin Xiu's eyes were still wide open and his eyes were full of disbelief. Since becoming a warrior, he has encountered countless evolved beasts. But this is the first time Lin Xiu discovered an evolved beast that can speak. I also have never seen it before. The two stared wittied, still in shock and unable to talk. Chapter 1236 1236 to the City of God. 1276 to the City of God. Roly can speak. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling. But what makes Lin Xiu sad was that Roly seems to only know how to call him by his name. This is considered an evolution, right? Lin Xiu looked at Roly, who still liked to stand on his shoulder, and said to himself, although Roly can control his body size at will, Lin Xiu felt that the small Roly was still quite heavy. While Lin Xiu was talking to himself, Xiao Bai made a loud noise and flew over, hovering beside Lin Xiu, playing with Roly. These two evolved beasts had been together for so long and they had developed a certain relationship like playmates since childhood. The city lord is going to leave tomorrow. Sitting at a tea table in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion at this time, Mr. Pang hesitated for a moment, but said aloud, it's almost time. In another week, the multi-city contest will be starting. Lin Xiu sipped his tea, then nodded slightly. This Lynxian city, I will leave it to you, Mr. Pang, to take care of it. According to the guide Pang Tong, as long as he gets a good ranking in the competition, he will have the opportunity to be canonized directly as a noble god. Then he wouldn't need the so-called 3 years to be qualified to go to other cities. Otherwise, if he let go of Lynxian city and go to other cities without authorization, he will not only be punished, but he will also have no identity certificate and will have no way to enter other cities, unless he was attacking the city, like Changqing City and Shacheng City previously. I will do my best. Mr. Pang nodded and spoke very seriously. He'll go and take a look too, Bailey Haoling said suddenly at this moment. But I only have one entry card. Lin Xiu was startled when he heard Bailey Haoling's words, then said helplessly, and this entry card was given to him by the guide Pang Tong. Lin Xiu could clearly feel that it was not easy to obtain this kind of entry card. After all, the continent he was on was so vast and there were so many cities. Not all cities have quotas. I've checked, and the city lord of each city can bring up to 3 people into the city of God. I can stay out of the competition. Bailey Haoling looked at Lin Xiu, and the corner of her mouth curled up. When Lin Xiu heard her words, the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman actually knew. Lin Xiu originally knew that he could bring his entourage there, but in order to avoid any situation, Lin Xiu originally decided to go alone. Anyway, I'm going to go with you, Bailey Howling said with a rascal look, thinking that there might be more powerful fighters in the City of God and that they could fight against the strong ones. The blood-red color in Bailey Howling's eyes flashed. Okay, Lin Xiu said helplessly. City Lord, can you take me with you? And at this moment, Lei Tong gritted his teeth like he had made up his mind. You should stay in Lynxian City. Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then said subconsciously. During this period of time, although Lei Tong's strength has improved rapidly, he was still a warrior of the sage warrior level. In the City of God where there were plenty of strong warriors, there were even more sage warriors. All over the place. Whether it's fighting or going to practice, it's not a good place to go. I've checked, there are people from the galaxy smugglers in City of God. At this moment, Lei Tong clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling slightly. Galaxy smugglers. Hearing these words, Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized it. A long time ago, when he met Lei Tong for the first time, he was going to Planet Marquis to find the so-called galaxy smugglers, because this smuggling gang kidnapped and sold his son. You want to find your son? Lin Xiu paused for a moment, then said, That's right, I must find him. Lei Tong nodded, clenched his hands tightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. If it weren't for this obsession, Lei Tong felt that he wouldn't be alive today. All he has to do is to survive, find and rescue his son. Are you sure? There are people from the galaxy smugglers in City of God. Lin Xiu looked at him. Yes. Even if there's a 1 chance, I'm going to look for them. Lei Tong nodded seriously. Please. I'm begging you to take me there, Lei Tong said while kneeling directly on the ground. Get up. I'll take you there. Lin Xiu rubbed his forehead helplessly and said. Lei Tong helped him rebuild Lynxian City and he also repaired so many buildings. It is not difficult to take him to the City of God. When you get to City of God, you can't mess around without me, Lin Xiu instructed. Lei Tong's strength was indeed not enough. If he gets mad and does something, it will be very difficult for Lin Xiu to save him. I will obey the words of the City Lord, Lei Tong said seriously. All right then. Get ready tonight and set off tomorrow. This night, Bailey Howling and Lei Tong all went to bed early in order to set off for City of God tomorrow. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, was lying on the tiles of his roof, staring at the crescent moon in the sky and the sky full of stars. In a daze, the J pendant around his neck gave Lin Xiu a faint chill. In this muggy night, Lin Xiu felt comfortable. When will I be able to find you? Lin Xiu looked at the jade pendant in his hand and couldn't help but sighed. It has been a while since he came to the God Warrior realm, but this God Warrior realm was obviously a bit different from what he imagined. Not only was the territory vast, but there were also countless powerful warriors. How was he going to find the Yuoyu? Still not strong enough. At this time, Lin Xiu stood up and clenched his fists. Under the starlight, his fists continued to dance. Become stronger. Be strong enough to surpass everyone. The location of City of God was south of Lynxian City. The journey was extremely long. Even if Zaobai flies non-stop, he doesn't know how long it will take. Moreover, the area near the City of God has power of rules. Even if you know the coordinates, you can't simply go there. It's really troublesome. Lin Xiu, who was standing at the gate of the city this morning, said a little speechlessly. There is a space teleportation array inside the card. Use it directly to reach the nearest area of the City of God. Entering the City of God requires an identity scan. At this moment, Hang Tong's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Chapter 1277 Gathering of the Powerful. 1277 Gathering of the Powerful. Sir. Mr. Pang looked at the figure of Pang Tong coming over and immediately said respectfully. Pang Tong glanced at Mr. Pang and nodded slightly. You're here too. Looking at Pang Tong's figure, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said in a faint voice. As a god warrior whom I was in charge of receiving, if you can achieve good results, It will be a good thing for me. Hang Tong still had no expression on his face. Are there many guides like you? Lin's eye was taken aback for a moment, then said subconsciously, certainly. Hang Tong didn't hide anything and said directly, interesting. Lin Zhu smiled. Thank you for your reminder. Let's go then. While talking, Lin Zhu took out the card that Pang Tong gave him earlier. This was a pitch black matte card. Apart from a special pattern on it, it doesn't seem to have anything special about it. Lin Zhu held this card, hesitated for a moment, then poured his source strength into the card. After the source strength entered the card, this black card suddenly burst into dazzling light. It seems that there is an extremely powerful force blooming. At this moment, the card flew out of Lin Zhu's hand, then suspended in the air. The dazzling light on the card directly shone on the ground. Let's go. Hang Tong watched this scene and said lightly. Roly and Xiaobai were already standing on Lin Zhu's shoulders. Lin Zhu looked at Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong. The two looked into Lin Zhu's eyes and nodded immediately. In the next moment, the two of them, together with Lin Zhu, walked directly toward the light beam released by this card. Whoosh! As the three of them walked over, in the next moment, the figures of the three of them disappeared in place at the same time. Left. Already. Mr. Pang was also very surprised to see Lin Zhu and others disappear in place. This card actually has this ability. And Hang Tong nodded slightly. With the disappearance of Lin Zhu and others, this black card also disappeared in an instant. Damn it. When Lin Zhu's figure just appeared at the other end, he found that his figure appeared on the edge of the cliff and fell straight down at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhu couldn't help but curse secretly. However, he reacted quickly and mobilized his body to generate strength to suspend himself in the air. Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong also responded quickly and stabilized their figures. Phew! Where is this place? Lei Tong took a deep breath, then said in surprise. Taking a closer look, there were dangerous peaks all around. It looks like the bottom was bottomless. Where is this? Bailey Haoling's eyes also widened. Looking puzzled. I do not know either. Lin Zhu shrugged helplessly. At this time, the black card suddenly fell from the sky. Snapped. Lin Zhu subconsciously reached out and caught it. This is the passport to enter the city of God. He can't lose it. At this moment, Lin Zhu opened the navigation map and soon knew where he was now. Kaianzuo Peak. We are now in the southwest direction of City of God. If we continue to go here for about half a day, we will be able to reach the gate of City of God. Lin Zhu looked at the projected map and said immediately, just teleport directly into the City of God. Lei Tong said helplessly. Lin Zhu smiled. If they teleported directly into the City of God, it would probably cause confusion, so this card teleported them to the vicinity near the City of God. It's still early and they would probably be able to reach the City of God in the afternoon. Let's go. As soon as Lin Zhu finished speaking, he flew directly in the direction of City of God, followed closely by Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong. The concentration of source strength here was extremely high. If they kept using the levitation technique to fly, the consumed source strength can be quickly absorbed and replenished. They didn't have to worry. City of God. It is in the very center of this continent. With the City of God as the center, there were countless forces, large and small, occupying the surrounding area. There were countless cities with City of God as the core. Lynxian City, where Lin Zhu lives, was like a chess piece on a chessboard. No, it should be said that it was not even as good as a chess piece and was inconspicuous. In the multi-city contest initiated by City of God, the qualified city lords led a few of their entourages to City of God. So many people. Just as Lin Zhu and the others flew forward, Lei Tong looked at the scene in front of him from a distance, and his eyes widened. Not only was he shocked, but even Lin Zhu and Bailey Haoling were also surprised, because in the front side, there were countless warriors flying forward as well. Some of these fighters were flying in the sky, while others were riding various strange evolved beasts. At this time, Lin Zhu kept scanning the area with the analytic eye. but realized that there were quite a few warriors that couldn't be analyzed. That means that their strength must be much stronger than his current self. Lin Xiu, who was quite confident at first, felt a blow at this time. Sure enough, the warriors who could come to this city of God were all extremely powerful figures. Interesting. At this time, Bailey Hailing was nervous, but her body also trembled with excitement. Lei Tong sensed the aura of the warriors around him and felt suppressed and uncomfortable. It's too powerful. Just the aura released gave him a feeling of being suppressed. City of God. We've arrived. At this time, after Lin Xiu continued to fly for a certain distance, he was able to see the huge city gate from a distance. On both sides of the city gate were two huge humanoid statues. These statues were really huge, like they were about to touch the sky. This city gate was huge. On both sides of the city gate, two giants with human faces and beast bodies stood guard. In the middle, there were several god warrior level fighters who were inspecting the people who enter. The warriors who had just been flying in the air all stopped at this moment. Go down. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu said aloud. They flew directly to the ground. The three stood on the ground and suddenly found that there were a large number of warriors beside them. The bodies of these warriors exuded a powerful aura, which made Lei Tong feel more and more uncomfortable. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu patted Lei Tong on the shoulder. Lei Tong, who was feeling extremely uncomfortable, suddenly felt a surge in strength, and that extremely uncomfortable feeling disappeared in an instant. Chapter 1278 Hostility 1278 Hostility. City Lord. As soon as his body relaxed, Lei Tong looked at Lin Xiu and immediately said gratefully. It was obvious just now that Lin Xiu helped him get rid of that extremely uncomfortable feeling. Humph. Seeing the scene, some god warrior level warriors snorted coldly. It was the power they released just now, deliberately suppressing this little sage warrior. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiu actually intervened. This made them glance at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu didn't care about these people's eyes at all and smiled at Lei Tong and said, "It's nothing." At this time, Bailey Hailing was looking at the god warriors around her. Her hands clenched, the double swords hanging from her waist, and her body trembled slightly. So many warriors, she couldn't wait to fight. Seeing Bailey Hailing's expression, Lin Xiu couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. This Bailey Hailing was indeed a militant. It would soon be Lin Xiu and others' turn to go for the inspection. At this time, Lin Xiu looked at the giants with human faces and beast bodies on both sides, and his analytic eyes were activated. But the moment the analytic eyes were activated, a strong killing intent came from their eyes, and this killing intent quickly locked onto Lin Xiu. Sensing this murderous intent, Lin Xiu's body suddenly turned cold and his analytic eyes stopped working instantly. Two horrific murderous auras wandered around Lin Xiu's body for a while before disappearing. Lin Xiu couldn't help but secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this time. What kind of strength are these two orc-like monsters? They are so powerful just from their murderous aura. Please show your identification. At this time, it happened to be Lin Xiu and others' turn to enter the city gate. The guard at the gate of the city glanced at Lin Xiu, then said lightly, "Give." Lin Xiu nodded, then handed the black card to the guard. The guard held the black card, and the card suddenly shone with white light. "Are you the city lord of Lynxian City?" At this moment, while handing the card back to Lin Xiu, he said, "Yes." Lin Xiu nodded slightly. "These two are your followers." He looked at Bailey Hailing and Lei Tong. "Yes." As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, the guard held a special machine and glanced at Lei Tong and Bailey Hailing. "This one doesn't have an ID. You must leave the city of God immediately after the competition." The guard spoke to Lei Tong. "Okay." At this time, Lei Tong hurriedly spoke up. "It's the same with you. Please go back to your original city after it's over." The guard continued to speak to Lin Xiu. "Okay." Lin Xiu nodded slightly. "Go in." He waved his hand. Then Lin Xiu and others walked in directly. "Lin Xiu, did you see? There are so many powerful warriors." As soon as he walked in, Bailey Hailing said excitedly, It would be great if we could fight against them. Come on. These people are not simple. Seeing Bailey Hailing's excited expression, Lin Xiu said helplessly, now that there were so many powerful god warriors here, the strength of Lin Xiu and others seemed a little insignificant. Besides, it's not the time for the competition yet. There will be more powerful fighters appearing at that time. Lin Xiu continued talking. At this time, everyone was walking on the streets of the city of God, and they showed expressions of incomparable surprise along the way. The ground of this city of God looks as if it is made of colorful glass and was extremely gorgeous. Moreover, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that the surrounding air contained extremely strong energy. Practicing in this kind of place would allow them to improve at a tremendous pace. Lin Xiu didn't feel that the strength of those warriors who were going back and forth around them was very low. Standing on Lin Xiu's shoulders, Rolly and Xiao Bai looked around, as if they were very curious about everything around them. It's here. After everyone walked for a long distance, Lin Xiu saw the hotel in front of him, which occupied a very large area. City of God Hotel. As a contestant, their lodging has already been arranged. After entering the hotel, Lin Xiu took out the black card, and the receptionist at the front desk had already started arranging rooms for Lin Xiu and others. There were 3 rooms in total, 1 for each person, all on the same floor. On the 100th floor, Bailey Hailing couldn't help being surprised when she saw the number of floors. Go back and rest first and come out to take a look at night, Lin Xiu said. After flying for so long, although their source strength has not been consumed much, but Lin Xiu did not want to continue walking, and they just arrived in the city of God. Lin Xiu wanted to check the routes in the city and make arrangements for what to do next. Well, okay. Anyway, I kind of want to sleep, Bailey Hailing stretched and said. Everyone entered the elevator and soon reached the 100th floor. Ding! With a crisp sound, the elevator door opened. But the moment Lin Xiu and the others stepped out of the elevator, the expressions of the 3 of them changed at the same time. It seemed that an extremely powerful force was attacking them at this moment. Poof! Lei Tong, who was weaker, had already spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment. He seemed to feel that all the organs in his body were about to burst. Just like before, it's all the mental power released by those powerful warriors above the level of God Warrior. But this force was much stronger than before. Rolly and Xiao Bai on Lin Xiu's shoulders were a little pissed off. Lin Xiu put his hand on his shoulder and the source strength in his body was transmitted to his body. 10,025. 1,002,610,027. Our rooms are 10,025, 10,026 and 10,027. While talking to himself, Lin Xiu looked at the guides on the surrounding walls. Rooms 25, 26 and 27 on the 100th floor are right in front. And this extremely powerful force also came from the front. At this time, Bailey Hailing's eyes had turned red, and Lin Xiu's whole body's source strength was mobilized at this time. This person's power was very strong. Without any real attack, just releasing this power made it difficult for him to even walk. At this moment, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He really wanted to see who it was over there. There was a corner up ahead and after the corner was their room. Come on. Out. Chapter 1279 1279 empty. 1279 empty. Lin Xiu just turned the corner and looked over there, but found that there was no one in the corridor over there. The unusually suppressive feeling disappeared in an instant. Where is he? Who? Lei Tong, who was extremely uncomfortable at first, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief at this time. Wiping the blood from his lips, he took a deep breath. Gone. Bailey Hailing also frowned at this time. The warrior who just released such a powerful force was obviously on this side, but now there was no one there. And at this time, with the triggering of Bailey Hailing's mind, she couldn't perceive anyone's existence. It's really strange. This person should be right here. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the corridor, and said, the corridor here was very long and there were also many rooms on the left and right sides. Forget it. Let's go back to the room first. Lin Xiu also released his power to perceive everything around him, but there was still no way to perceive who released the power. Okay. Bailey Haoling nodded slightly. Lei Tong looked around and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling just now was really terrifying. If you need anything, call me. After opening his door, Lin Xiu said to Lei Tong. The force just now was obviously aimed at Lei Tong. It's probably because Lei Tong was a warrior of the sage warrior level. That's why it happened. Okay. Lei Tong nodded seriously. Lin Xiu lived in the middle room, while Lei Tong and Bailey Haoling stayed in the other rooms. If something happens, Lin Xiu can take care of it. After all, judging from just now, it seems that the warriors in the City of God were not very friendly to them. After entering the room, Lin Xiu lay directly on the bed. Comfortable. The bed was very soft, which made Lin Xiu feel comfortable. Roly and Xiaobai jumped onto the bed, and the two evolved beasts started to fight at this time. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and let his whole body relax. The source strength here was very strong, with Lin Xiu's cultivation technique automatically operating at this time. A large amount of source strength was continuously pouring into Lin Xiu's body. Comfortable? Really comfortable? If you cultivated in this god realm, you may be able to more than double your cultivation speed. This was only in the area not far from the City of God. The God King Palace in the City of God probably has extremely strong energy. Cultivation in this kind of place is of course much faster than ordinary places. At this moment, Lin Xiu couldn't help feeling excited. After a short rest, around evening, Lin Xiu stretched and stood up. Looking at the time, it was now around 6 o'clock in the evening. It was getting dark. Standing by the window and looking outside, the city below can be seen between the clouds and mist, and it has become extremely beautiful. It's like a city that never sleeps. Time to head out and have a look, Lin Xiu said aloud to himself. The City of God was very large and there should be many specialized warrior malls. He could go and see if there were any suitable skill cards. Squeak! After Lin Xiu opened the door of the room, he saw that Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong were already sitting on the chairs in the corridor. What are you guys doing? Lin Xiu was taken aback when he saw the scene and subconsciously said, Didn't you hear just now? Someone was knocking on the door. At this time, Bailey Haoling showed a strange expression and said, Someone knocked on the door. Lin Xiu was taken aback. No. Although Lin Xiu has been resting just now, if someone really knocked on the door, then he will definitely hear it. But obviously, Lin Xiu didn't hear anything just now. I heard it too. When Lei Tong said this, he had goosebumps. When he heard the knock on the door just now, he opened the door and looked outside. But he didn't find anyone at all. Someone must have knocked on the wrong door. Lin Xiu said thoughtfully. It shouldn't be possible. I feel like someone did it on purpose. Bailey Haoling shook his head, then said seriously, Knock on the door. Who would be so lame? Lin Xiu said to himself. But thinking about it, Lin Xiu frowned slightly, because when he came here today, there were powerful warriors here who exuded hostility. It doesn't seem too safe here. Don't think so much. Let's go out and have a look first. Lin Xiu laughed. Soon, the three of them left. As soon as he walked down the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, he could see the dazzling lights all around him. They have quite a nightlife. Lei Tong looked at everything around him and couldn't help saying aloud. In the spacious lobby of the hotel, one could clearly see many warriors going back and forth. The street outside seems to be more lively. Let's go. Go out and have a look. Bailey Haoling also became interested. Walking out on the street outside, the entire street was crowded with people and both the ground and the surrounding buildings were emitting light, making the whole city look like daytime. So many warriors. And Lei Tong's attention was more focused on those warriors who were walking around, because he now clearly felt that the strength of those warriors around him was obviously too high. It seems that every warrior was stronger than him. The pressure emitted by that powerful warrior made Lei Tong feel so uncomfortable that he found it hard to breathe. Don't think too much. It will be a matter of time before you become a god warrior. At this moment, Lin Xiu said lightly. Lei Tong nodded. trying his best to calm down at this moment. Let's go over there and have a look. At this time, Lin Xiu looked to the front and saw a huge building. There was white light emitting from the surroundings of this building, and the two words Warrior Mall were inscribed on it. As soon as the three of them walked up the stairs of the building, they saw many warriors coming in and out. Welcome to Warrior Mall. As the three of them were about to enter the gate, the attendants on both sides spoke out respectfully. Even the attendants are sage warriors. At this moment, Lei Tan felt that he had been hit even more. Hey, there are quite a lot of things for sale. As soon as they walked in, Bailey Haoling's eyes lit up. Because in this warrior shop, there were a lot of things that were being sold. What is in front of them now were all kinds of battle suits. And if you take a closer look, these uniforms were not ordinary uniforms. They were all made of very good materials. Lin Xiu was also surprised. The items sold in the warrior store in City of God exceeded his imagination. Part 16 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.